early. I thought I'd go live just a little early. Just a little early. Yeah. Where's my chat? Yeah. Okay, that's perfect. Perfect. Oh, you know what I should do? Why don't I move that there? Anyway, good morning, starshine. The earth says hello. I don't know what the words are to that song. Wait, we should look them up. Hold on, let me look them up. Good morning. I don't even know what's the good morning. Oops. What's the fuck is the name of that song? Good morning, starshine. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's by Hair. Oh, okay. It's in Hair. I mean, it's not by Hair. Hold on, let me see. Where's the lyrics? Give me the lyrics. Lyrics. Okay. Here. Oh, I was right. Hi, Carrie. Good morning, starshine. The earth says hello. You twinkle above us. We twinkle below. Good morning, starshine. You lead us along, my love and me, as we sing in I don't even know, our early morning song. Isn't that what it is? Something like that. Hi, easily distracted. How are you? Good morning. Good morning. I'm a little early because we have something starting at 6:30. That's why I'm a little early. And I didn't plan very well to tell everyone. But there's a stupid ass assassination attempt hearing that will get nowhere, but we'll watch it. And there's a hearing that we will watch about his stupid assassination attempt. And then we'll go on. It's only in a minute. Hold on, let me get it ready. Ready? Are you ready? Let me full size it until I actually get over there. Okay, hold on. I hope everyone's good today. I hope you had a nice night. Forgive me for not asking. I hope everybody's night was nice. And I remember when I lived in Liberia for that little time, I remember one of the most beautiful things that I ever heard was every morning when I walked into school or wherever I went, every person I met said to me, "How was your night?" And that greeting is so like, my night was good. I rested well. Like that. That's such a beautiful question. I don't know. There was something about it that really touched me. Wait. The dude taking a dump, leaving gun on fence. Yes, that's the one. That's the one. Or something. I don't know. Maybe it's just the other assassination attempt. My God, who knows? It's going to be a dick thumping, whatever it is. You know how they thump their dicks against a fence post, You know how that goes? You know how guys do that? Flick their dick against a fence post. That's what this guy's doing. Yikes. Moikes. I do have a few clips for us, but I don't know if I have time to play them. Oh, here, we'll do this one first. Hold on. We'll do this one. It's only a minute. Hold on. Okay, we're going to go back here. Ridiculous. And I have predictions about this little girl. I don't think things are going to go. I think she's going to, I don't know. I think Kai Trump is going to be a problem. Okay, let me just tell you that. Let me tell you that.
Thank you for having me. I was like lots of tears when I told her she was just crying.
What's harder? Exciting. I mean, it's one of the most epic things that humans have done.
Oh, for sure.
What's harder, this or Greater Riffs in Diablo? This is much harder.
Did you ever play Fortnite?
No. But I did play Quake and a bunch of other first-person shooters.
What about League? Did you play League?
Is that X?
League. If I start playing League, it will damage the space program.
Yeah, that's the first, right?
Yeah, it's cool. It's awesome. It's an honor to have President here.
That's crazy.
I swear I got chills, and I never get chills besides winning tournaments. When I win tournaments, I get the chills throughout my whole body. This legitimately gave me chills down the back of my spine.
This was honestly one of the coolest things ever. I think that changed my entire perspective on.
On what? What did it change your perspective on? Oh, never mind. Oh, I also wanted. I didn't even show it to you guys. I'm so sorry. Oh my God, how embarrassing. Good.
I was like lots of tears. When I told her she was just crying.
What's pretty exciting. I mean, it's one of the most epic things that humans have.
Oh, for sure.
What's harder, this or Greater Rifts in Diablo?
This is much harder.
Did you ever play Fortnite?
No. But I did play Quake and a bunch of other first-person shooters.
What about League? Did you play League?
Is that X?
League. If I start playing League, it will damage the space program.
Yeah, that's the first, right?
Yeah, it's cool. It's awesome.
What does that mean?
It's an honor to have President here.
That's crazy.
I don't know.
I swear I got chills, and I never get chills besides winning tournaments. When I win tournaments, I get the chills throughout my whole body. This legitimately gave me chills down the back of my spine.
This was honestly one of the coolest things ever. I think that changed my entire perspective
on something. I don't know. You know what? Apparently it doesn't matter what it changed her perspective on because nobody cares. Well, in honor of Max's horrible snowstorm, I hope you're safe, Max, first of all, and you've got enough food and oil and all the things that will keep you comfy during the storm. I'm so sorry. I wanted to also bring attention, and I'll put this link in the thing, is online piano lessons. This is a friend of Max Flowers. So definitely someone you could contact I'm going to contact her. I've been trying to work with her for a minute. So hopefully my brain is in a place where I can do that. But yeah, I'm excited to work with this woman because I want to work with her on my voice and things like that. So, but she also teaches piano online and other things. So a nice little referral from one of our loungers for something that will make our lives more enjoyable, more beautiful. So thank you for sharing your wonderful friend with us. And I'm so happy. Let me go to this. It hasn't started yet. You're welcome. No, I'm just glad you reminded me of it because it's like, I don't know. I can't really explain how my brain works sometimes. My brain doesn't work all the time, and I have terrible anxiety sometimes about things. So, yeah, I need to get over my anxiety in order to just reach out and work directly one-on-one with someone. So that's my barrier. But I'm looking forward to getting my shit together. Good morning, Neil. Good morning, Easley. Good morning, Badger, Carrie, and Max. I'm so glad to see you guys. Thanks for coming today. We're waiting for this ding dong task force to start. But I also have wait, let me just tee up other stuff so that we're not just waiting. Anyway, good morning. Thursday. So amazing. Why is this not playing? Okay. Let's let me go to this thing. When I wanna go to this thing. When I wanna go to this thing. It's 4 minutes. Well, that's okay. All right, we'll play this too. Hold on. Don't talk yet. Oops. Okay, hold on. Come on. What's going on? Why does this look like a comic book? What is a comic book? Hi, Carrie. Easily Max Flower. Hi, Neil. Hold on. I don't know why this is. Oh, there, now it's working. All right, here we go. Just a little update on the shooting yesterday of the CEO. This is an update.
Breaking new details tonight on the shocking murder of a healthcare CEO in the heart of New York City. Investigators a short time ago saying writing has been discovered on shell casings found at the scene. It's the latest twist in what police are calling a brazen, targeted attack.
People with the facts. What went wrong, what the Secret Service is doing to, importantly, what other changes may be necessary. So the three goals to start off with: number one, to understand what went wrong on the day of the attempted assassination. We're talking about July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania. To ensure accountability and to prevent such an agency failure from ever happening again. That is a tough task, because we don't know what the future holds for us. On July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania, and then again on September 15th in West Palm Beach, Florida, President-elect Trump was the subject of two separate assassination attempts. Butler, Pennsylvania is not only within the district I represent, but it's also my hometown where I grew up and have fond memories of playing American Legion baseball on those grounds.
Nobody cares.
I attended the July 13th rally with my family, my wife, one of my sons, and three of our grandchildren. The assassination attempt of President-elect that day has left its mark on our community and those that were in attendance that day. We lost Corey Compatore, a volunteer firefighter who was dearly missed by many. His wife, his two daughters, woke up that day with the excitement of being able to travel to Butler, which is only a few miles away from their hometown, to experience an event that they really were looking forward to. 4 people were in that car that morning.
Oh, good. Do they know about the women dying in parking lots?
Mr. Compatore died.
Do they care about that?
Our local law enforcement agency were wrongly smeared in the media for helping with the rally security. The Secret Service zero mission failed on July 13th, and more trust in our federal agencies was lost. But the news is not all bad. After the department,
I kind of lost faith in your little law enforcement team too, there, bud.
New leadership has taken responsibility for failures. Director Rowe, thank you. And has been called out the complacency in the agency. Choosing a path of cooperation in pursuit of the truth, the Secret Service made every single employee this task force requested available for interview. The Secret Service's own mission, accountability review, is a credible self-critique and substantially consistent with the findings of the task force.
Yeah, aggrieved clients of the shooting victims' healthcare company, right?
West Palm Beach, Florida, on September 15th.
I'm curious.
The Secret Service security redundancies, while not flawless, got the job done and kept President-elect a safe distance from harm. On October 5th, President-elect Trump returned to the stage in Butler, Pennsylvania with members of his own family. The differences between the planning, coordination, and execution of this event compared to July 13th were like the difference between day and night. The task force upcoming report includes
because he was shot at twice
for Secret Service and its parent agency, the Department of Homeland Security, as well as Congress. In less than 5 months, the task force has conducted 46 transcribed interviews with local, state, and federal officials, participated in over a dozen briefings with relevant agencies, reviewed approximately 20,000 pages of documents, visited the site of the July 13th assassination attempt in my hometown of Butler, and the site of the September 15th assassination attempt in West Palm Beach, Florida. It also went to FBI laboratories in Quantico, Virginia, to examine the physical evidence from the July 13th attempt. This work has positioned the task force to make bipartisan determinations about exactly how the failures occurred and where the responsibility lies. At the task force hearing on September 1st, it noted 3 key areas of failure by Secret Service that occurred on July 13th. This included planning errors that led to confusion among local law enforcement partners, an inexplicable failure to close public access to the site where the shooter, Thomas Crooks, chose to position himself. And third, a communications and command structure that did not facilitate rapid communication. Further investigation has revealed new information shedding light on each of these failures. First, planning areas by Secret Service not only created confusion among local law enforcement partners, but also among the Secret Service agents working at the rally. In interviews with the task force, multiple agents offered uncertain and at times conflicting takes on what the duties of Secret Service personnel working in key roles for planning and execution the day the rally took place. Second, our investigation found that AGR complex,
I was
the
early a
grounds
little
and
bit
buildings
because this thing
adjacent to the
started
rally
at
site
6:30.
where the
So
would-be assassin
good morning,
Thomas
gal.
Crooks fired from were not secured due to the Secret Service failure to understand and confirm key information. Interviews with Secret Service agents revealed the area was never secured because agents mistakenly believed that state and local officials planned to secure it. Secret Service never verified this
Oh,
charge
really?
before
So did
or
the
during
state and
rally.
local people
Third,
tell the Secret Service anything?
Communications, and I think this is really the most important. Communications and intelligence failures occurred in numerous ways, ranging from a flawed setup, agents failing to speak up about problems they observed, training issues, inadequate resources, and not having the ability to communicate with one another in the moment of the crisis. After much investigation, we found no any evidence or testimony suggesting that any Secret Service in proximity to President Trump at the rally, who might have been in a position to get him off the stage, knew that there was a suspicious or armed person on a rooftop until after shots were fired. In the course of our investigation, some interviews with Secret Service personnel included expressions of regret, while others took defiant stances blaming colleagues for their failures. Several Secret Service agents interviewed by the task force have either already left the agency or have been placed on a status called situational telework, where they are not allowed to contribute to the core duty of protection. Those agents have been left in flux, waiting to see if these fundamental leadership failures will ultimately lead to the end of their careers. It's not in our nation's or anyone's interest for the Secret Service to delay accountability decisions any longer. I strongly encourage Director Rowe to review the task force final report and act to hold those individuals responsible for the failure accountable in a way that enables the Secret Service to move forward. We are no longer under the illusion that there is still work to do in fixing these problems with the Secret Service. Every 4 years, those campaigning for our nation's highest office reach out across America to connect with the public and ask for their support. This is a fundamental principle of our democracy. On top of being responsible for protecting our nation's highest-ranking officials,
You know, bitch, I got
their
some
families,
fundamental
and
things
foreign
about our
dignitaries
democracy,
during
too,
the
that
campaign
you
season,
seem
the
to
Secret
ignore.
Service must
So
protect
why don't you
the
fuck all the
candidates
way
running
off,
for
Mike
office.
Kelly?
This greatly increases their optional tempo and pushes the resources to a limit. Today, we will discuss the lessons learned from this past campaign cycle and underscore what needs to happen moving forward. I want to thank Acting Director Rowe for being here today. And now I yield to Ranking Member Crow for his opening comments.
Good morning. I would like to thank the chairman and the members of this task force, and perhaps most importantly, the bipartisan staff for their incredible hard work over the last 5 months. I would also like to thank Acting Director Rowe for joining us here today for this important hearing. Political violence has no place in this country, and that is why the bipartisan work of this task force has been so critical.
Gal, we just started listening to that little story before this started.
After the attempt on Donald Trump's life, the House of Representatives unanimously passed a resolution establishing this task force. Our mandate has been to investigate the facts and circumstances leading up to the assassination attempts in Butler, Pennsylvania, and West Palm Beach, Florida.
No, it's not bad.
Understand how these attacks happened.
Not bad at
how
all.
to prevent a similar incident.
I don't really
from
care
ever
either,
happening
but
again. But we also had another mandate, another unofficial mandate, and that was to come together as Democrats and Republicans and to show the nation.
Wonderful. Good
that we
job.
can
Mike Kelly
undertake the
quote
work
from
of
Max.
conducting an
I'm a person of
investigation,
color. I'm white.
Of uncovering the truth.
That's Mike Kelly.
And submitting a bipartisan
Deny,
report
defend, depose. Yeah.
telling that story. And that is what we have done. In less than 5 months, the task force has done an outstanding amount of work.
There's another hearing at
accomplish its
7,
mission.
but I don't know. I can't remember
We
what it's
received
on.
numerous briefings with federal agencies, including the Secret Service, the FBI, and ATF, visited the site of the first assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, and the site of the second attempt in West Palm Beach, Florida, held 46 transcribed interviews with federal, state, and local law enforcement officials, reviewed more than 18,000 pages of documents in response to requests for information to federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies, published an initial interim report laying out the task force's initial findings to ensure the American people remained updated on our work, held a public hearing with local and state law enforcement officials and former Secret Service agent who provided additional understanding of what went wrong in Butler. We visited the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia to review evidence from July 13th, and today we are holding our final hearing with Secret Service Acting Director Rowe, which will be immediately followed by a business meeting to approve our final report. Although we received more cooperation from some federal agencies than others, we have been able to firmly establish the facts leading up to and on the days of both assassination attempts, and to make recommendations that will help prevent a tragedy like the one in Butler from happening again. We have also critically worked in an overwhelmingly bipartisan manner to ensure that the American people have the answers they deserve. I am proud of this process and the work that we have done.
I have at 7.
Again, I would like to thank the members of this task
I have
force for their
design versus
diligence,
default,
cooperation,
analyzing
and
shifts in
dedication to stopping political
cybersecurity.
violence
It's the
in the
Department
United
or the
States
Committee on
and its
Homeland
tracks.
Security. So we can
I look
switch to
forward to a
that if
productive
this is so
conversation
boring.
today with Acting Director Rowe about what the
Yeah.
Secret Service and
Yeah,
Congress
written on the
can
casings,
continue
yeah.
to do to protect our nation's most
No,
senior
you're not
leaders.
being a horrible person at all. Oh my
Thank
God,
you,
do you see
Mr.
what I
Chairman.
called
I yield
it?
back.
Stupid hearing on assassination attempts.
Thank you, Mr. Crow. I do. I want to just take
But
a
I
moment
do
before
have,
we
in
ask
12
the director to
minutes,
swear
there's
in.
a Committee on Homeland
I think
Security. We might
when we
switch to
look at
that.
what we were able to do.
I know for sure you'll love the latest round who
13
talks about the
members
fall of the
of
Soviet
Congress,
Union.
right?
Oh, I'm
7
going to definitely watch that.
Republicans and
Latest
6
rad
Democrats.
pod.
We never identified as what our politics were about.
That
or
should
what
be
party
tonight, right?
we
Oh,
belonged
I
to.
can't
What we
wait.
identified as
You're
a
gonna
group
cover
that
it
was going to
tonight.
try to
Oh,
find
I'm
the
gonna
answers
watch.
to restore the faith
Yay.
and trust and confidence that the American people have to have, not only in this institution, but us. And the other thing is, you've already mentioned it, 30 staff members have worked tirelessly since that creation. And while we weren't able to be here because we're in primaries and we're in general elections and we're running all over the country, they never left. They stayed and they did all the work. So I can't tell you how proud I am of this group. They're the ones that you get all
I
the
would
credit.
be
We get the
happy to
chance
show
sit here.
Brad Pod.
We'll take the blame, but I think I'd rather take the blame and give others the credit for the success. So let's go ahead and move forward. But I want to thank the staff, everybody that's here today. You guys did one heck of a job. Thank you for your dedication. Now we're going to introduce our witness. Today we are joined by Mr. Ronald L. Rowe, Jr., Acting Director, U.S. Secret Service. Director, we appreciate you being here today. Now, will you please stand and raise your right hand?
What? That's what it said on the casings?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm
Deny,
that the
defend,
testimony that you're
depose?
about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
What does that
so help you
mean?
God. Let the
Similar
record
to
show that the
delay,
ones
deny,
answered in the
defend.
affirmative. Now
Defend, the
recognize
title
Mr.
of a book
Rowe
on the
in his
insurance
5-minute
industry.
opening remarks. Director, I think we've talked about this. We're going to be flexible on the time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Chairman Kelly, Ranking Member Crowe, and distinguished members of the task force. I appreciate the efforts of this task force, and I thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. July 13th was a failure of the Secret Service to adequately secure the Butler Farm Show site and protect President-elect Trump. That abject failure underscored critical gaps in Secret Service operations, and I recognize that we did not meet the expectations of the American public, Congress, and our protectees. And they rightly have that idea based on how we performed. President-elect Trump was wounded. A cowardly and despicable act killed one person and critically injured 2 others. And I join you and all Americans in condemning the horrific assault on President-elect Trump, Corey Comparator, James Copenhaver, and David Dutch. And I extend my deepest
Neil?
sympathies to the Comparator family.
I mean,
Since
the guy was
becoming
a
acting
professional.
director,
Did you watch the
I've worked
video? I hate to
tirelessly
say it,
to
but there
address
was a
what I believe
video
are
of
shared goals
of the
with
killing.
the task force.
The
To
guy was a
understand what went
professional.
wrong on the day of the attempted assassination,
Like, it's so
to
weird.
ensure accountability, to prevent such a failure from ever happening again. The recently completed mission assurance inquiry thoroughly investigated the specific
Did you investigate the
actions
hospital
and
records from his
inactions
visit in
that led to the
Pennsylvania?
assassination attempt. 4 areas of deficiencies were identified. Communications, protective
It really
advance
looks like
processes,
one, right?
command and
Butterflies and
control
easily?
processes,
Jesus.
and coordination with
I
external
mean,
entities.
Who wanted
Mission
him
assurance
dead?
inquiry identified failures by multiple employees that warrant disciplinary action.
Because if it was like a move on the
Quality of
insurance
the advanced
industry,
work
do you
in
think that they
preparation for the
wouldn't
Butler Farm Show visit
that they
absolutely
wouldn't,
did not meet the expected standards of this agency. Let me be clear. There will be accountability, and that accountability is occurring.
Seems like a very
It is an extensive review that requires time to ensure due process. And the pace of this process, quite frankly, it does frustrate me. But it is essential that we recognize the gravity of our failure. I personally carry the weight of knowing that we almost lost a protectee, and our failure cost a father
that's
and
just
husband
perfect.
his life.
That's perfect. Yay, gal.
I have reflected extensively on the
Mom hit
agency's
or
substandard
wife.
performance
Yeah, I
during the advance
guess. Seems a lot.
Butler
Hi,
rally.
Jane. How are you?
I've implemented
Lolo's
numerous
Lounge.
systemic
Lolo's
and strategic
Lounge.
changes to prevent these failures from
Yes,
ever
using
happening
AI computer
again.
to deny 90% of claims.
It has been my
Fuck.
singular focus
I mean, it must be
to
about
bring
money, right?
much-needed reform to the Secret Service, to be an agent of
Oh,
change,
do they have Timothy Snyder on?
to challenge previous assumptions, and while doing so, also ensuring that the brave men and women of the Secret Service have the resources, leadership, and assets that they need to be successful in carrying out our protective mission. A full list of actions is itemized in my prepared testimony, but these changes have included providing the highest levels of Secret Service protection to President-elect Trump throughout the remainder of the presidential campaign, expanding the use of unmanned aerial systems for aerial observation at venues, expanding the use of counter-unmanned aerial systems technologies.
I totally
mitigate
agree,
the use
Max.
of a UAS
That
as
made him a
kinetic
god.
attack vector.
Come on now.
Expanding the use
Something's
of ballistic
not right.
countermeasures at Secret Service protected campaign sites. A directive to mandate unified command in a singular location for all protective sites, something that was not done on July 13th in Butler. We are operating in a heightened threat environment with expanding protection requirements. And this requires a shift in the Secret Service's levels of protection, readiness, and sustainability. The paradigm shift focuses on elevating protection, prioritizing training, strengthening our workforce, and increasing accountability. The elevation of protective operations ties directly to how the work performed by special agents in the field directly relates to our protective mission. The field officers serve a critical role in everything we do operationally, to include protection, protective intelligence investigations, and enforcement operations, among many other important responsibilities. Recognizing how operationally integrated that field officers are, I'm directing an organizational change to shift the Office of Investigations to the Office of Field Operations.
I think
This
they
is not
were
simply a semantic change.
kind of blown off.
Establishing the Office of Field
That's what
Operations
happens
is an
when you're like,
opportunity to reset our
whatever.
thinking
Dr.
and
Marci
perspective
Shore. Oh,
about
cool.
the role field offices play in protection, and to enhance our operational effectiveness by better leveraging field
I feel like I've
offices
heard that name
to
before.
support, enable, and inform protection and protective activities. It is also my intention to reconstitute the Secret Service's culture such that training is routine and expected. That was how it was done when I was operational in the Presidential Protective Division. And somehow along the way, we became disproportionately operational in comparison to time allocated for training. As I have publicly stated, the Secret Service historically has had to manage its operations by doing more with less.
Gal, do you think it's okay if I show that episode?
A no-fail mission. And since
You think
becoming
that's all
acting
right?
director, I've made it my priority to eliminate the do more with less mindset, which has had a long-term degrading effect on our workforce and our protective operations. The Secret Service is making progress on this thanks to Congress. The continuing resolution, which was passed in September, appropriated additional funding to the Secret Service in FY 2025 to support
If not,
immediate
totally fine.
requirements associated with protective operations. I greatly appreciate the efforts of Congress and numerous staff members in making that supplemental a reality. The world is a dangerous place. The responsibilities of the Secret Service are critical to the national security of the United States. It is important that decision makers fully recognize and appreciate the vital role
What's that noise?
and significance of the Secret Service in our nation's security. The terrorist, the nation-state actor, the sniper, the lone wolf gunman, they must be lucky once. But the men and women of the Secret Service must be perfect every time. That may not be fair, but that's the world in which we operate in. Thankfully, Congress has responded to the immediate challenges facing the Secret Service, and for that we are grateful.
Yeah, real serious.
Our agency is not defined by one failure, but by our ability to learn from mistakes, to hold ourselves accountable, then learn, evolve.
Okay, cool,
and
man.
continue
We're going to take a
striving
little
for
minute break
excellence.
here. All right, we're going to take... Oh, I see. I have something else playing. Oh my God, how embarrassing. Oh, I know. It's this thing. You know what it is? It's the... Oh shit, let me find it. Oh, it's the Committee on Homeland Security. Okay, we're gonna shut you up. We're gonna take you down here. Whoops, no we're not. Hold on. I got it. I got it. Just a minute. I got it. A nick in the ear is incapable of knocking your shoes off. That's the thing, Badger. I didn't think it was either, but I don't really understand. Oh, really? Your favorite? Okay, I'm really excited about this. Okay, we're gonna take a little 45 minutes here to share a very excellent Rad Pod episode. Thank you, Jim, Heidi, and High Five for letting me basically steal your content. Ah! So we'll see. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Because I am always interested in Soviet Union stuff. I'm sorry. I am a Russophobe, whatever that Russophile. Russophile. I don't know. I really enjoy that. So here we go. Let's see what happened on this amazing episode of Rad Pod. Hold on. Let's make sure everything's there. Okay. Here we go. Oh, I'm so excited. It's my jam. I'm excited. Make sure you subscribe to Radicalized Pod.
Welcome, everybody, to Radicalized Truth Survives, episode 119. My name is Heidi Kuda, and today Jim and Hi-Fi have the honor of interviewing Professor Marci Shore. She is an intellectual history professor at Yale University and also the author of The Ukrainian Night, An Intimate History of Revolution. And we are going to be talking about how we in America need to cross over to the other side of fear. Have a listen. Welcome to Rad Pod, Marci Shore. We are so excited that you are here with us today. I just was telling the guys that my eyes are all puffy because I read your book through the night and I cried the whole time. We really are so grateful for your expertise and all the work that you've done to tell these stories. And where we would love to start with you when we're talking about the Ukrainian Night is, can we sort of begin in what we might have missed in the 1990s that led up to 2004 and ultimately the events of 2014? Because I think that is something that's often overlooked and not talked about enough.
Yes, absolutely. I'm happy to begin wherever you'd like, and thank you so much for inviting me. Historians, as you might guess, have a kind of infinite regression problem because at any given moment in time, where we are is conditioned by what came before that. So there's no such thing as starting with a tabula rasa. There's no such thing as a pure beginning point because we're always already somewhere in circumstances and in conditions that have been created by from what happened before. So I always have this tendency to in order to understand 2013, you have to understand 2004. In order to understand 2004, you have to understand 1991, and it just keeps going. So we can start anywhere you like in that sense. We might as well start, I suppose, with the breakup of the Soviet Union. Which is 1991, although that really only makes sense in the context of 1989 and the collapse of communism in Eastern Europe and the fall of the Berlin Wall. And what I would emphasize here is that it was something that most people never thought they could imagine seeing in their lifetimes until the very moment that it happened. And there's a historical lesson there, which is that many things seem absolutely impossible until the moment when they happen, and then they retrospectively seem inevitable. I try to keep that in mind sometimes when I'm feeling, most despairing of the state of the world. That was what everyone was telling me, regardless of what side they had been on and what they had done or not done during the communist period. When I got there in the early 1990s, people kept saying, we never thought we would see it end in our lifetime. The Soviet Union was supposed to last forever, and then suddenly it was over. And another thing I would emphasize here, both for people of younger generation who don't remember the Soviet Union, and even for those of us who do, is that it was the largest, most far-reaching, deepest penetrating, grandest scale social engineering experiment ever performed on mankind. We are still in some ways coming to terms with the sheer scale of the experiment and the sheer scale of the catastrophe. It was in many ways unprecedented. It was an attempt not just to remake a government and not even just to remake a society. It was an attempt to re-engineer human beings on a massive, massive scale. Nobody knew what was going to happen when that fell apart. Nobody knew. And the Soviet Union, as it falls apart, various things happen. One is that there were 15 constituent republics, the largest of which was the Russian Soviet Republic. They get their independence or quasi-independence. Some fight harder, like in particular the Baltic states. Ukraine does not fight for its independence. It chooses it in a referendum, but it's essentially handed to it. Independence is handed to Ukraine as the result of the breakup of the Soviet Union. Nobody yet knows exactly what that's going to mean. It was a popular choice throughout the territory of what had been the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, but it was an unprecedented occurrence, and nobody really knew what it was going to be like to have their own state. But this was true, for many other people and places. On the one hand, and through the 1990s, you have the narrative that was in some ways dominant on both sides of the Iron Curtain, which was the Francis Fukuyama end of history narrative, which was essentially the replacement of one Hegelian narrative with another Hegelian narrative. So instead of history leading inevitably, inexorably towards a communist utopia, now history was going to proceed inevitably, inexorably towards liberal democracy. And liberal democracy, which is conceived as a kind of utopian capitalist package in which you have liberalism, democracy, free market, neoliberalism, and a kind of unproblematic, harmonious whole. And okay, not everybody was there yet, and there were going to be some bumps on the road, and we had to get through this transition. Transition and transitology were the words of the moment. That was the field of the moment. How do you transition from communism to capitalism? But the idea was essentially that there was a liberal teleology of progress. Now the locomotive was on the right track, and we were all going to end up there. So there was that cheerful optimism that in many ways took hold on both sides of the former Iron Curtain. Now, at the same time, in post-Soviet Ukraine, like in other post-Soviet parts of the former Soviet Union, which was all of it really, you have an attempt to move from an economy in which everything is owned by the state to which things are privately owned. I'm no expert on this topic. I've never understood economics well, but the short version of the story is that the people who were apparatchiks and highly placed in the communist regime were in a particularly good position to steal the resources during privatization. And so you have the emergence of what you could call robber baron capitalism, going back to a 19th century precedent, or kleptocratic oligarchy, both of those things, a kind of wild free-for-all, whereas capitalism means you can exploit anyone as much as you want and there aren't any rules, and the people who were well-positioned in the previous regime get to consolidate a lot of the resources. And so you have what my political scientist colleagues had named the blackmail state. What they called Ukraine in 1991, and it was kind of languishing in this kind of emergence of kleptocratic oligarchy, massive poverty, through this transition. Most people were losers of the transition. Suddenly, how do you go from soft currency to hard currency? Suddenly your salary is worth nothing. Suddenly prices shoot up. Suddenly a pension is worth absolutely nothing. How are you possibly going to survive? And you have a lot of crime and different kinds of crime you had before. And so the 1990s were not a happy time. And this is something I would emphasize that we in the quote unquote West failed to recognize. And I think only slowly, even though I was hanging out in Eastern Europe, came to recognize that we were seeing this through this prism of a cheerful liberal teleology of progress in which the wicked witch is dead and we were all moving towards happily ever after, even if there were some bumps. But for most people who were in these transition societies, it was kind of miserable. You were just struggling to survive. If you were older and you had already made life choices, you were in no position to take advantage of the new freedoms you've been given, and all of your security had just been pulled out from under you. So Ukraine kind of languished in this state, until eventually you have this election of 2004. So you have a lot of corruption. You have massive corruption and kleptocracy and the emergence of oligarchy. And then in 2004, you have this election between the two victors. This is, of course, confusing because there are other...
Which is why they can play that angle of Ukraine as a corrupt state. That's so interesting to me. I did not realize that. That makes so much sense now. Oh, man.
Otherwise, Slavic names that are hard for non-Slavic speakers to remember, and both guys are named Victor. But you have the one Victor who is Viktor Yanukovych, who was the kind of post-Soviet from the Donbass gangster, Kremlin allied type. And then there was Viktor Yushchenko, who seemed to be the more westward looking, enlightened, let's try to integrate into Europe guy. And the very short version of that presidential election is that Yanukovych's team tries to, and in fact does, poison Yushchenko with dioxin. The doctors, I think in Vienna, if I'm recalling correctly, managed to save him, but his face is horribly disfigured. And that disfigured face becomes an icon of post-Soviet corruption and dirty politics. And in addition to doing that before the eyes of the whole world, there are fairly obvious attempts to forge the election results. So this is November 2004. At that point, Ukrainians go out onto the streets. In particular, they go to the Maidan, which is the big square in the center of Kiev, and they protest. They demand free elections. And extraordinarily enough, after 3 weeks of freezing and protesting and no violence whatsoever, this works with some intervention from various other European political figures. The elections are held over. This time Yushchenko is declared the winner. Everybody is happy and they go home. And the thought is that now we're going to live happily ever after. And as you probably guessed, the short version of that story is that people don't live happily ever after, that Yushchenko, for whatever combination of reasons, turns out to be disappointment. Whether he never was the Messiah figure he was presumed to be, whether because of infighting on his staff and the falling out with Yulia Tymoshenko, whether because the democratic structures were not sufficiently in place from below, for whatever, whether he was never the same after the dioxin poisoning, for whatever reason, it doesn't turn out well. There's a lot of disillusionment. And in the meantime, Yanukovych, who it would have seemed would be impossible for him to come back. I mean, this guy has not only lost the election, but it has been exposed that he tried to poison his opponent with dioxin.
Where have you heard this storyline before? President is sick, poisoned by opponent, allows the specter of the sick president allows the guy who poisoned him to rise back up to power. Where have you heard this before? I mean, not with all those details, but, just a general kind of arc. I'm sorry.
Dioxin, and he forged the election results. So you would think he's really out of it. But he's still lurking behind the scenes, which is even more remarkable because there's nothing remarkable about him. He's not particularly clever. He's not particularly bright. He doesn't have any kind of utopian eschatological ideology that he is selling to the country. He's just unapologetically, nakedly a gangster. I mean, the only thing he's got going is that like the next gangster could be worse. I'm the gangster, you know. But in the meantime, he's kind of lurking in the background, and he finds out that across the ocean in Washington, you've got this little niche boutique industry of PR experts for gangsters with presidential ambitions. So he hires one of these guys who doesn't speak Russian, doesn't speak Ukrainian, but flies over to Kiev and goes golfing with him and teaches him some television tricks, gets him a new haircut, a new suit. I wasn't paying that close attention, but personally, I didn't see much of a difference. But this guy gets remade from his fancy Washington PR agent, whose name, by the way, is Paul Manafort. Some of you may have heard of him.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. So you see how these stories start to get connected. And Yanukovych comes back in 2010, this time legitimately, to win the presidential election. And this time, nobody disputes the results. At that point, he gives his PR assistant or consultant, as a thank you gift, a $30,000 jar of caviar. I don't even know what one does with a $30,000 jar of caviar, but I say this as somebody who doesn't actually like caviar. In any case, Paul Manafort gets his fancy jar of caviar, which of course is another symbol of this sort of post-Soviet corruption. Yanukovych is in power. He's being his usual self. He's generally beholden to the Kremlin.
Carla, are you okay? Oh, baby. Do you have like enough ride home? Do you have like food? Are you, because I could Instacart you something. Oh, babe, I know. You know, it's funny. I know someone also who gets bronchitis, has chronic bronchitis. I'm so sorry. That's miserable. I hope you feel better soon. Oh, I'm so sorry, babe. If there's anything I can do, message me, okay? I know I don't know you, but if I can, I'll certainly try to help. Okay. Just take care of yourself. Oh, man. I'm worried about you guys.
If people are too critical, they might be taken away. It's dangerous to be an opposition journalist, but there's no large-scale mass repression towards the population in general. He's making vague symbolic gestures as a kind of carrot to the opposition and to the young generation that maybe someday there'll be European integration. And that's the carrot that he is dangling, to the many Ukrainians who don't like him. And there's this agreement that is finally due in 2013 to be signed with the European Union. It's an association agreement, not a membership agreement. It's not fantastic. It involves Ukraine undertaking costly reforms, certainly would provoke retaliation from the Kremlin, who does not want Ukraine integrating into Europe. And at the end of the day, does not promise that if Ukraine is very good, Ukraine will be given EU membership. Nevertheless, although it's not an explicit guarantee, the symbolism is there that it's a foot in the door, that it's a sign that, Ukraine is going to make an effort to move towards European standards, and that Europe, if only provisionally and conditionally, might be willing to accept Ukraine. And how important this was to you depended radically on your position in society. If you were 70 years old and living in Eastern Ukraine and retired and never even thinking you were going to cross the border all the way west into Europe and not having any money or language skills to do so anyway, this was not a particularly big deal to you.
I'll dig in my
prepper supply. If you were 18 years old and starting university,
No, I'm
it was
kidding. I don't.
everything. whether or not Europe would be open to you, whether or not you would be eligible for Erasmus exchanges. Would you be able to study abroad? Would you be able to learn foreign languages? Would you be able to do internships in Brussels, go to conferences without humiliating yourself, standing in line for days pleading for a visa and being treated like a second-class human being? Was the world going to be open to you? Could you work for international organizations? Could you work for international businesses? It was your whole future. So there was a very strong generational component to this. I mean, it was not only people talk about East Ukraine and West Ukraine at that time, but more profoundly, it may probably had to do with generations.
Thank you so much for that. I know I've learned so much just in listening to how you sort of explain the origins, beginning from the time period where we just started, because obviously Paul Manafort played a big role in our current situation. So it's all incredibly important. And when we talk about your book, The Ukrainian Night, An Intimate History of Revolution, the way you tell the story is so beautiful through poets and musicians and their parents. And it's really just an incredibly beautiful story. But the thing that I lost my train of thought because I'm like trying not to cry again. Okay. So when we talk about the Ukrainian Night and this intimate history of revolution, there's this moment where somebody posts on Facebook and says, likes don't count. And for me, that was such an important moment because we all have been fighting on the virtual battlefield, but we are not seeing what we're seeing in Georgia happening in America. We are not seeing what happened in 2014 in Ukraine happening in America, despite how dire our election outcome was, involving many of the same people that were involved in what happened in Ukraine. And why was it so important that there was that moment where somebody says, likes don't count, like you've got to show up and you got to do this in person?
That was extraordinary. And it was one of those moments that reveals what historians like to call contingency. Because it was November 13th. And what happens is that Yanukovych, the association agreement has already been agreed on. There's a signing ceremony prepared in Vilnius. It's all seems to be a done deal. And then at the 11th hour, under pressure from Putin, Yanukovych suddenly says, I'm not going to sign. And at that point, there's a sense of despair. But I think the question you're asking is, what determines when that despair turns into action? And how contingent is that? And I think it's very possible that not much might have happened had it not been for the fact that this 32-year-old Afghan Ukrainian journalist named Mustafa Naim posted on.
Wait a minute. Hold on. All right. What is this? FBI. Oh my God. These websites are killing me. Okay, thank you. FBI warns iPhone and Android users stop sending texts. What about my third factor authentication? What about my 17th factor authentication? Well, let's read. Let's find out. Republished on December 5th with additional comments provided by FBI and reports into U.S. political pressure given the scale of these Chinese cyber attacks. Timing is everything. Just as Apple's adoption of RCS had seemed to signal a return to text messaging versus the unstoppable growth of WhatsApp, then along comes a surprising new hurdle to stop that in its tracks. While messaging Android to Android or iPhone to iPhone is secure, messaging from one to the other is not. Oh, that's interesting. Now, even the FBI and CISA, the U.S. Cyber Defense Agency, are warning Americans to use responsibly encrypted messaging and phone calls where they can. The backdrop is that this is from Forbes. Yeah, they obviously have read my boring text. That is a bonkers sticker. The backdrop is the Chinese hacking of U.S. networks that is reportedly ongoing. This is a quote, ongoing and likely larger in scale than previously understood. Fully encrypted comms is the best defense against this compromise, and Americans are being urged to use that wherever possible. The network cyber attacks attributed to Salt Typhoon, a group associated with China's Ministry of Public Security, has generated heightened concern as to the vulnerabilities within critical U.S. communication networks. The reality is different. Without fully end-to-end encrypted messaging and calls, there has always been a potential for content to be intercepted. That's the entire reason. Wow. Wait until they see the pictures that are on my iPhone, because it's mostly Mike Lindell. I mean, so yeah, it tells such an interesting story. Well, blah, blah. That's the entire reason the likes of Apple, Google, and Meta advise its use, highlighting the fact that even they can't see content. According to a senior, that doesn't give me any comfort, by the way. According to a senior FBI official, within the investigative activity, especially one this significant and this large, the facts will evolve over time. The continued investigation into the PRC targeting commercial telecom infrastructure has revealed a broad and significant cyber espionage campaign. This campaign, he warned, identified that the PRC-affiliated cyber actors have compromised networks of multiple telecom companies to enable multiple activities, confirming that the FBI began investigating this activity in late spring and early summer of this year. The FBI official warned that citizens should be using a cell phone that automatically receives timely operating system updates, responsibly managed encryption, and phishing-resistant MFA for email, social media, and collaboration tool accounts. As reported by Politico, CISA's Jeff Green added to this, quote, strongly urging Americans to use your encrypted communications where you have it. We definitely need to do that, kind of look at what it means long term and how we secure our networks. In terms of what is known about the Salt Typhoon attacks thus far, while the FBI official warned that widespread call and text metadata was stolen in the attack, expansive call and text content was not. I don't know what that means. So widespread was, but what? Okay, whatever. But the actors compromised private communications of a limited number of individuals who are primarily involved in the government or political activities. This would have contained call and text contents. I'm a little confused. Amid a such as, this is from NBC News, amid an unprecedented cyber attack on telecoms, companies such as AT&T and Verizon, U.S. officials are recommending that Americans use encrypted messaging apps. The scale of the hacking campaign and implications for U.S. critical infrastructure and the security of its networks has created an unsurprising political storm. As reported by Reuters, U.S. government agencies held a classified briefing for all senators on Wednesday on China's alleged efforts known as Salt Typhoon to burrow deep into American telecommunications companies and steal data about U.S. calls. Following the briefing, U.S. senators vowed action. Rawr! Rawr, rawr, we're gonna act right away. Rawr. I don't want my dick pics out there. Reuters also reported, sorry, this is serious, and I'm just hi. Reuters reported that a Senate Commerce Subcommittee will hold a December 11th hearing on Salt Typhoon. Woo! And how security threats pose risks to our communications networks and review best practices. There is growing concern about the size and scope of reported Chinese hacking into U.S. telecommunications networks and questions about when companies and the government can assure Americans over the matter. During Tuesday's original media briefing, CISA's Green reportedly suggested that Americans should use encrypted apps for all their communications. Well, that seems so easy, doesn't it? I can imagine getting my 70s something siblings to adopt a completely new app. That'll work really well. It took me 2 years to get them to figure out Zoom. No, I'm kidding. They're really smart. That means stop sending text to iPhone. Stop sending text iPhone to Android, albeit iMessages and Google Messages are fully encrypted while on those platforms. So if you're okay, so everybody, if you want to talk to me, you have to be an iPhone. That's it. No more bullshit. Is my washing machine listening? Yeah, it's saying use me. No, I'm kidding. I'm sorry, Badger. That wasn't funny. I think Google switched text on Android to at least an encrypted platform. Mine switched itself. Yes, I think it seems like the platforms themselves are secure, but when you're going between platforms, that's when That's when the Chinese spy will come in and grab your dick pic. Sorry. I don't know why I can't take this more seriously. It needs to be serious. I'm so sorry. Okay. Sorry. An alert into the ongoing telco network hacks jointly issued by FBI, CISA, and NSA, as well as other Five Eyes agencies, was released on Tuesday. The lack of end-to-end encryption to protect cross-platform RCS, the successor to SMS, is a glaring omission. What happened then? It was highlighted in Samsung's recent celebratory PR release on the success of RCS, which included the caveat that only Android-to-Android messaging is secure. Neil just texted my friend, let's grab a beer later. That was code for Plan X9 for world domination begins at noon. But which time zone? Mumbles something about how did she know? Because we've been friends a long time. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I need to be much more serious about this. I guess so. I don't know, Kathy. I'm just like, yeah, okay. I guess I'll just call on a landline to my siblings. Damn it, I should have kept the landline. Fuck. All right. Oh, fuck, man. Okay. It remains a stark irony that while Google and Apple separately advise Android and iPhone users to rely on end-to-end encryption, when it comes to RCS, it's still missing with no timeline in sight for a fix. Well, that seems like something. That seems like a thing. Hold on, let me pull this. And then I'll tee it up. Tee it up, baby. We got a lot. You're going to be here all day, you guys. Okay. Do you understand that? Because I've got that. We've got another hearing that is on security that's happening right now that I've stopped so that we can come back to that. We're going to be here all day. Okay. So just settle in. Settle in, put us in the background, and go about your business. Oh my God. The mobile standard setter, GSMA, and Google have said that encryption will be coming to RCS, but there's no firm date yet. Well, maybe you need to move it up. That assurance seemed a response to the backlash post Apple's update with the media pickup on the security issue. Apple, whose iPhone ecosystem includes ever more fully encryption, has not commented. There's an ironic twist to these warnings, as PC Mag, well, it's all ironic, isn't it? As PC Mag commented, this push to use end-to-end encryption is ironic since the FBI has long complained that the same technology can stymie their investigations into seized smartphones and online accounts. Well, maybe they're actually trying to do things, like maybe they're just trying to actually help. Did you ever think of that? Did you ever think that maybe the FBI kind of wants people to have their rights, and then maybe that come on, can we stop blanket washing all these people with bad intent? I'm just sick of it. No, I'm not talking about cops and stuff like that. I'm talking about just government agencies who are doing their job, and it's just we can't appreciate when people are doing their job. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Given this, the FBI's precise wording is critical, with an emphasis on responsible encryption that has been mostly overlooked in reports. Responsible in this context means providing access to user data through lawful requests, including potentially content. The other thing I saw yesterday was that Mike Flynn, I think, and Eric Prince were guffawing about this, and I think Eric Prince was suggesting that they use his platform. So, that's so funny. While this may come across as a subtlety, it is anything but. This rules out many of the largest, best-known messaging platforms such as WhatsApp and Signal, as they cannot provide access to any content absent an endpoint compromise, accessing the data at the one end of the end-to-end encryption. Wait a minute. While this may come across, responsible in this context, providing this through lawful requests, including potentially content. While this may come across as a subtlety, they cannot provide access to any content absent an endpoint device compromise. I don't get that, but I think I don't know. That said, my advice remains to use the fully encrypted WhatsApp over RCS for any cross-platform messaging, at least until such time as RCS adds its own full encryption between iPhones and Androids. Once you step outside Apple's or Google's walled gardens, this security protection falls away. With many good secured platforms now readily available, it's not worth taking the risk. The need for full security has never been greater, given the ongoing cyber threat landscape. There are other fully encrypted platforms as well, notably Signal, the best of the bunch, albeit with a much smaller install base. Even Facebook Messenger now fully encrypts messaging, making standard SMS RCS texting even more an outlier. Signal and WhatsApp also enable fully encrypted voice and video calls cross-platform, and so they should also be your default choices given this FBI CISA warning. Ironically, Apple's iOS 18.2 due this month will enable iPhone users to change the default messenger on their devices from iMessage. Timing really is everything. Thank you, Zach Duffman. Let's continue with this, and then I'm going to go to those other stories, and then also to the other hearing on cybersecurity that's happening in the House. Yeah, exactly. The boomers are all right. How about the healthcare companies that have a set time for each surgical procedure, and if it exceeds that time, you have to pay for the anesthesia out of pocket? Oh, I didn't know that. That's what it was. My phone changed its default text message. Oh. All right. Let's continue with the amazing Dr. Marci Shore. I love historians. If you're going to be a historian and talk to me, you got my attention. It's just a thing. I have a thing for historians. What am I going to do about it?
On Facebook, in Russian, by the way, a little message saying, hey, let's be serious. If you're really upset, come out to the Maidan, this big square in the center of Kiev, by midnight tonight. Likes do not count. And I was fascinated by that likes do not count because it was so provocative, and it was a sentence that would have meant nothing before Facebook. It would have literally been meaningless. And now it's going to be a slogan for revolution in the 21st century. And it was about, what my friend Vasil Cherepanim, who appears in that book, calls corporeal politics. And by that, he doesn't mean that politics has to be violent, but it does mean that you've got to show up. Exactly as you said. You've got to show up in person, physically, with your body.
Sending good thoughts.
And people came to the Maidan. People came to the Maidan largely, but not exclusively, young people, students. They were not interested in ethnic politics. They weren't interested in language politics. They weren't interested in religious differences. They weren't interested in opposition parties. Their whole thing was Ukraine is Europe. That's it. Ukraine is Europe. They held hands. They sang. They danced. It was perfectly peaceful. People from all different kind of walks of life, but generationally very young. And again, it was November, it was getting colder and colder, that could have just kind of worn away, as inevitably most protests do, because nobody has infinite energy. Had not Yanukovych, again, it seems under pressure from Putin, decided on the night of November 30th at 4 a.m. that he was going to end this thing, he was going to send his riot police, these thugs out there, to brutally beat up the students. And it seems he was counting on the fact that that kind of large-scale violence against the population had not been used in Ukraine since 1991. There had been journalists found dead. There had been individual figures assassinated. But this large-scale violence against peaceful protesters, that had been a taboo. And it seems he was counting on the fact that you break that taboo, you shock people, and the parents are going to freak out and they're going to pull their kids off the streets, which was perhaps not an irrational calculation. But I was in Vienna for the time. I was only watching the stream. I wasn't there. But the extraordinary thing was that instead of pulling their kids off the streets, the parents joined them there. And so many revolutions historically are imploded as Oedipal rebellions. You have each generation rising up against the fathers in their turn. That's the stereotypical trope. And it's not necessarily inaccurate. And here you have this kind of Hegelian Aufhebung, this kind of Hegelian, overcoming Oedipal rebellion, and the parents join their kids on the streets. And then they're not just shouting, Ukraine is Europe. Now it's, we will not permit you to beat our children. And now you go from something that was about EU integration into something that's much broader, something that is impassioned protest, against being the victims of arbitrary violence at the hands of the regime.
Wow. Jim.
First of all, wow, thank you so much. Just wonderful to listen to you talk. A really important history for our listeners. I am, just because of what I do, extremely interested in the parallels between events, historical events, and what's happening right now. I see basically an authoritarian fascist takeover of the United States happening, and based on what I see as a new oligarchy in America, similar to the sort of robber barons of old, and then the oligarchs of Russia coming to power. It seems to me that if this regime is successful, we will end up in some sort of an authoritarian regime, which will require a kind of U.S. Maidan at some point. And I'm obviously speculating, and I'm just thinking ahead because of where we are. I was just wondering, what are your thoughts about the parallels between the repression that Ukraine was under and the repression that's being promised to us, right? That's already being told to us by the selections of the cabinet members, the promises of retribution, all of those things. I don't mean to put you on the spot. I know that's not exactly what the book is about, but I was curious about your reflections on Ukraine then and the U.S. now and in the near future.
Yeah, I'm completely terrified. Maybe I feel like in some ways the past 8 years could be subtitled "Vindication of the Neurotic Catastrophist."
Thank you.
I consider myself a neurotic catastrophist.
You win. Okay, thank you so much for that.
No, there's
we should start a club.
Neurotic catastrophist night. I love it so much.
I did not really want to be vindicated in this. There's an aphorism in Polish, which in translation is, I found myself at the very bottom, but then I heard knocking from below. I feel like I've noticed that the Russians abbreviate this expression to just knocking from below, and everyone understands what you mean. And I feel like that's been coming up again and again. You think it couldn't get any worse, and then it turns out that I would go back to 2016, or really even 2015. And again, I'm a hardcore neurotic. I come from an American Jewish family. Like, guilt is omnipresent. We're always on the edge of disaster. That's my basic character trait. But I already had this feeling of terror from the time of the first Republican primary debates. And I remember this because I was actually in Kiev. And this is how these stories come together for me. I was in Kiev, and it was fall of 2015, and it must have been after the first or the second Republican primary debate, when Trump had just appeared on the scene. I hadn't been aware of his presence before, and I don't think anyone was then taking seriously the possibility that he would actually take power. But I had this terror, this feeling of terror, and I was doing an interview with a Ukrainian journalist before this panel discussion we had. And I remember her asking me in Russian, the way that she phrased the question was, who in America at this moment would you not shake hands with? Would you not give your hand to? And I said, Donald Trump. Before I knew, but there was something about his performance in that first debate and his pulling out of the air, I wouldn't make parents vaccinate their kids. Vaccinations cause autism. I don't know whether he believed it, he didn't believe it, it didn't really matter. My kids were small at the time, but I had this sense of unhinging and irresponsibility that must have seemed like an appealing populist thing to say. And it's one thing if you say it to your friend at a bar at 3 a.m, but if you say it as a presidential candidate on national television, some 100,000 more parents are not going to vaccinate their kids, and some non-trivial percentage of those kids are going to die. And nobody was holding him responsible. Philosophers of language would call that asymmetrical authority. It's not just like you have a right to freedom of speech, you say this to your friend. You say this in this context and kids are going to die. Not your kids, but somebody else's kids. And I had this sense that people were going to die, that you would have this unhinging. And if I understood faster than most Americans that something terrifying was going on, it's not because I was any smarter, but because I had been watching what was happening in Russia and Ukraine. And so you see how this kind of unhinging from empirical reality can be connected to this total absence of any kind of responsibility, this falling of a kind of free-for-all, this Dostoevskian, everything is permitted, there is no more rules. So I was terrified very early, and that was very much inflected by my Slavicist world. And I felt like the day after the elections in 2016, suddenly everybody I knew, even being in a bubble, kind of divided into two camps. And I would say like my Slavicist and East Europeanist friends, and then my other American friends and colleagues. Nobody I knew was happy about it. I didn't actually have anyone on that side. But there were a lot of my Americanist friends and colleagues, or who were not even American. Some were Americanist as a profession, and some were just Americans saying, okay, bad, this is very bad, but we're going to get through it. We're going to be okay. We are the world's strongest liberal democracy. We drink in our liberalism with our mother's milk. We have checks and balances. And checks and balances became like a yoga mantra. It was like, breathe in, checks and balances, breathe out, checks and balances, it's going to be okay. And then there were like my Slavicist friends who were wrapped up in what was going on in Eastern Europe, saying things like, this is my interpretation of their general sentiment, we're like people on the Titanic saying our ship can't sink. Other ships can sink, but like we've got like the best ship, we've got the fanciest ship, we've got the newest ship.
Oh my God.
And as a historian, and especially as a historian of this catastrophically place like Eastern Europe, that there is no such thing as a ship that cannot sink.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow.
Exactly what I was looking for.
Yes, high fidelity.
I'm sorry I don't have something more cheerful to say.
No.
Our show is not about hopium or cheering people up. It's about telling the truth. So thank you.
Telling the truth and inspiring action, useful, nonviolent, ways to fight back. High fidelity.
So I just have a question. Why do people learn history and not learn from history? Because, well, here's my problem. And Heidi and I were discussing this earlier today. In 1933, we had the business plot here in the United States where, billionaires and millionaires attempted to overthrow FDR and the New Deal and deliver us unto, Nazi sympathies. We then arrested foreign agents and stripped them of their citizenship and deported them. Hey, that was great. We still had fascism. We still had communism. We still had the fall of the USSR. Now we're seeing Russia attempting things in Moldova, dirty tricks in Lithuania. We see what's going on in Georgia. We know that Russia is behind Trump. We know that Saudi Arabia is behind Trump. We know all of this. And yet we are not doing anything. Why do people learn history and not from history?
Well, I would say there are two things there. There's a not learning, and then there's not taking action. Because one could conceivably learn and then be too passive to take action. But no, this is something historians bang their heads against the wall about all the time. I mean, history never tells you what will happen. History tells you what can happen. In that sense, it kind of fuels one's neuroses because you have a sense of the possibilities.
I got to read her
They're generally
book.
much more expansive than people believe them to be, because we have a natural human tendency to normalize the abnormal. You know, we have a natural human tendency to keep going as if everything is okay until it's not. You know, and what we do learn from history is that people will keep going through their daily routine as if everything were okay, basically until they're in the gas chambers.
Right.
Like much longer than you would ever think. There's this beautiful poem by Czesław Miłosz, or he described, it's called in English, a song about the end of the world. And he writes about how, you know, on the days the world is ending, the dolphins will still be swimming and people will still be walking down the street, and people who were waiting for fire and brimstone and thunder are going to be disappointed, because there will
Link
be no
is pinned
other
at the
end
top
of
of the
world.
chat, Badger.
The end of the
link
world
to
is
the book.
coming in this very ordinary way. And I can't shake that poem out of my, I love Polish poetry.
Thanks,
but
gal.
That's not the only right. Like, since November 5th, I have not been able to shake that poem out of my head, especially looking, and I'm in Toronto now, so I'm not even in the States. I was there last week, but I'm not there at the moment. And I see that the reaction is muted in comparison to 2016, even as the catastrophe seems much more decisive.
Yeah.
Like, Trump clearly has a lot more power now. He's a lot stronger. Whatever we were calling guardrails have been dismantled. All of these vestiges of the rule of law have been taken apart. Of all the catastrophic things that happened in a 1-month period this summer, I thought the most catastrophic was the Supreme Court ruling of immunity. I mean, all of these things, I mean, the things that were unimaginable. I mean, it turns out you can incite a violent insurrection, that you can approve the hanging of your vice president, all of them in full public view, and nothing will happen to you, that you've been declared untouchable. And so it seems that it feels much more decisive now. I feel much more like I'm saying goodbye to America.
There's a link to the poem.
And yet the reaction is much more muted.
Yeah. Thank you for that. My first headline when Roe was overturned was "Birds Still Sing Under Fascism," because I could hear the birds outside my window singing away. And yet everything had changed. And thank you so much for all the poetry in your book. It is all so beautiful. I'm going to have to learn more languages. You have a very important point in Ukrainian Night, where you talk about reality television has done away with the distinction between the fictional and the real. And that is kind of the core of our show. And is there anything we can do mobilizing people to reverse that? Because without reality and without truth, we are just, witnessing the end of the world.
So one of the heroes or protagonist of that book is Yurko Prohasko, who is a literary translator, Ukrainian literary translator and psychoanalyst. And when Peter Pomerantsev's book came out in 2015, we did a public talk in Kiev on the book, Nothing is True and Everything is Possible, his book about post-truth in Putin's Russia, which I thought was brilliant. I mean, it reads as if very chatty and gossipy and colorful, which it is, but between the lines, it was, at the moment it came out, the most philosophically penetrating book about post-truth to be produced that early. And one of the things that Yurko said is that your truth is a limit. Truth is a constraint. When you take that away, then you're into this anything is possible, type of world. When we get rid of those barriers, when we get rid of those constraints. And I think on one hand, that's been a huge amount of Trump's appeal. I mean, I teach intellectual history, so I would go back to Freud and Freud's Civilization and its Discontents. Freud says civilization is based on repression. Really, we would like to rape and kill one another all the time, but we have to repress those desires because that's not really functional to live together. And if you take away those constraints and say, okay, now everything is permissible, that is real liberation. And for that, Freud says, we pay the small price of the destruction of civilization, which we are now watching. And so, truth is one of those things that constrains, it represses, it sets limits. And you take that away and say, well, you have your truth, I have my truth, and maybe it's kind of true. And, we're all used to this world in which, well, half of it's staged, but a little bit of it's true, and nobody really cares about the boundary anymore. That's a very dangerous place to put ourselves in, because it's a taking away of any kind of constraint. It's a taking away of any kind of boundary, which has been, for me, conceptually, it's been the most interesting, and terrifying thing that is part of what I would call neo-totalitarianism. There's been a big discussion that a lot of people have been involved with, including Masha Gessen, about, what is the same and what is different. For those of us who have spent a lot of time studying Nazism, studying Stalinism, studying how totalitarian ideology works, how fascist ideology works, what is different about post-truth? And I think a lot of things are similar, but a lot of things really are different, because ideology really tried to tell a single coherent story. This story was a lie. It was based on falsehoods, but there was a demand that it go together in a kind of seamless way so that internal to itself things made sense. And now we're in a world where, Putin can say one day, well, this is a preemptive attack because NATO was plotting to invade Russia. Well, there were Ukrainian Nazis that were plotting to massacre all the native Russian speakers. Well, we need to restore the lands of Peter the Great. Well, it can be, well, actually, they're not Nazis, they're Satanists, and we have to rid Kiev of this cult. He can tell a different story every day, and there's no demand that there be any kind of consistency. And you work on people so that they give up even thinking that truth exists or that it matters. And that is something different. This kind of postmodern totalitarianism is different. And this is, Trump comes on the scene, and the New Yorker had this very, very amusing but also serious satire still during, I think, the Republican primary debates before he was even chosen as a candidate, about the fact checker who passes out from exhaustion, at the end of the primary debate, because it's, fact checkers were used to, well, you guys are reporters, like fact checking individual facts. What happens when you have a total unhinging from empirical reality? Nobody can fact check fast enough to come up with these, one fantasy world. Okay, I spun that, I threw it out. Today there's another fantasy world, or an hour later there's another fantasy world.
Thank you so much for that. That is our dilemma. And my last question for you is, can America have a Maidan, or are we just going to be looking at our democracy and our country and all the freedoms we've enjoyed in the rear view mirror?
I think it's always possible. It's what fascinates me, one of the many things that fascinate me about revolution, is that you never really know when you get that mysterious cocktail of elements that will produce a tipping point. You need, my kids ask about this all the time. You need a critical mass of people at the same time with a clarity about values, willing to cross to the other side of fear at the same time. And then what you really need are people from the security apparatus to defect. Now, what produces that cocktail of energy, of solidarity, of courage, and makes it come together, and what pushes the tipping point? Like, I watched Belarus in August 2020, and I was absolutely convinced that they had it. I thought they've got that critical mass. There are people being incredibly brave, like that nobody believes in Lukashenko anymore. When the workers were also his base of support, when they were yelling, go away, I thought it's over. And then Putin comes in and buys off the security apparatus and reinforces them with weapons, and more thugs. And I really thought they had it. Like, it seems to me the Georgians should have it. That is a small country, and they have a huge percentage of the population on the streets. After the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, I was talking to one of my Ukrainian colleagues who's based in Washington, and I said, Vlad, what would it take for there to be a revolution in Russia to bring down Putin's regime? And he said, 2 million people in the streets of Moscow, it's over tomorrow. I said, Vlad, how do you know it's 2 million? Is 1.9 million not enough? Like, when is it that one additional person? There's always some mystical moment when it's that one additional person. And what is that cocktail that produces that? And that to some extent is in the realm of the spontaneous. And think about Romania. Think about, Bucharest, Ceausescu in December 1989. That regime was brutal. They had crushed everybody. And suddenly there's the rally of support for Ceausescu and the one guy who starts shouting boo. And just at that moment, the people around him catch on. They cross to the other side of fear, and suddenly after decades of brutal repression, it's over in the next 20 minutes. And you think maybe that guy would have been standing at another part of the crowd and the people around him would not have caught on, or they would have been afraid. And there's always these elements of radical contingency that make it very, very hard to predict. But I do think there's always hope, even in places you wouldn't necessarily expect. I mean, for me, what I cling to, the story of the Maidan, which was so important to me at the time, and if anything is only more important now, I kind of cling to it still more desperately now, because it was that, what in German they call that Augenblick, that blink of an eye, that flicker of a second in which you see that human beings are capable of something better. Even if that rarely happens, even if that kind of solidarity and courage and clarity about truth and dignity and responsibility, even if it's there for a flicker of a second and then it's gone, the fact that it can be there for even a flicker of a second is proof that we are capable of it. And I cling to that now. I have to.
Marci Shore, thank you so much.
Oh my
America,
God.
if you're listening, let's cross to the other side of fear together.
Yes.
Thank you so much for that brilliant interview. We are so indebted to you. We hope you come back.
Yes.
We hope to be documenting this history, this historic moment together. Thank you so much.
Oh my God. That was fantastic. I cannot wait. I love historians, first of all. So I'm way into I love the way she talks. Oh, I want more of Marci Shore. Okay, we have that was excellent. Yeah, thank you. And thank you, RadPod. Thank you, my friends over at RadPod, for letting me show your content. I really appreciate it. And can't wait for the debrief tonight. So make sure you're subscribed to Radicalized Pod. The channel is linked in my it's linked in the link that we have for this show, which is provided by Gal above. But also I have them as a recommended channel on my YouTube page. So if you go to my YouTube page, you can go down and select Radicalized Pod. But tonight at 7 p.m. Pacific is when they do a recap of this interview, where it's live, and the three hosts will debrief the interview that they had with Marci. So what a great compliment to what we just watched. So make sure you tune in tonight. I'll be in chat, and I can't wait to hear the debrief of that interview, because it was such a great interview. This is why we have been immunized against a shock tipping point, right? With child separation, George Floyd, all the corruption. You're so right, Carrie. It is. It's outrage after outrage. Okay, what we're going to do is go to another hearing that has been happening, and I stopped it. It's the design versus default. It's actually analyzing shifts in cybersecurity. So it's very relevant to the FBI story that we read from Forbes. Jane says, part of history in Canada is it needed to the train to make it a country, and the population is 90% within 100 kilometers of the border, generally because of weather and farmland. Yes, Jane, that's such an interesting composition as well. And I think Oomp's point that you made, Oomph, a big difference here is the remoteness of population centers in the capital from one another. It's so true. It's so true. It still makes it so difficult to organize or to connect with other people that are like-minded, and you know what I mean? Like it's somewhat easier. And also organizations who can help bring people together can't be in all places, right? So if you have like a surge, which is a stand-up against racism, and so if you have something like that, then or stand up for racial justice. If you have an organization like that, they may not have all the connecting capabilities within the smaller communities. So it's really kind of amazing. Did we ever read or talk about the latest Russian spy? I actually have that clicked. I have it clicked. No, let me read that first and then I'll go to the hearing. I have it up here. Hold on. Let me get it down here and I'll read it for you. Yeah. This is the Insider. U.S. government would not have allowed a phenomenon like Euromaidan to go on here. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Well, I have no idea. We've got the Women's March coming up on January 18th, 2025. So that should be interesting. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't know. I kind of wonder. It's kind of surprising to me that certain things haven't put us back out on the street, but here I am sitting on my ass. So what am I supposed to say? It says RADR said Zarubina's case highlights that since 2016, she was mentored by Elena Branson, a dual Russian-American citizen charged in March 2022 with acting illegally as a Russian agent in the U.S. And of course, you have a thread for that. Well, let's read about this little Russian spy. Alice through the spyglass. What we know about the Russian national arrested by the FBI for espionage. This is December 4th. Let me see. That's not very large, is it? What? That's not very large, is it? Oh, that's making it smaller. Isn't that interesting? There we go. That's much better. Dobbs is on the list of outrages. Yeah, exactly, Carrie. Exactly. All right, U.S. authorities have arrested Noma Zarubina, a Russian national who is being accused by the FBI of concealing her ties with Russia's Federal Security Service, FSB. According to investigators, Zarubina, codename Alisa, actively participated in anti-Putin events at the behest of her FSB handlers and established contact with dozens of Russian activists and U.S.-based Russia experts. Oh, smart. Opposition activists suspected foul play. Zarubina had previously praised Putin, organized the Immortal Regiment World War II Memorial March, and worn a T-shirt emblazoned with the letters KGB. KGB. From Siberia to New York. Noma Zarubina was born in Tomsk in 1990. She went on to graduate from St. Petersburg State University with a degree in geopolitics and obtained a master's degree in international security at the Russian Academy of National Economy and Public Administration before emigrating to the United States in 2016. In New York, she married an American, had a child, and started working at the local Russian Cultural Center as an event manager, where she organized the annual Immortal Regiment March. The center was founded by Elena Branson, a Russian emigre who previously headed the Coordinating Council of Russian Compatriots of the U.S., a formerly independent but de facto subordinate organization of the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In 2022, absolutely, her poor child, the Insider detailed how the council became a tool of Kremlin propaganda. Branson even became godmother to Zarubina's daughter, and then, in September 2020, the FBI swooped in, accusing Branson of working for the Russian government and receiving assignments and funding from high-ranking Russian officials without filing the proper FARA registration. Branson immediately retreated to Russia, where she became a pro-Kremlin TV star. Zarubina remained in the United States, though she continued to fly to Russia even after the February 2022 full-scale invasion began. Cooperation with FSB. According to the FBI, in December 2020, during a visit to Russia, Zarubina met with an FSB agent from Tomsk. In her file, he is referred to as FSB Officer 1. The agent allegedly proposed that she cooperate with Russian agents under the codename Alisa, and he instructed her to seek out U.S.-based journalists, analysts, and military officers. Zarubina is said to have passed people's personal data, including information from social networks, to the agent and participated in operations aimed at promoting the Kremlin's agenda abroad. Oh, there she is in Red Square. Oh, so cute, so cute. By then, Zarubina had already been acting in Russia's interest for several years, not only through her involvement with the Russian Cultural Center, but also online. Her social media profiles are rife with patriotic photos. We can see Zarubina on Moscow's Red Square donning a sweater with the print Russia. Zarubina with Russian officials as a Russia representative in the UN model. Zarubina giving an interview to Rossiya TV channel. Zarubina proudly reporting from the St. Petersburg Economic Forum with the participation of the president himself. Zarubina posing in a t-shirt emblazoned with the letters KGB and ironically, nearly blowing her cover. Well, there she is right there. I'm just having fun. This is my Russian Starbucks. Thank you very much. Yeah, go Russia. Oh, wait. Here I am again. Oh, wait. Here I am. Oh, I'm having some champagne. Oh, aren't we cute, little duck face? Rossiya. Oh, I'm very, very busy here here I am at the UN. I'm very busy. Very busy. Spy. Oh, I'm so cute. That's my baby and my little KGB shirt. And I'm so cute. Look at my balayage. Look at my balayage. I have paid a lot of money for that. It's true. And I'm in my flip-flops. But here I am with big Russian flag behind me and imperial eagle or whatever the two-headed bird is behind me. I don't remember. Oh, I'm very spy. I got new bra at Victoria's Secret. Look at my boobies. I'm so sorry. But I have very cool glasses. Yes, I do. There's my balayage. It's kind of growing out. Look at my roots need a little bit of... I think I need a keratin treatment. But here I am. Embassy of Russia in the USA. Anatoly Antonov. The ambassador. Oh, the Style Social says, hey, good job. Looking good, kid. Oh, Mother Russia. My God. Oh, here I am. This is my beautiful passport picture. Look at I'm looking very sultry, very Russian. Very, very ready to go. Look at my balayage. It's off to one side. Is that your business card? Sankt Petersburg. I'm in Sankt Petersburg. I'm sorry. I can't help it. Oh. Hopefully the kid gets a lot out of this, and maybe she was a jerk. I don't know. Maybe this is a good thing. Let's think of it that way. In 2022, Zarubina did a U-turn, miraculously transforming herself from a turbo patriot into an ardent oppositionist. Instead of photos with former Deputy Prime Minister Arkady Dvorkovich, her social networks now show pictures with Ilya Ponomarev, Leonid Volkov, and Lyubov Sobol. Praise of the president gives way to condemnation of Putin's gang. Selfies from the UN are replaced with demands to expel the Russian mission from the organization. Whoa. And as for the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, she denounces her participation in the event as a sign of ethical incompetence. Can you no, I can't. All right, so here she is. Look, I got the little jacket. I got a little crest on it. But no more balayage. I went full blonde. I can't remember. Who's that guy again? I can't remember. Is that? It must be one of them. I don't know. These are the guys that were named. Yeah, still doing duck face a little bit. Yeah, not really pleased with my hair. But you can tell I'm not looking so happy. Oh, I don't know which one I am. Oh, I'm this one. Thank God the jacket was there because I wouldn't have known which one was her. Here we go. Spief 2024. Show off, poison, intelligence. What? Egoism, falsehood. Это правильная российская. I don't know what that says. I'm sorry, I can't. I don't know what that says. Do we need the mission of Russia to the UN if they only stand for war and grief among Slavs? Do we? Poison? I don't know what the rest of it said, but shit. I think I've seen enough. Stop Putin's gang. That's right. No, get them. Look at how happy I look. I look so committed. I don't trust her. Yeah, this is just another idol of people. Look at, am I this one? I guess I'm this one. Whoa, I changed my hair color a lot because I could. Oh my God. US based Russian activists did not believe in the newly minted oppositionist purported change of heart. In May 2023, Dmitry Valyov, co-founder of the group of Russian America for Democracy in Russia, suggested that the insider pay attention to Zarubina. I know, right? I don't know. Oh my God. In May, okay, wait. In Russia, suggested that the insider pay attention to Zarubina. Valyov found it suspicious that the same girl who had recently been closely involved with the Coordinating Council of Russian Compatriots was now actively seeking contacts with American experts on Russia with national security and anti-war activists in the Russian diaspora. Well, what could go wrong? But not everyone was so vigilant. On Facebook, Zarubina managed to connect with dozens of Russian opposition politicians and independent experts. At the time, the insider was unable to find evidence of Zarubina's involvement with the FSB, but the FBI managed to get further by examining the contents of her phone. Hey, man, this is all like one loop-de-loop from encryption to Russia to back to encryption. Key episodes included her travel to the 2021 St. Petersburg International Economic Forum and her work with Russian business and political circles. Although Zarubina claimed that her activities were limited to cultural projects, data from her device proved otherwise. Whoa, you're a busted, girl. It contained correspondences and photos related to her FSB assignments, the prosecution said. Her version. FBI agents held one meeting and 3 interrogations with Zarubina, during which, according to the prosecution's case file, she significantly changed her testimony, gradually revealing more and more details about her activities and her ties to Russian intelligence services. Boop. During her first interrogation in October 2020, Zarubina vehemently denied having any contact with Russian intelligence agencies, saying that although some of her college pals from the Russian Academy of National Economy and Public Administration, go Tigers, worked in such structures, she did not keep in touch with them. They didn't have the annual reunions, okay? Nobody wanted to get back together. She confirmed her association with Elena Branson, given the many photos of them together, it was hard to deny, and her involvement with the Russian Cultural Center of New York, publishing articles, attending events, but insisted that her activities were limited to cultural projects, nothing to see here, and had no connection to intelligence work. Just move on. At the second interrogation in April 2021, well after the investigation expanded and Branson had fled to Russia, that's not sus. Zarubina confirmed that she had met with Branson during her trip to Russia in late 2020. Everything's wrong if my hair is wrong. Uh-oh, is my hair wrong? Oh, never mind. I can't even tell. However, she once again denied having any contact with Russian intelligence agents, claiming that her interaction with Russian authorities during the trip was limited to communications with the Ministry of Health regarding COVID-19 because he had the best masks. By August 2022, at her third interrogation, because, it's going really well, Zarubina had already admitted that she had worked with 2 Russian nonprofit organizations and that her main which there are no nonprofit organizations, they're all part of the government, but anyway, and that her main task was to network with opinion leaders. That's all. It's like people that have opinions. What? Sue me. Oh, they did. She also said that she had interacted with Rosotrudnichestvo, an organization focused on promoting Russia's soft power overseas. However, even then, she continued to deny any contact with Russian intelligence services, including the FSB, during her trips to Russia. I was just going there for the vodka. The situation changed at the fourth interrogation in September 2023, when Zarubina admitted for the first time that she'd been in contact with an FSB officer, okay, you got me, designated in the file as Officer 2. Yeah, whatevs. I was just going over there for a new balayage. Officer 1, she also described recruitment. She described their personal relationship and confirmed having used an encrypted messenger, to communicate. She also described recruitment by the other FSB agent, Officer 1, who had ostensibly approached her in December 2020 in Tomsk, asking for information about useful contacts in the United States. And she said, I don't know anybody there. December 2020, Zarubina now said, was when she had signed a cooperation agreement with the FSB. Oh, that's right. Now I remember. Blame it on the vodka. Was assigned the codename Alisa. That's right. I forgot. And agreed to perform missions. Yeah, maybe I did. Which included establishing ties with the American think tanks. Who doesn't? And seeking out journalists who might be willing to write positive articles about Russia. At this point, she also admitted that she had previously intentionally concealed these facts. Oopsie. It was the oopsie. Me? According to her file, she did so out of fear. I was scared that there would be legal repercussions. It was much better to just drag this out, and that she could not trust the FBI. Who can? Have you met Chris Wray? With each new interrogation, her testimony became more and more detailed, starting from a complete denial of any ties to Russian intelligence services and ending with a lengthy description of her role. I just was teasing you guys. I just liked meeting with you. I love you have Arizona iced tea. I rarely have that unless I come here. Including her cooperation with the FSB, participation in activities on behalf of Russia, and the use of encrypted communication channels. Still, Zarubina does not consider herself guilty. It's a good Russian. As she told the Insider, she did not undergo recruitment, but rather a recruitment opportunity assessment. Kinda. The recruiter, a man from among her college pals, whose name she cannot disclose due to FBI restrictions, simply assessed her intelligence and social circle. That's all. He was into me for my social circle. I get that all the time. Zarubina failed to explain, however, why, if she had not been effectively recruited, she had been given a code name. Oh, that was just fun. That was having a little fun. And why she then is a little role play. Isn't there a little role play? And why she then went about doing all the things her recruiter had asked her to do. I don't know. It seemed like a good idea. Zarubina also told the Insider that she had long-standing contacts among members of the U.S. counterintelligence headquarters. What? What? With whom she'd shared classified information. What? She claims that she received threatening messages from Russian intelligence services over the years and that she cannot talk about everything that has happened to her due to personal security issues. I mean, who doesn't have a college nickname? Am I right? Zarubina explains her increased interest in American experts by the fact that she improved her language skills and began to communicate more with Americans. I mean, I had more to say. I wrote a paper on information security in the post-Soviet space. It's short, but it's challenging enough for me. When I got the paper out, I found that many Americans were impressed with my views. So there. People like me. She also claims that Branson was just a good friend of hers. We never, and that she never worked in Branson's organizations, despite the fact that her LinkedIn profile lists the Russian Cultural Center of New York as her employer. Oopsie. That's another oopsie. Did I do that? Not only did Zarubina attend opposition events, but she also participated in the most radical ones. For example, she joined the Free Nations of Post-Russia Forum as an expert, supporting Russia's decolonization. Zarubina explained her abrupt change of heart as follows. Quote, before the war, I maintained close contact with people from Russia, from the consulate and the embassy. But after the full-scale war started, I realized I had zero interest in the Kremlin. So there, you're cut off. Zarubina has been charged with 2 counts of knowingly making false statements to FBI agents, which could result in 5 years in prison. She is being charged with hiding ties to the FSB and promoting Russian interests in the United States. The court has set her bail at $25,000. Oh, seems attainable. Restricted her freedom of movement and confiscated her passport. Don't think about it. The next hearing in her case is scheduled for later this month. Well, seems to me if this all goes according to the U.S. plan, she'll be the next person traded for an American. Welcome to the club. All right, that's fantastic. All right, now what we're going to do, believe it or not, we got more. How do you like it? How do you like it? More. How do you like it? How do you like your lounge? So I'm now going to bring you to something that's in progress, but we're going to start when it started. We're going to go back to the beginning because that's what we do here. And we'll catch up eventually with it. And then the other thing that we have, believe it or not, the other thing that we have is at 11:15 my time, which I think is in a few hours, right? Maybe. I don't even know what time it is. Yeah, it's in like 3 hours. There's another hearing on Belarus from the Helsinki Committee. So I wanna watch that too. That's at 11:15 my time, about 3 hours from now. A very good place to start. Well, they're gonna lock her up. That's for surezies. Okay, so we're joining this in progress. Or not in progress. We're joining it from the beginning. Okay, this is I don't know what it is. It's the Homeland Security Committee. Is Helsinki in the Hell's Kitchen? I don't know. No, they're in DC. Okay, wait. Homeland Security Committee events. Okay, so this is Homeland Security Committee, the House. All right. And then here's this dork. He's the chair. All right, we're gonna start. Okay, here we go. Oops, no.
Individual companies while enhancing cybersecurity across sectors in our nation. From my perspective, Secure by Design is a proactive commitment to making cybersecurity part of a company's core mission. It represents a shift toward viewing security and innovation as complementary, not competing priorities. As consumers, we must not only want, but also expect that products we purchase are secure out of the box. To that end, we must remember that this initiative has worked because it has been voluntary. To continue to incentivize security as a standard practice rather than a costly add-on, it must continue to have industry buy-in. Companies have implemented Secure by Design principles at a speed and scale that suits their business model. Likewise, CISA has fulfilled its role as a trusted partner by offering implementation guidance and facilitating critical conversations with pledge signatories. I look forward to discussing the pledge's successes, challenges, and potential for the future. We risk losing the collaboration if companies are forced to adopt requirements which they cannot meet, especially since many are already burdened with duplicative cyber regulations. I want to thank our witnesses for their time and expertise. Your insights are critical as we work to strengthen partnerships between government, industry, insurers, and other stakeholders in the cybersecurity ecosystem. I hope this discussion about the Secure by Design initiative will provide a clearer picture of what's working, where gaps remain, and how we can continue building the partnerships and policies necessary to enhance our nation's cybersecurity posture. Thank you, and I look forward to our conversation. I now recognize the ranking member, the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell, for his opening statement.
Good morning. I would like to thank Chairman Garbarino for holding today's hearing on Secure by Design and Secure by Default. In recent decades, we have witnessed remarkable technological progress that has changed every aspect of our lives. And with rapid advances in AI, we can expect that transformation to continue in the years ahead. Much of this innovation has taken place, of course, in America, but also in my congressional district. And I'm looking forward to hearing from Mr. Srinivas Mukkamala, in particular, my invited guest because of his connection to my district. The competition between technology companies globally has also led to the development of new products and services that have benefited people around the world. A challenge with this digital revolution is that the innovation that has transformed how we communicate, store our data, and access vital services has not always been matched with the level of security necessary to protect us from foreign adversaries
is fucking on point.
Games. Every day we read about cyber incidents that demonstrate the security built into our digital ecosystem and that it's insufficient to protect our privacy or critical infrastructure. To combat this problem, we must rely on the same innovative spirit that has fueled our recent technological progress to also transform our security. This idea underpinned President Biden's national cybersecurity strategy when it was committed to building toward a future digital ecosystem that is more inherently defensible and resilient. And under Director Easterly's leadership, CISA has led the way with its Secure by Design initiative, partnering with allied countries and private sector partners to develop principles on how we can better embed security into technology. Critical is an understanding that security must primarily be the responsibility of those with the most resources and expertise. For too long, the response to many cyber incidents is a reminder to turn on multi-factor authentication or training on how to spot a phishing
We have
attack.
to Zoom soon.
Don't get me
We're
wrong.
At a time. You need
There's
to
a
tell
role
us
for
what time to
cybersecurity
Zoom.
training and best practices for end users. But humans are fallible, and asking consumers to defend themselves against well-resourced criminal gangs and nation-state actors is a doomed strategy. Instead, we must reduce the burden on end users by embedding security into technology and turning on security features by default. I'd also like to just acknowledge Ms. Atkins, who is representing Google. I have noticed in my own Gmail some of the recent upgrades that make it much harder for an outside actor to access Gmail, and I think all users are appreciative of that. This fundamental shift in how we think about security will not be easy, and it will take time, resources, and cooperation between government and the private sector. The efforts we have seen under the Biden administration have made significant progress, but we must continue this initiative in the coming years. Today's hearing is an opportunity to hear directly from private sector experts on the promise of secure by design, the challenges we will face in shifting to this new paradigm, and how the federal government can support and incentivize improved security. It's critical that terms like secure by design and secure by default are not just buzzwords and marketing schemes, but result in meaningful change. I hope our witnesses will help this subcommittee better understand how we can support private sector innovations in security and move toward a more secure digital ecosystem. Before I close, this is likely our last subcommittee hearing before a new administration takes place. CISA's Secure by Design initiative is just one example of the many vital projects that CISA carries out. Efforts in the next administration to weaken or abolish CISA could have devastating impacts on our national security, and I hope that we can continue to work, as we have this Congress under the chairman's leadership, in a bipartisan way to support this vital agency. And with that, I look forward to the witnesses and their testimony. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranking Member Swalwell. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record.
BRB.
I am pleased to have a distinguished panel of witnesses before us today on this very important topic. I ask that our witnesses please rise and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give before the Committee on Homeland Security of the United States House of Representatives will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and please be seated. I would like to now formally introduce our witnesses. Heather Hackins is a 22-year-old Google veteran and founding member of the Google security team. As VP of Security Engineering and head of Google's Office of Cybersecurity Resilience, she's built a global team responsible for maintaining the safety and security of Google's networks, systems, and applications. She is co-author of the Building Secure and Reliable Systems and has advised numerous organizations on how to adopt modern, defendable architectures. Shane Fry is the CTO at Run Safe Security, Inc. He has over a decade of experience in cybersecurity, both offensive and defensive. Shane began his career performing vulnerability assessments on a variety of software platforms.
Hello, SB.
His research has spanned all the layers of hardware and software stack, including physical circuit security, secure boot, software updates, memory corruption, and web application vulnerabilities. Shane has worked for the U.S. government, a large prime
This is
contractor,
the Homeland
and numerous
Security. Look at the bottom. Homeland Security Committee on
Jim
Cybersecurity.
Richburg is Fortinet's head of cyber policy and global fields CISO.
We're going to catch up.
This role enables him to leverage his nearly 40 years' experience driving innovation in cybersecurity and threat intelligence. Prior to joining Fortinet, Jim served as the U.S. National Intelligence Manager for Cyber, the senior federal executive focused on cyber intelligence within the U.S. intelligence community. He led the creation and implementation of cyber strategy for the 17 departments and agencies
Yes,
of
Max,
the IC.
I do remember that.
Set integrated priorities on cyber threat and served as the senior advisor to the Director of National Intelligence on cyber issues. Dr. Srimdas Mukamala, is that right? Wonderful. Serves as the Board of Regents for New York Mexico Tech, independent board member of El Paso Electric, State of New Mexico's Governor's Advisor on AI and Cybersecurity, Advisor Cowbell Cyber, and Advisor Security Scorecard, among many other advisory roles. How are you here today? That's a lot of work. He served as Chief Product Officer for Avanti, where he was responsible for product management and engineering. Dr. Mukamala founded RiskSense, recognized leader in risk-based vulnerability management. Avanti acquired RiskSense in 2021. I thank all the witnesses for being here today. I now recognize Ms. Atkins for 5 minutes to summarize her opening
How
statement.
is Zoom secure?
Thank you, Chairman Garbarino, Ranking Member Swalwell, and other members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm Heather Adkins, and I'm Vice President of Security Engineering at Google. Billions of people today rely on technology in their daily lives to run their businesses, further their education, for entertainment, shopping, and many other things. And in this interconnected world, it's critical that we ensure technology systems are resilient to keep people safe. As we know from the news, that is not always the case. Throughout my career in cybersecurity, I've had a good vantage point from which to study how security breaches occur and the succession of events that cause them.
That shit's cool.
And what I've learned is that whether or not a system is resilient is a question of whether it's designed properly. Cybersecurity is an inherent property of the system in the same way that safety is an inherent property of an automobile. And for this reason, for over 20 years, Google has pioneered a secure by design approach, long before we called it that, embedding security into every phase of the software development lifecycle, not just the beginning or the end. And this year, we published a detailed white paper on our approach titled An Overview of Google's Commitment to Secure by Design. My testimony today will share some insights from that paper. First, we know that many attacks start with social engineering, where an attacker tricks a user into taking harmful action. In 2023 alone, Americans lost $12.5 billion to phishing and scams. To combat these kinds of threats, Google has invested in bringing multi-factor authentication to all of our users. And this journey dates back to 2010, when we launched Google Authenticator and two-step verification for Google Workspace. And since then, we have expanded this to all of our services and worked with the FIDO Alliance, an industry coalition, to develop standardized hardware tokens to stop password phishing. And this coalition has also developed industry standards such as passkeys, a passwordless sign-in experience which has been used to authenticate users more than 1 billion times. The industry goal is to eliminate passwords altogether, a design flaw on the internet that has persisted for decades. Second, attackers exploit entire classes of vulnerabilities that stem from how software is written, and we've been working proactively to reduce the incidence of these as well. Our approach starts with safe coding frameworks and secure development environments, meaning we give our...
Sorry to interrupt, but what that also means to me is that Google then has access to your passwords or your access. Google holds your key to all the websites you use. Because think about how many websites you might use to use your Google sign-in. That's what I'm hearing. Sorry.
Our developers the tools to write safe code by default, rather than relying on them to understand everything about cybersecurity. By doing this, we've been able to prevent many of MITRE's 25 most dangerous software weaknesses from entering our code base, such as cross-site scripting, the #1 weakness, SQL injection, the #3, and others. And by reducing the number of vulnerabilities
stuff is going to drive him over the
development process, our users are safer by default. And we believe this is the most scalable approach to building resilient software.
Jane, isn't it the best?
We know that when a vulnerability does surface in our products,
I hate to be like
issue
doom and
fixes
gloom,
quickly and to be transparent. We believe that vendors should seek to reduce the burden on end users by making it as easy as possible to apply software updates. Google Chrome and Google Chrome OS, for example, automatically update on behalf of the user so they are protected as soon as possible. And we know the speed of deployment of patches is crucial to reducing the attacker's chances of their success. In the interest of transparency, we also issue CVEs and security bulletins for products that may require users to take action, including Android and Google Cloud. And this transparency also gives external parties insights into the type of vulnerabilities we observe and address. In addition to our internal proactive measures, we also collaborate with the industry and engage with the external research community. For example, via our vulnerability disclosure policy and our vulnerability rewards programs, we've connected with security researchers all over the world that have helped us secure the products. And since we launched these programs in 2010, we've distributed 18,000.
This is a good wake and bake to recommend to people because we've got some good stuff happening in this show.
Finally, when users and businesses use our products, it's important to notify them about possible intrusions into their accounts and the best practices to stay safe. We do this via warnings in their Google account, just like a car dashboard might alert a driver to an issue with the engine. And this allows users to check on the settings of their accounts using a checkup tool and also look at personalized recommendations. Enterprise users using Workspace and Cloud also have access to logging information to triage the impact on their business. And these dashboard alerts are available in our products by default for no additional cost. This is just a brief overview of what we've done over the last 20 years. The dedication we have to incorporating Secure by Design at Google, and we know our work is not done. Securing the digital ecosystem really is a continuous effort. It's a team sport. We need industry partners, policymakers, security experts at the table. So I thank you for holding this important hearing, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adkins. We've been joined by Congressman Menendez. Happy to see you here, my friend. I now recognize Mr. Richburg for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Thank you. Chairman Garbarino, Ranking Member Swalwell, and distinguished members of the subcommittee, I appreciate this opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Jim Richburg. I serve as Head of Cyber Policy, Global Field CISO at Fortinet. Prior to my time at Fortinet, I served in the federal government overseeing implementation of government-wide cybersecurity initiatives for Presidents Bush and Obama, and serving as the National Intelligence Manager for Cyber under 2 Directors of National Intelligence. Fortinet is a U.S. company that is one of the largest cybersecurity companies in the world. And while we manufacture over half of the firewalls sold worldwide, our portfolio actually extends across nearly 60 different integrated security and networking solutions. We also run an award-winning cybersecurity training institute with educational partners across the U.S., and we appreciate this subcommittee's focus on cyber workforce efforts, including the Pivot Act. We have a broad domestic footprint of over 4,000 employees in the U.S. and people or infrastructure in virtually every state. And we recently hosted committee staff for a workforce development discussion at our headquarters in Sunnyvale, California. And Ranking Member Swalwell, we appreciate you taking time to visit our facility in Union City. We have facilities across the country, including Florida, Texas, Georgia, and Illinois. Now, I represent Fortinet in the council that serves as the IT sector's voice and partner for collaboration with CISA. And the council asked me to help lead its collaboration with CISA on Secure by Design. Industry was already working on Secure by Design, but as a concept, it gained prominence as a part of the 2023 National Cybersecurity Strategy and in subsequent CISA-led white papers. These described the potential of Secure by Design, but did not constitute an actionable roadmap for IT manufacturers or their customers to follow. So CISA began to work with our IT council to craft this voluntary pledge that software producers could use as a starting point. The team that worked on the pledge focused on selecting items that would be achievable by small business, but also provide scope for improvement by larger and more capable companies. Our philosophy in crafting the pledge was to agree on what to accomplish and to leave it to pledge signatories to determine how to tackle each of these goals. We were also mindful that pledge goals should yield tangible improvements to user security and produce measures of progress that could be shared publicly. The pledge was released in May 2024 with 68 companies, including Fortinet, signing it initially. Currently, as the chairman has noted, over 250 companies ranging from small software developers to the largest IT firms in the world have signed it. Pledge signers agreed to work on 7 specified goals and to report their progress within 1 year. Fortinet has been making significant progress on each of the pledge goals. I'd be happy to go into specifics in response to your questions. I volunteered to lead industry's collaboration with CISA because of my personal belief in the value of this approach, and because Fortinet has an ongoing commitment to the core concepts of Secure by Design. Radical transparency is one of those concepts. It's the idea that IT companies should disclose their product vulnerabilities, whether these are found internally or externally, and Fortinet proudly adheres to that tenet. And for too long, companies have cited each other's vulnerabilities in misleading marketing rather than acknowledging that everyone should find and mitigate vulnerabilities. We hope this pledge helps mature the sector's approach to this important issue, which is one that affects both cyber resilience and economic competitiveness. While Secure by Design has been shown by Fortinet and other early adopters to be achievable, this approach will only succeed if it is valued by the marketplace. And unfortunately, this is not like the movie Field of Dreams, where if you build it, the customers, will automatically come. The crucial step will be in creating
That's not true. If you made tools available, we would come.
In my work with executives at major companies, I've found that few of them have heard of Secure by Design, but that virtually all of them are interested in considering it as at least a possible factor in procurement. And at this point, customers can likely find a supplier in most major software categories who has signed the pledge. In my experience, letting market forces drive change is a powerful and practical approach to improving security and resilience. While Secure by Design is not a panacea, it can be a powerful lever for a private sector-led progress in cybersecurity. This concept is a work in progress, and like the process of creating the current pledge, its success will require continued public-private partnership. I thank you for the opportunity to be part of this important hearing. And look
as
forward
long
to
as they're
today's
lean.
discussion and your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Richburg. I now recognize Mr. Fry for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Green, Subcommittee Chairman Garbarino, Ranking Member Swalwell, and esteemed members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today on CISA's Secure by Design initiative. My name is Shane Fry, and I'm the Chief Technology Officer of RunSafe Security, having joined the company in 2018 after spending time in the U.S. government and then commercial organizations performing advanced cyber research. I spent the majority of my career focused on devices commonly found in critical infrastructure. Implementing the practices of Secure by Design has helped RunSafe Security improve the security and reliability of our software, and thus the security and reliability of our customer systems, which include critical infrastructure and military weapons systems. It took us approximately 6 months to write our relatively small code base into Rust, including time to verify completeness and perform extensive testing. Since signing the Secure by Design pledge, we've integrated SBOM generation into our builds and plan to host these SBOMs publicly alongside each of our releases.
That's probably bad, right?
We strongly believe that companies pledging to do Secure by Design should do so as publicly and transparently as possible, and our pledge has accelerated our plans to be more public about the security posture of our software.
Jane, I
Secure by
love that
Design is
idea.
a robust program that stands to shape development practices for decades to come. It has helped reinforce important cybersecurity concepts like software supply chain security and memory safety. It serves its role well as a North Star for software and device developers, and its importance can be seen by the large number of companies that have signed the Secure by Design pledge. The mechanics for organizations to achieve true, complete Secure by Design, however, can take years or even decades for existing software and systems, risking the program's relevance if bridges to Secure by Design aren't encouraged. As it pertains to critical infrastructure protection, the vision of Secure by Design meets the reality of legacy hardware, trillions of lines of code, and complex vendor supply chains. Unfortunately, our adversaries won't stop their campaigns of weaponizing our critical infrastructure to achieve their geopolitical objectives while we get our cyber house in order. In a hearing before the Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party in January, witnesses laid out with stark clarity that China is pre-placing cyber weapons inside our critical infrastructure in order to disrupt basic citizen services such as water, transportation, communication, and energy. FBI Director Wray also indicated that if every cyber asset at the FBI was directed to counter China, ignoring all other threats, China's hacking forces would still outnumber the FBI assets 50-1. Companies we're working with have told us it will take 8 years or more to fully implement aspects of Secure by Design. So with 50 times our assets and 8+ years to continue placing cyber weapons, our critical infrastructure might not be ours by the time we're Secure by Design. One of the key but otherwise esoteric issues covered by Secure by Design is memory safety. In recent years, NSA, ONCD, Congress, and CISA have all increased visibility on the risk caused by memory safety issues. Memory safety attacks take legitimate software and stitch pieces of them together in unauthorized ways to hijack the system. Memory safety vulnerabilities account for about 70% of vulnerabilities in critical infrastructure and often have the highest severity rating. Secure by Design guides device manufacturers to rewrite all their software into a memory-safe language like Rust. According to former Gartner analyst, the cost of rewriting that software can be approximated, though, between $40 and $70 trillion. For many reasons, that transition to Rust is mechanically impossible within the next 5 years, leaving our infrastructure exposed to attack. Studies undertaken by firms at the leading edge of automating code rewrites
What
to
have we
Rust
been
indicate
doing all
that
this
tools are
time?
only able to safely handle about 5% of the effort. DARPA's tractor effort will hopefully improve that, but we're a few years out from real results there. Finally, there are extensive challenges utilizing memory-safe languages in
There's
industries
so
with
much
safety
venture
certification
capital in these
requirements.
buttheads.
Despite the challenges we've discussed, the committee has many compelling paths forward, and CISA's investment in Secure by Design will be essential at every turn.
Like a fucking
So please allow me to present some
circle
suggestions
jerk.
on how industry and government can work together to meaningfully improve the security of critical infrastructure.
Well, you should have been.
First, CISA should revise Secure by Design to encourage device manufacturers to immediately implement
Where's the
existing
CISA
commercial
person?
solutions
Why aren't
that
they
prevent
here?
exploitation of memory safety vulnerabilities. Second, the U.S. government should lead by example. All government-developed or required software should require compliance with Secure by Design. Third, Congress should find ways to encourage critical infrastructure asset owners to update software in a timely manner so that Secure by Design updates are actually deployed to fielded devices. Fourth, CISA should include critical infrastructure manufacturers in its Secure by Design pledge program. CISA's pledge explicitly excludes physical products, which ends up excluding most industrial control systems products. And the results are clear. None of the major industrial control systems device manufacturers have signed the pledge. Finally, Congress should incentivize development of safety-certified tooling for memory-safe languages. In closing, Secure by Design has had a tremendous impact on industry, but it has a long way to go before we can collectively declare victory. Thank you for the opportunity to testify to this esteemed subcommittee today. I look forward to answering your questions, and I appreciate your focus on this very important program.
Memory-safe languages. That really...
Thank you, Mr. Fry, and I recognize Dr. Mukamala for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Governor, for having me here, Member Swalwell, and rest of the committee members. So my name is Srinivas Mukamala.
Pull the mic,
So I have
doctor.
a very unique
Please.
representation. Being
Oh,
a board of
please,
regents of
somebody.
Mexico Tech, which was just featured. Thank you. This was just featured in the RAND report last week on kinetic warfare and how the United States will be up for a rude shock. And that work is actually being done south in the southern border of the United States called PLIAS, where we look at every single communication system and look at if there is vulnerable software, how can they take down our men and women in the front lines? This was just published last week. I also represent a utility, one of the largest utilities in the country, which also owns the largest nuclear power plant and a border, supports 3 bases, and I'm on an independent
Could
board
he
member
start
there.
over?
I also represent Cowbell Cyber, which is in Congressman's district, which ensures small and medium businesses in an event, if there is an unfortunate thing, how do you really defend yourself? So a very interesting perspective from 3 different walks of life, training the future cyber citizens, really looking at how do you power AI, generating power, the livelihood. And the third one is, if you're at an incident, how do you recover from that? So I was a fortunate recipient of the congressional support for getting my degree in AI in cybersecurity in 2000. A lot of people talk about cybersecurity today. Very few of us actually were trained in cyber, in AI 25 years ago. We didn't learn on the job. We didn't learn it by choice. We actually went to school for that. That gives us a very good understanding about the fundamentals of what's working and what's not. So what I want to focus is a class in 2001, which was paramount, software integrity class. It was taught in major universities. Zero defect software was the theme and written by Alan Stabley from New Mexico Tech. We cannot have software with errors. I'm talking 25 years ago. And the case study which we all studied was the Thorac 25. It's a race condition that killed people with dosages. Today, 25 years later, we're talking memory safe, we're talking race conditions. And it's one of the examples CISA talks about you can't have in your code. 25 years later. In 2005, a program called Built-in Security by DHS with Carnegie Mellon was introduced. Again, a voluntary program. Every vendor said, we will follow this. We will have built-in security. 20 years later, we're still talking secured by design. I think we have a fundamental challenge. And we are up for a root shock. The 2 alarming scenarios I want to bring to the committee's attention. The first one is a multi-trillion-dollar tech debt program. It's a real problem. We talk about financial debt. We talk about printing money.
I
We have
can't
a
find
real
his website
tech debt
risk
problem.
sense.
The second one is we have $1.4 trillion worth of software
It leads me to
installed on
Ivanti.
systems running critical infrastructure around the world. This is what's giving the adversaries an asymmetric advantage. It is not their sophistication. Yes, they're sophisticated, but it's really the software errors that's giving them the advantage, and not us being resilient and not being able to respond on time is allowing the so-called Chinese actors, North Korean actors, you name the actor, to own our systems and cause havoc. And one of the questions we should ask for ourselves, when we have system of truths like National Software Reference Library, we have the National Vulnerability Software Library, NVD. Why don't we have a national legacy software library? Because that brings real transparency. As a consumer, I know I'm using a legacy software. Why are we not developing that nationally and educating the consumers? That will force the vendors to get away from legacy software. We expect the consumer to know what they're buying, but unfortunately, we might not. The three things I want to bring to the committee's attention. We need to have transparency, and lack of accountability is not helping. That needs to be enforced, and that needs to be really brought to the forefront. The second one is we need to define classes of vulnerabilities. We keep talking about different rankings, top 25 most dangerous common weaknesses. That ranking changes every other year. There is a legacy ranking, there's a current ranking, and when you start looking at the future rankings for AI, which we all are talking about, it's a very different ranking. So what am I going to hold you accountable for? What is your guidance? What do you really want us to do? And the third one I want to really talk about is software safety is not a choice. It is not a design thing. I mean, design is important, but you cannot. I mean, you won't even buy a stroller without a safety symbol on it. Why am I using software without safety symbol on that? And letting critical infrastructure run. We regulate medical devices. We regulate utilities. We regulate every single thing around us. Why not software? I think it's paramount. It's about time to make sure there is assurance on the software that's being put on consumers that runs national security systems and critical infrastructure, so we all can be assured and be confident that we are actually running a reliable software and we are not at danger. With that, thank you for this opportunity. I'm happy to any questions.
I bet. Oh, what
Thank
a
you, Dr.
sport you
Mukamala.
are. Oh,
Members will be
I
recognized
hope you're able to
in order of
rest.
seniority for their 5 minutes of questioning. An additional round of questioning may be called after all members have been recognized. I now recognize Mr. Zell from Mississippi for his 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Everybody's been impacted in one way or another by these cyber attacks.
I know, but still.
CrowdStrike,
It's always like a little bit of stress associated for me
so I'm pleased that
with
we're
medical
continuing to have
visits. Maybe that's
discussion,
what I'm speaking
on
through.
this very important matter.
I'm glad you're in
Secure
good,
by
good
Design
form.
pledge is a good step towards
And I'm sorry you have to
incentivizing
come back and
businesses
listen to this
to create more
dumb
secure
shit.
products. I want to be clear that while I support efforts such as these, I'm always concerned by efforts to codify
big
or
government.
mandate these requirements for businesses. Mandates are often duplicative, costly, and burdensome in time and resources. We have seen over 250 companies, including our industry representative witnesses here today, already sign this pledge
Oh, girl,
to
and I'm going to
improve
be
and
here for a
strengthen
while. We got
their
another thing coming up
cybersecurity.
at 11.
And I want to just kind of go down the line with all of you today. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for your commitment, for being here today. I'm sure you could be plenty of other places, so thank you very much. And I'd like to discuss
Look away, look away, look away.
Which of the 7 pillars has been the hardest to adopt and why. And I'll start with you, Ms. Atkinson, and just kind of go
Not
down
a terrible
the line.
question.
I would say there's complexity in all 7, but I would probably rank classes of vulnerabilities
She's
as
wearing
one of
a
the most
dragon
difficult.
pin.
And the reason being is that to really fix this problem in its kind of purest form, you have to change the way developers work. And in the workforce, at a company, you have some control over that. But we rely on third-party software, we rely on open source software, where we don't have any control over how that software is developed as well. So the kind of full list of materials that go into the software is hard. So we've had to spend a lot of time really innovating in that space to make sure that the way we write code is safe. And now with generative AI, we've got this great new tool actually that we think, after 3 to 5 years of research, we're going to have an even better tool. Yeah.
Would anybody else like to comment about that?
So I would indisputably say number 3 on tackling entire classes of vulnerabilities, but I bring guilty knowledge as someone who literally helped craft the things. Some of them are very, very binary, one and done. Do you have a policy on vulnerability disclosure that lets people test you? You write it, you don't. This one was intended as the stretch goal for companies like Fortinet and Google, where tackling, by the things we've talked about, memory-safe programming languages, addressing SQL injection, that one was intended as something where there are a large number of classes of vulnerability. You can succeed in tackling them serially, but even for big companies, it's going to take us a long time to knock off all of those.
Thank you. Anybody else? Go ahead.
So I would agree. I think tackling all classes of memory vulnerabilities is probably the hardest. The number of developers out there that can write code in those memory-safe languages is very limited. They are the most expensive engineers you can pay today, and that's really challenging. Now, there are some classes that are easier to solve than others, and there's definitely great frameworks for that. The other thing that I see in talking to a lot of industrial control systems manufacturers is not the generation of software bill of materials, but the willingness to share them. So they treat them almost more than the intellectual property of their source code. And that, I think, is a huge challenge for some of these companies to overcome, is accepting that part. But they're going to be way behind on the memory safety conversion as well and getting that whole class of vulnerabilities covered.
Thank you. Doctor?
So I would like to add an important aspect. I agree with Ms. Atkins on that is the hardest problem for 3 reasons. There's a human involved. And most of our developers today are not trained in software security. That is a real problem. They lack training. And the other thing that's also causing a real issue is majority of the software is actually built offshore. I can give an example for India. Indian universities do not train their students, not have a curriculum on software security. I was trained in India, still today. I was looking at a curriculum from the top Indian Institute of Technology, IITs, which majority of the CEOs in this country are from those schools. They're undergraduate, they're not trained in software security. You have a critical gap. That's number 1. Number 2, we have legacy software. We might not even have the source code for us to go back and look at what are the weaknesses and what are the vulnerabilities. You're looking at compiled code. You have limited visibility into that. Even if you find a vulnerability, people are very concerned because it's not well documented. You're going to break something. So you'd rather leave it the way it is. And the third most important thing, which we are not talking about, Ms. Atkins talked about, AI will really help us going forward. At the same time, you'll also have a lot of machine-generated libraries, machine-generated code. What we haven't seen is it good, is it bad, or will it create a new class of weaknesses and vulnerabilities that we all have to learn from and live with? So those are my 3 key points.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez, for 5 minutes of questions.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member, thank you for convening today's hearing. Cybersecurity is no longer just a technical issue. It's a matter of public safety and trust. Across New Jersey, institutions have suffered devastating ransomware attacks that threaten essential services and public confidence. Just last week in my district, Hoboken City Hall suffered a significant ransomware attack, paralyzing vital municipal services and underscoring how vulnerable public infrastructure can be. This incident also echoes previous attacks on educational institutions, such as Stevens Institute of Technology in 2019, and more recently, New Jersey City University, highlighting a worrying trend. Ransomware operators are increasingly focused on exploiting the limited cybersecurity resources of local governments and schools. Ransomware operators are increasingly focused on exploiting These incidents serve as more than just isolated disruptions. They represent a growing threat to public safety and economic stability. This reality demands a proactive, coordinated response from industry and government alike, rooted in principles like those found in CISA's Secure by Design initiative, which aims to shift cybersecurity responsibility from consumers to technology producers.
It's really luscious.
Today, I look forward to our focus being on understanding how we can move beyond reactive security measures, instead more towards a proactive framework that builds
And with the
resilience
dark
into our
navy,
systems
it's
from the
just,
ground
it's
up.
killing me.
Mr. Mukamala, you and I agree that vulnerabilities in software can have far-reaching consequences, especially when it comes to critical infrastructure. In your testimony, you discussed the importance of making secure by design a fundamental part of software development to prevent critical vulnerabilities. If the next administration fails to build upon this initiative, what are the immediate and long-term consequences we could face, particularly regarding cyber attacks on critical infrastructure?
Oh, like a warm Merlot.
So, Member Carter, the most important thing for the next administration is to really hold software vendors accountable. Right now, we're expecting the consumer to be resilient. And majority of the consumers, you touched on educational institutions, K-20, they don't have the resources. You're talking about utilities. We're talking about digital transformation, automation. There is no security guy sitting in a utility. At the best, you get 2 or 3 people. But you're talking about livelihoods of hundreds and thousands of people. You've seen American Water just got impacted by ransomware. And when you start looking at how many security folks do I have that are trained in cybersecurity who understand software, not systems, software.
And I love the satin blouse behind him. That's a gorgeous color and cut of blouse.
That's why it's very important for the new administration.
Everybody's killing it today.
Vulnerable software in the federal government. It starts there. The second is also hold software vendors accountable. If there is an error, there should be some sort of a liability because of your errors.
Okay, I appreciate that. And recent cyber incidences like the ransomware attack on Hoboken City Hall that I mentioned earlier underscore the vulnerabilities municipalities face. This attack, which occurred last week, forced City Hall to close and suspend online services. IT teams isolated the infected computer to prevent further damage, and essential services like the municipal court had to be relocated temporarily.
This guy's tied,
Investigations
Neil.
are still underway to determine the extent
Mr.
of the cyber
Menendez
attack.
from New Jersey.
My question to you is, how
that
do
one,
you
the
see
other
the
one.
principles of secure by design reducing the burden on under-resourced entities like local governments?
So first, there's already software running. It's vulnerable. I don't think we will fix an attack right away. That's a very important thing. For the future part, we need to make sure the software that's being delivered is secure while we look back and look at what systems are vulnerable so we can avoid these attacks. And from the grant we have today for the state, local, and educational, there's actually a grant from CISA to support these local communities.
No, it's hot, though.
The future administration should continue to support that.
Neil.
We cannot take away funding from the little money they have to secure the under-resourced organizations. We can continue to support that. At the same time, we need to do continuous diagnostics. I know CDM is not a famous thing in the federal government, but
no, it isn't. It's
if
like
you
Maroon.
don't diagnose, if you don't detect faster, you can't remediate. The most important thing is we need to continue to detect, continue to prioritize, and continue to remediate. And that's what we should be focusing on to avoid future
You can watch at Radicalized Pod,
Appreciate
Val.
that. I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now
The
recognize
latest
myself for
Rad
5 minutes of questions. Ms. Adkins,
Or you can
mentioned in your,
rewind
answering a question
later.
of Mr. Zell that one of the things we have to do is change the way the developers work. You know, when you're deputy chair of the Cyber Safety Review Board, so you have a unique understanding of the importance of public and private partnerships and working with the private sector. And you briefly touched on it again in your answer with Mr. Zell about the 7 pillars.
It'd be
And
nice
there's
to give
issues, you think, with
Rad
all
Pod the
of them,
view.
or there could be issues with all
I
of them.
don't
Can you
really
go into
need
more
the extra
detail?
viewing, so I'd give
I
it
would
to
say,
Rad Pod.
I wouldn't
Build 'em
characterize
up.
them as issues. I'd characterize them as complexities. So, for example, when we went to implement multi-factor authentication for our infrastructure and our users, many of the usable solutions didn't exist. And actually, users reject unusable solutions. And so you have to go back to the drawing board and
I can drop the
reinvent,
Rad Pod.
the way things work. That's a complexity for multi-factor authentication. When we're looking at some of the others that are in there, I think about If you, for example, want to start a vulnerability disclosure program, but you haven't improved your software quality, what you're going to immediately get is thousands and thousands of reports that you already knew. And it's actually not that valuable to you. So there's a journey on each one of these steps that everyone has to walk through.
Okay, so, and you brought up multi-factor authentication, and we know it's not all created equal, and there's threat actors have actually been able to find a way around some of the multi-factor authentications. What can be either Ms. Adkins or Mr. Richburg? What could be done with the 7 pillars, or what could be done with that when we're talking about secure by design?
So we set the 7 pillars, the 7 portions up to be a floor and not a ceiling. And multi-factor authentication was one of those. To your point, we recognized, and there was discussion, should we specify phishing-resistant multi-factor authentication, something like your phone that's cryptographically bound to you, not a text or an email that can be intercepted. But we said, recognize we're doing this not only for the big companies, but for the small startups. That's a high bar for them to clear. Anything is better than a user ID or password. So let's let them start with something. Let's also recognize this pledge is likely to be serial. We'll learn from this, and then we might have, because this is a voluntary pledge, a 2.0. We certainly talked about there's nuance in multi-factor authentication.
But if we're going to have a floor, when we're talking about secure by design, shouldn't the floor be secure? I mean, and if it's not, I mean, how do we? And I get the complexities with the startups and how to, but we still want them selling. We still want them selling a secure product if they're working on this. Correct?
But for the things that the pledge is measuring, yes, we agreed these would all represent progress. Any form of multi-factor authentication is better than single-factor authentication.
I agree.
Now, there can be more nuanced ones, and we recognize because those are commercially available, most companies would jump to that. But we didn't want to produce a pledge that prospective signatories would look at it and say, some of these are too hard, because this pledge was envisioned as all or nothing. It's not mandatory that you make progress on them, but we in CISA didn't want companies to cherry pick, I'm going to sign the pledge because one of these things I can do.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in here too. The FIDO Alliance, which is the industry coalition looking at FIDO protocols, so things like security keys, passkeys, understand this is a transition timeline, but we are now at a place where passkeys are actually the most usable solution, and they are far more secure than things like SMS-based MFA. It's time to push everyone there, deprecate SMS. At least here in the United States.
That was my next follow-up. I was going to ask you about passkeys, and you jumped to it before I even could. Mr. Fryer,
when everyone knows
is there anything you want to add to this discussion? I don't want to.
Well, if you know my free people sign in, I guess
so
that's
I'm not sure if there's something you wanted to add.
Hope you buy me something nice off my wish list.
You good? Okay. And okay, so now I wanted to, Mr. Richburg, CISA released the Secure by Design guidance for the IT community, and your expertise is in OT. Does the IT guidance work for OT? And if it doesn't, what's
OT?
Why, and what might be some foundational elements of OT guidance that should be completed?
The short answer, because I know I'm short on time, is it doesn't.
No, you can keep going. I'm the chair.
It doesn't work for OT. They share some complexities.
What's OT?
In terms of the way you think about security, but it is a much different timeline. It's a different crowd. They tried grafting the pledge to the OT environment. It doesn't work. You've got the companies, the handful of companies that make the core chips for ICS and SCADA. You've got the larger number of companies that actually make the operational technology for specific industries. What you use for making cars is different than power plants. And then you've got the companies that buy it and customize it. They don't run it off the shelf. It's a different ecosystem. We turn over IT in 3- and 4-year cycles. OT lasts for 30 years. So how do we implement Secure by Design in something they may not want to buy for 15 years? It's a different ecosystem. The first version of the pledge looked like lift and shift, did not work. It's back to the drawing board. Full disclosure, we had to do that 5 or 6 times on the IT pledge with CISA.
Sounds like OT you can't even do secure by design on some of these because of it. You know what, let's go to Mr. Swalwell first, and then we're going to do a second round of questions. I yield back, and I now recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you. This is a distinct informed panel that we have. And I'd like to start by just asking for your take and wisdom on the most recent FBI warning regarding the use of Android or iPhone.
We fucking just
and
read about
essentially
that.
recommending that Americans in their text messaging move to more encrypted applications.
This is
And
one of the best wake and
just
bakes
start with
ever.
you, Ms. Atkins. I mean, it's
Use
quite
this as the one to
alarming,
share with your friends and
from a
family.
just data, privacy, potential critical infrastructure for those who work in that space who use Apple or Android. What can you say to that warning, and what should Americans know?
Hell yeah,
That warning
Carla, I'm
doesn't
in.
surprise
And
me at
welcome
all.
back.
It echoes advice that the security industry has been giving for a very long time. We understand that strong encryption is absolutely necessary for protecting information, whether it's in enterprise systems flowing over the internet, cell networks, et cetera. What we did in Android, I can't speak to Apple's ecosystem, but what we did in Android a little while back is to start to move away from SMS for texting into the RCS protocol. This works a little bit higher up the stack.
Okay, Android friends, you're shut off.
Encryption that would protect you from the particular threat you're referencing.
Now, is it correct, though, that I believe
Although
this
the
is
Pixel's
so
a
with
great
iPhone,
phone, I'm not
where
gonna lie.
if you do not back your iMessages up on the cloud, that it's more protected than if you do, because if your Apple ID is hacked, then you can go directly into the messages, whereas you would only need that, you would have to actually get the device to get the
So
content.
what you're talking about is one layer up in the protocol sandwich. But RCS is a replacement essentially for SMS. And then on top of that, in Android, we provide a comparable feature in messages. So if you're on an Android phone and you're messaging someone on an Android phone, at the most top layer, that is encrypted end to end.
So how about an iPhone to an Android phone?
So the interoperability at that layer is something that we would really like the industry to do. It doesn't exist
Did
today.
you get an inhaler or prednisone?
But the industry group
Or do
that
I
works
have
on
to order the
RCS, this is the
ivermectin?
GSMA
I'm totally
group,
kidding.
took up in September that they're going to look at end-to-end encryption, which would be interoperable between all the systems. But we're huge advocates of strong encryption to protect Americans in this situation.
This isn't a HIPAA
Would anyone else
violation.
like to
This is
speak to
just
this
us.
most recent warning?
New boot
I think
goofing.
I would talk about it in a little more abstract fashion, in the sense that I agree with what Ms. Adkins is saying. Industry groups, industry interoperability will solve it. Asking individual users to download a third-party app
Dom,
to secure
I know.
themselves continues to perpetuate this idea that you are, yes, you are responsible for your own security, but you shouldn't have to be the executor of it. That's what that's the crux of Secure by Design. We should do that, we in industry.
Thank you. Mr. Fry.
Yeah, I think it's a great discussion point. And one of the things, taking it maybe a step further, is not just end users, but as you talk about people that are deploying software and systems that maybe aren't you and I, but IT, ISPs, and telco providers, they need that Secure by Design as well. They're not going to be experts.
Sir, have you
in
seen
a
what they
Fortinet
share on
switch or an
YouTube
Android device. They're an expert
recently?
in sending phone messages and calls across the country. So, Secure by Design really has a great opportunity to impact that, and by extension,
They don't give a
you
shit.
and I are protected from that as well. But we've got to really look at what's out there today, as well as what we're going to put out 5 years from now, and make sure that we're not just looking at the future, but what can we do for devices that are in data centers
Carla,
and,
man, fuck that
server rooms
shit.
across the country today.
And if, say, a Chinese government actor or a criminal gang actor was able to access, millions of Americans' content using AI, you could piece together information about that individual to access, many of, their most secure and protected possessions.
I don't know.
Bank records.
I don't
health
have a
records,
VPN. I'm
et
so
cetera. Is
sorry. I
that
didn't
right?
mean to cough in the
Absolutely.
microphone.
Dr. Mukamala.
The warning is a
Stupid
little
weed.
too late. I'll cite a simple example. Folks in the intelligence community have been
Stupid
using
lungs.
Signal for a long time. There's a reason for
Yeah, I
that.
don't know, because I need a VPN.
This warning should have
I was
come
just reading
almost
about
5-10 years.
I'm going to shut up. This is good stuff.
And we have known for a long time telecom infrastructure was susceptible to attacks. We have known this right after 9/11. When we said, let's go get every communication, put a tap on so we can see communications back and forth, what does it really mean? You can go look at communications. We have known this for 21 years. And we should have paid attention to that. And we should have created secure protocols from a communication standpoint. What I'm afraid is when you start looking at sensitive devices communicating with each other, we still don't have that. We're focused on consumer grade. At the same time, there's so much back-end processing that goes on in critical infrastructure, all on clear text. Right. I think that's the next real ticking time bomb for an adversary to intercept operational communications that will take down a power plant, that will take down a water facility, that will take down automobiles, which are running autonomous today. I think that's where we need to be really paying attention to on securing communication channels.
Thank you. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Well,
We'll now start
okay.
our
Happy
second round of
Thanksgiving,
questions, guys.
everybody.
I know there's Ms. Lee is on her way. Mr. Menendez, do you have no? Okay. Let's go back to recognize myself for my second round of questions. Let's go back to the OT conversation we were having. Mr. Richburg, you were about to say something. I know Mr. Fry wanted to jump in, so let's get back at it.
So I think it is going to be a soluble problem for OT, but I think, frankly, they rushed it. They knew they needed to try to get something done, and they thought they could port it. And the initial version is, frankly, I don't think going to be viable, and it'll be back to the drawing board. And it's very much, we're at the point, I think, of whiteboarding. What exactly is it going to look like? Because you have different players in the ecosystem, you have different priorities. For IT, quite often you can say security can be as important as anything else. We know for OT, it's going to be safety, reliability, then maybe efficiency or performance, and then security is going to be number 4. So it is going to be something where the concept applies, but I think because the values, the players, and the timelines, and frankly, constraints are different, we're going to have to come at it differently. But it's going to be critically important because I know this subcommittee's jurisdiction includes critical infrastructure. You've got these small players in the infrastructure, rural electric co-ops, small water utilities, who the same guy who cuts the grass and paints the building keeps the IT dusted, and if it doesn't do its own security, there is no security. That's the reality where any level of secure by design for OT will be meaningful.
Mr. Fry?
Yeah, so the additional clarification that I would bring is that the companies that we talk to in industrial control systems, some of the top manufacturers, they're actively trying to figure out how they can be secure by design. So while it may not have been originally designed for OT networks and OT systems and devices, there's a lot of communication happening in those companies to figure out how can we achieve this. Now, interestingly, a lot of that was just discussion. How can we put an industry panel together? How can we comply? Since the EU's Cyber Resiliency Act has come into effect, there's been actual motion of assigning engineers to doing work to become compliant with the Cyber Resiliency Act.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
And so that gives me a lot of promise that the U.S. will benefit from that, and where I think device manufacturers for OT systems
look on it as
will
maybe
actually
an opportunity.
strive to become secure by design because there's so much overlap.
It's hard to paint anything.
The Cyber Resiliency Act and
hang
secure
in
by
there.
design.
You got it. Follow your gut. Take care of you.
An example, does a radiologist work for a general physician?
But take care of you.
One is vertical focused, the other one is horizontal focused. IT is very horizontal. You go maintain your systems. When it comes to OT, we club it as one thing. It's a very vertical focused, and it's a black box. It's very domain specific. And the digital transformation is bringing IT and OT together, and you really see loggerheads. One is go patch your system, the other is with what? I don't have a firmware patching. I don't have a patching vendor that has patched my firmware. I don't even know what the underlying system is because I just took a fork from a Linux, stripped it down, and that's my OS today.
Therapy is good.
I don't know what libraries are in there because that's not documented. There's a lot of unknowns when it comes to vertical focused OT. Again, comes back to the workforce. Are we training
prednisone is nothing to play with.
Folks,
it's a steroid,
in
right?
Water systems. You're learning on the job. You didn't go through a formal education. Would you ever let a radiology technician come look at a patient without going through a formal certification? So we have a fundamental gap on how we look at the
Gosh, this is
convergence and
terrible
what's going on
what
today.
medicine does not do
Unfortunately,
for
the
us.
industry is moving so fast, and we will have no choice but IT and OT to work together, and that will also get converged on more generalized. And as vendors learn what it is, you'll actually
give you
see
what's
some
on my
vertical
plate, by the
training
way.
and vertical focus as well.
Thank you. Ms. Atkins, was there anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, I think the one thing we haven't talked about here that really strikes me about OT is we haven't talked about the recoverability story. And the war in Ukraine is an incredible case study for us as an industry to see how cyber attacks against their infrastructure are being recovered from, and actually how you can negate the effect of a cyber attack.
Okay,
if
can
you
we not talk
recover
about
within
like, you know,
minutes
meth
or
and
hours.
prednisone and teeth and
so
what's better
while
or worse,
we think about
please?
the
Thank you
journey
so much.
on Secure by Design for OT, we also need to think about the bridge. What are we going to do in the meantime? If that's a 5 to 10 year journey, what's the story for the electric company, the water, and whatnot? And I think it has to be some kind of very tough conversation of here's your performance indicator. Make sure you can recover the system within X period of time.
Mr. Richburg?
And then I think, because I work a lot with these utilities, the challenge is they're regulated utilities. They can identify a need, but they then have to go to a state utilities commission to get the approval to raise the rates in the future to pay for it. So they're always lagging with resources what they need to fix.
And I feel like the utility commissions don't always understand what necessities are. I have out of my second round of questions. Just wait for the ranking member, see if he wants to go again.
Anybody?
Yeah.
Use one of those when your packs.
We'll go to Laurel first then.
When your joints lock up. Oh, interesting.
I recognize the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Lee, for 5 minutes questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman,
Oh, I
and
hate
welcome.
this
Thank
woman.
you all for being here. Dr. Mukamala, I'd
She's
like
so
to start with a
dramatic.
question for you. In your written testimony,
You
you
said
mentioned
Democrats are
the
actual
Forbes
demons.
article, A $1 Trillion Global Tech Problem, which talks about the benefits of using automation and streamlining operations, but emphasizes the importance of starting with a thorough audit of existing tools and systems. Would you tell us a little bit more about why that is the important starting place and how we might use artificial intelligence or other tools to assist us in
Under a
performing
doctor's care,
that
please.
kind
Thank
of
you.
audit?
So Chairman Lee, it's a great question. First, the hypothesis is you need to know what you have. And that's what is missing. In 2019, audit from the federal systems clearly identified multiple systems running legacy software with critical vulnerabilities, exposing our country to foreign actors. That is, United States government does routine audits. That's how they identified that. When you start looking at small businesses, state governments, local governments, higher education, they don't have the
Thanks.
resources.
Just making sure
They don't
use the
even do regular
disclosure,
audits unless required by compliance.
Being responsible.
And if you don't know what you
hostess.
have,
Yes, indeed.
you don't know how you can secure that. And if I can't secure it, I'm running a vulnerable machine. It's my simple analogy is we go do regular checkups at 40. We start when you're born, we stop at 16, we don't go back to a pediatrician, we come back again, start at 40. 16 years to 40 years, you're a walking time bomb, right? You're hoping you're healthy, you're a superhuman, and nothing is going to happen. But 40, suddenly the clock starts, we need to go get our annual done. For systems, unfortunately, we don't have that. We have to do a continuous thing, not even a periodic.
Please,
so that's why it's
just
important
stick
to go
to
back and
tech,
take a look
okay?
at
Come
what
on
do I
now.
have today, in what mission am I on,
It's bad enough
what
I
am I
want to throw
running
my
on these
phone against the
systems,
wall.
and then assess how vulnerable you are. You can't fix everything. Then you have to prioritize what am I going to fix, and then really start building towards what we consider resilience. In an absence of resilience, you have to build mechanisms so you can recover if there is an incident on your organization.
Let me interject there because I think you're touching on something that is very important. So prior to coming to Congress, I was responsible for running a state agency. And one of the greatest challenges that we had was doing exactly what you described. Identify what are the things that we have, what exists, Then how do we deal with all of these legacy systems and their vulnerabilities, and do that in the construct of procurements and the appropriation process? Government in particular is so poorly suited to be nimble and be efficient and forward thinking when it comes to integrating new technology and identifying and guarding against those vulnerabilities. But one of the things that you just mentioned was also recovery. If and when there is an incident, how are we going to get back up to operating? So I'd love for you to talk about those two things in a little more detail. One is how we should think about navigating away from these legacy systems. Are there good approaches or best practices to trying to identify and then leave them? And then second, best practices on having that redundancy so that when there's an incident, we can continue to operate.
Oh, is it
It's a
just
great question. I mean, fortunate enough to have a lot of experience working with multiple states and also advising about 6 governors today on the exact topic. I'll go back to 2008, state of New Mexico, went through barrage of incidents.
Why not every
Governor Richardson
state?
was at the helm of the state. Deloitte was the vendor that was doing annual assessments, charging arm and length to tell them what they should do and giving PDF reports that nobody would even touch. This is 2008. Fast forward 2015, now we have multiple regulations that states have to comply. Actually, more regulations than what the feds say.
I worked with Deloitte like 2 or 3 times in my career.
Marzi,
Oh.
you name it, FERPA, multiple regulations. So they're forced to go do their audits with very limited resources. The reason they even scan their systems today is because there is an impending federal audit, and I'm going to scan the system. And that's not enough. Today, when you start looking at where the vulnerabilities are, we're still talking vulnerabilities. Unfortunately, vulnerability is too late. We need to be talking about, do we have coding errors in the software we are developing, co-developing, and using? That's a weakness. We need to know what weaknesses are that would lead into vulnerabilities. Then we have to look at what are the ones attackers took time to actually develop and exploit. That's weaponization. Then you have to look at and say, which are the ones that are already weaponized they're using? So it's really a life cycle in itself. And most states,
up to the
most corporations
agency to
are not
utilize
even
the
equipped. So that's the space called
There's just
risk-based
something about
vulnerability
Deloitte.
management,
I'm sorry.
which coined in cyber war in 2008, a project called Cactus, supported by Congress, which vulnerabilities will we use to attack our enemy networks. We turned that around and said, okay, let's go use it for vulnerability prioritization. We created that space in 2011. Today, that's not enough, and we're looking at exposures. Weaknesses, because not every vulnerability is patchable. Coding errors, somebody has to go modify the code. If I have a vulnerability, if I can patch it, I can patch it. The stats as of this Monday, there are more than 268,000 known vulnerabilities
I would freak
reported
out. I would
between
freak
NVD
out.
and other CNAs.
I would
There are only
freak out.
68,000 that are patchable. That is a shocking alarm. So this is becoming a data problem, not a cybersecurity problem. So with states, you're collecting more data than you can consume. That's where AI can really help in being able to consume this data at a faster pace, really prioritize and focus on the critical systems with a functional context. If I'm serving Medicaid, I want to go focus on that
Silk Blouse is
system
getting
first,
bored. She's ready for
then trying to
margaritas.
focus on a system I'm doing the regular stuff.
It's
To answer your
almost
second
Friday.
question, states don't have enough resources for resiliency. They don't operate on N+1 resiliency. I don't have a system to system. That's where recovery becomes a real thing. The basics they focus is backups.
and her
when
butt
in
is
audits,
starting to
every
really
single
hurt.
time,
I
even
kn-
the
I feel
federal
it,
audits,
girl.
you
I
see
feel it. I
systems
wanna
not being
stand up
backed up
too.
regularly. So at the minimum, to really get ahead of ourselves from ransomware, we should back any and every critical data, and that should be enforced.
Gentlelady's time's expired. I now recognize Gentlelady from New
I
Jersey, Ms.
can't
McIver,
even-
for 5 minutes of questions.
I know. Well, I have other
Thank you so much,
situations,
Chairman.
Obviously, but
Thank you
so sorry.
for allowing me
God,
this
it's just
time.
the
I want to
worst
thank
feeling as a
the
parent.
ranking member and our witnesses for joining us today. Of course, today we're here to talk about Secure by Design. An effort aimed to ensuring cybersecurity infrastructure
That's
is
a
included in
beautiful
new
color
technologies
combination,
from the
too.
very start.
The orange
I represent New
with the
Jersey's
blue
10th
is
Congressional
gorgeous.
District, along with my
Thank you,
wonderful
ma'am.
colleague here who represents the 8th. We have many overlapping cities who experienced some cyber attack shutdowns. Most recently, we had a situation in the city of Hoboken, which I'm sure the congressman talked about, and we also experienced something in the city of Newark of different cyber attacks that have happened with our Newark Housing Authority as well as our city of Newark City Hall, and we saw some attacks on our health systems as well. So we continue to see attacks on our state and local governments, small agencies as well. And Secure by Design can definitely be able to tackle some of these problems that we see happening with these
Absolutely
entities.
not. Yeah, I
So
felt so.
one of my
Yeah, I immediately
questions
took it
to
urgent
all
care.
of the
They tried to
witnesses
say
to
I was
answer is,
negotiating
what
with my
challenges
daughter.
do you
No,
see
I straightened that out.
foresee
Oh, fuck
do
yeah,
you
no.
foresee in applying Secure
your
by
work.
Design
That's right,
principles
Newark.
to smaller entities such as that I mentioned, rather it's smaller municipalities, smaller healthcare
I love Newark.
systems, and
Newark.
centers
I say
in
Newark, but I'm not from there.
underserved and under-resourced communities.
So Secure by Design is really set up as something the vendors should do, which then the small consumers will be able to benefit from. And I know that the Congresswoman from Florida mentioned procurement. Procurement is the weakness, especially for local government. Those people in the highway department may know if a project is going to be built that's a good bridge. They won't know anything about sensors. They need those types of things to be built into the product. They need it to be Secure by Design because those under-resourced organizations can't do it. You mentioned medical. The FDA, under the Patch Act, is actually a couple of years ahead of CISA in implementing what really looks like Secure by Design with the medical industry, and they're making a lot of strides over the past year.
Thank you.
I think it's a really interesting discussion point because as we look at Secure by Design affecting vendors, the downstream impact is that these small municipalities won't have to worry as much if their devices are secure. But it does bring an interesting question of what are these small municipalities supposed to do today? How can, if we assume that suddenly everything is Secure by Design tomorrow, those small municipalities still have to apply updates. They still have to understand what devices and software they even have in their ecosystems. And so they're still going to have some focus to understand that I have a secure version of this that I need to update to. And that's where advocacy and potentially funding at the state and federal level can help those smaller municipalities get to secure systems today. And the faster we can get vendors to do Secure by Design and solve some of these problems today, the faster
RCS
that funding
looks
can be
terrible.
effective. Those efforts
It
in
looks
those small
absolutely
municipalities
terrible.
can help make their systems more secure.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
Understanding what they have is the most
neglecting.
important
I'm so
thing.
sorry.
And the burden needs to be moved
Yeah, no,
from
that's bullshit.
the consumer to the
Yeah,
vendor.
that's bullshit.
When we start looking at these two fundamental things,
Oh no, this is a bad
we'll
thing.
solve a lot
Stop
of
lecturing
problems.
me.
And the
Oh no,
DHS
I'm not
program
lecturing. No,
that's
never.
allowing
I had a doctor
small
accusing me of that in the
municipalities,
ER.
cities and
LMAO, I
counties
laughed
and
and I
public
said, I
education
literally had him at the
to look
pediatrician
for
yesterday.
what
So go ahead.
vulnerabilities do
Yeah,
they
fuck
have
that.
is really helping
Seriously,
quite a
that's
bit.
so stupid.
There's a lot more scanning activity going on their systems
Thinking
today than
about
ever
the
before.
SMS important to know.
And the recent addition of the E-rate program.
That's
For
right.
the first
That's
time,
right, Kathy.
now public schools can apply for cybersecurity as part of their technology.
Oh no, I know. I'm just like,
That is
hi.
a great
I'm so
move
sorry.
by the Congress.
Really apologize.
Because that's really going to help those K-12 institutions
girl.
look for systems that
I'm
would have
freaking out a little
impacted
bit.
kids
Well,
from
RCS, I
learning
need to understand RCS
online,
a lot more.
because it's very important for rural America. I mean, New Jersey is
Because
blessed
I'm reading something
it's
that's
urban America. When you look at
audiences
states
of
like New
business
Mexico,
using
Mississippi,
RCS.
Alabama, these kids can't travel.
And it's frightening
They
as
have
fuck.
to take online classes, and if our systems go down, they're out of learning for weeks. We can't afford that. We can't leave children behind because of ransomware.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Really
and I'm sorry, Ms. Atkins, my time is up. Thank you so much for that, Chair. Ms. Atkins, anything to add?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's a really good one, and I'm sorry to hear what's happening in New Jersey. This is unfortunately a plague that we are seeing across many places. It is possible to build systems that are resistant to ransomware. There are many on the market today, and there will be many more coming as we have this conversation and they come to market. It's important that through procurement, through consumer choice, that people have access to be able to make those choices, to bring in modern operating systems and modern software. That is ultimately the solution to this problem over the long term.
Thank you, Ms. Atkins, and I yield the rest, well, no time, but I yield. Thank you.
General he yields back. I now recognize.
They could. It's almost like, oh, wait a minute, we read about it,
Thank you,
network
Chair.
cities.
And I just wanted to go back to Dr. Mukamala. Your testimony highlighted how GAO has found legacy systems with known vulnerabilities are operating across federal agencies. What are the obstacles to upgrading existing legacy technology, and how can we address this challenge of insecure legacy systems? How should addressing legacy technology be integrated into Secure by Design?
So thank you, Ranking Member Swalwell. The number one fear is breaking the functionality of these legacy systems. I mean, that's where it starts. And the second important thing is the unknown. We don't know what systems we're running. The GOI reports talks about it, but we didn't take it further and say, let's go study the entire federal complex, civilian and intelligence community, and say, let's catalog what legacy systems do we have today, what functionality are we serving, and what is the legacy software, who are the vendors that are responsible for it. What's happening that is alarming and interesting is these vendors of legacy software are still charging the federal government for support, for maintenance, yet having only one or two people run a $100 million business. And the federal government is okay with that. It's the accountability piece, right? If you're selling me software that's legacy, that's vulnerable, and you have 3 people supporting it, we expect nation states not to attack us. So coming back to the question, it's the breaking of it, it's the black box approach, and not knowing what's really vulnerable across the federal ecosystem.
Great, thank you. And go ahead, Mr. Richburg.
I actually would take a different tact on that as a former federal executive. It's funding, it's resources. I mean, I remember spending time down in the chambers explaining the OPM breach, that we had seen something like that coming because we knew we were running a Fortran system that we could not get funded to recapitalize and upgrade. So yes, we may have trouble understanding some of the intricacies, but the reality is there are a lot of IT modernization plans that simply don't make the cut to ever be implemented.
Great. Dr. Mukamala, I get to play like the role of professor here, so
I mean,
go ahead if you
absolutely,
want to
funding
respond.
is a thing. And then here, I'm actually, the federal government is already spending money. Yes, we might not get to a modern system because it takes a lot more time, implementation, and it's reworking of the entire process. That's not easy. That's one of the reasons why people don't get off legacy systems. It's the cost of moving to a newer system. You see that quite a bit, not only in the feds, in the state as well. The challenge is, if you're paying an IT vendor X dollars, are they really deserving those X dollars? I don't see that being asked.
Great. With that, after playing the role of judge or professor, I'm going to yield back to the chair. Thank you.
Gentlemen,
Thank you again to all of our witnesses.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey for 5 minutes questions.
Thank you, Chairman. I yield my 5 minutes to you.
That's
thank
crazy,
you. The gentleman,
Oren.
very, very kind of you.
Oh,
Thank
you'd
you.
appreciate that.
Mr. Fry, I wanted to ask you a question. Your company signed the pledge. What's the benefit of signing the pledge? I mean, it sounds like by signing the pledge and going along with the pillars, you don't get a stamp of approval saying secure by design. So what's the benefit of a company signing the pledge?
So I think there's a couple different things that are really important. For us as a security company, it's important that we lead by example. Just as I've asked the federal government to lead by example for acquisitions, it felt very wrong for us to not be writing our code as much as we could in memory-safe languages, to have the Secure by Design pledge as something that we're doing. It kind of feels hypocritical to not be doing security as a security company. And so that's really been one of the big driving factors for us, is we've wanted to do this. The pledge and Secure by Design coming out was a good timeline to say, let's do this publicly. And so that's been really helpful for us. The benefit to other companies is that, as all the witnesses today have said, is a more secure ecosystem and also the ability for security-conscious consumers to decide who they want to buy software and devices from. They might choose to prioritize security. I hope they would. That's something that we see in the OT space. You're going to be locked in for 20, 30 years with this software, this device. You should buy that more secure version of that. So that's why the pledge is so valuable to us.
Thank you. And I have 4 minutes left, and I want you all to have just be able to make a closing statement. So, Mr. Fry, we'll start with you, but if you can just limit it to about a minute, and then we'll go to everybody else, because I know, Mr. Ribberg, you want to make a comment. But, Mr. Fry, something you just want to make sure is put on the record today, because this is a very important hearing.
Yeah, I think it's very obvious that Secure by Design is making a lot of waves, but we can't lose sight of the fact that there's software today that is not secure, that's deployed in these small governments and utilities and things like that are going to need security. We have to do something about the software that's deployed today, and we have to make sure that that isn't just the IT systems, that it's got to be the OT systems as well. So I'd like to call all the OT device manufacturers. Let's do this Secure by Design pledge. Let's work with Congress and find a good way, or CISA to find a good way to incentivize these companies to actually secure their systems. Because I think limiting it to just IT systems is a little bit short-sighted. I understand we have to do something that we can do quickly. It's a good first step, but we've got to continue to push further and make that impact across the ecosystem.
Thank you. Ms. Atkins?
It is technically feasible to solve many of our security problems, but it will require a few things, ingenuity and innovation being almost the easiest of these. The hardest being the work that companies will have to do to rip and replace, and what that journey will be like. We've got trillions of lines of code on the internet. Some portion of that will have to be checked, rewritten, deprecated. And then the systems that actually get deployed are important. So we need to think not only about the technical components of this, but also the policy components, procurement, the whole ecosystem that plays into how do we make not just digital transformation, but the digital retransformation that has to happen.
Mr. Richburg?
Until they're sneaking up on them.
Slightly another way, the hard stuff is the soft stuff. It's not the technical problem. We have technical fixes for this. The premise of Secure by Design was that field of dreams things I said. If you build it, users will flock to it. Well, my experience talking to Fortune 500 executives is they don't even know about this. But when you tell them it's here, they say, if I have a choice between product A, B, or C, and one of those is from a company that has signed the pledge and is willing to let my people see what they've done to implement it, I'd like to factor that in. So with a new CISA management, maybe talk about, do we include this in Cybersecurity Awareness Month? Industry's not going to stop doing this. They weren't mandated to do this. You look at the 251 companies that have signed it. We represent a majority by sales volume, I suspect, of the IT activity in this country. We're doing it because this is good cyber hygiene. So how do we take advantage of the bully pulpit of letting potential consumers know this is out there? Factor this in as you replace your technology.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Doctor?
Secure by Design is a great initiative. We need to continue to do that. And the ask for the new Congress is to continue to support it. And we have to focus on the fundamentals. What that means is reskilling, upskilling our existing workforce. Secure by Design talks about companies focusing on the technical aspects, but nowhere in this pledge, the people who signed it said, my workforce has these gaps today. We're going to address a fundamental workforce problem. I think that absolutely needs to be brought back into first principle thinking on upskilling and reskilling our workforce.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you all for the witnesses for coming today and your testimony. And I know you've all worked with CISA quite a bit, especially on this. We have as well. And I'm going to miss Director Easterly when she leaves. And I know the ranking member also worked very well with Director Easterly. And I'm looking forward and interested to see who will be taking over CISA next year. And with that, without objection, the members of the subcommittee may have some additional.
Okay. All right. You're done. You're done, son. Okay, so let me see what we have, because listen, we're not done. Can I just tell you? Oh, there. Thank you so much. Oomph just dropped the link from CISA.gov in the chat to the Secure by Design section and the pledge. That might be really interesting. Air gap should be a totally separate system, not connected, and even the printers. I know there's so many things to think about. And remember, we started some this morning with Gal dropping the information from the FBI about using encrypted apps versus iPhone to Android device, etc. It's the cross-platform apparently that is the most vulnerable, and there must be some increased activity around what they say is Chinese hacking of information and content. So there are some things. So if you scroll back to near the beginning of the show, you'll see that information linked in the chat that should replay. Nothing is secure, right? Someone can read your mail. Someone can read your mail. Hey, I have an idea. Don't do bad stuff. Yes, make that a baseline understanding. I think you're absolutely correct. And that shouldn't even be something that causes alarm. It should just be a common understanding of what is real and what is happening. And that, now we can get better. I want to get better informed about what are the tools that are not owned by the broligarchs, that are not data scrapers or whatever, or algorithm changers. Where can one find safe havens to do as much security as is possible in the current environment and with the limitations of what is available to the retail market, i.e. the end user? So I would love to learn more about that. And that's what this type of day does for me, is that it opens my eyes to something that is far more critical than I've been giving attention to. So I'm really grateful for this kind of stuff, because I think, oh, Oren, you're so kind. I love that you play these hearings. I'm the kind of person who has watched tons of them on C-SPAN. Being with the people watching so much better than alone. I so agree. I learned so much more from what's happening in the chat than anything. So I'm really super grateful. I have a lot of terms that I started to Google. I totally started to Google like each of these terms as he was going along, as all the witnesses were going along. So let me see what we've got up next, because I know I have, let me show you what I know I have, which is, it's in 88 minutes. So there's a little bit of a break there, but hold on. Let me just bring this over. Bring it up. Come on over. Hey, come on over, baby. This one's happening in 88 minutes, and I really want to hear it. I really want to hear it. Yeah, the tools that aren't owned by the tools. Well, and a girl can dream. Okay? A girl can dream. Life is so much more peaceful without putting all your info out there. Just turning off tracking on phones helps a lot. Remember how against Lummox admin was to the option for people? I know. I don't know. Are you still at the pharmacy? Oh no, are you still waiting? Oh, jeez. That's the worst. That's the worst. So in 87 minutes, we're going to be watching this hearing, the role of Belarus. Yes, the Belarus hearing. So this is a good day, folks. We had some great fucking information in the beginning of this show, too. I mean, it's just been a wallop of a day. I'm going to say it. Yep, I'm calling it now. It's one of the best wake and bakes we've had in a long time. I'm going to have to edit it so that people have like chapters or something, right? Because it's so much. It's so much. It's so much. It's so much. Okay. So let me figure out what else I've got in the meantime. Yeah, really. We all deserve all the puff pass. That's for sure. Yeah, I'll tell you. All right, let me see. Oh my God, I have the guy's company. I couldn't even find Risk Sense. I couldn't even find. Oh, I would imagine, Jim. I would totally imagine that that's a good gig. That makes a lot of sense. Let me see what else we have. Yeah, oh my God. I Googled, I literally have 11 tabs of shit that I Googled because I didn't understand what it meant. Seriously. Okay, we can go to We can go back to the Secret Service clown show about the assassination. Until then. Hi, Hags. They just released a photo of the guy who shot the United Healthcare without his mask. So who is he? Do we know? They called and said, my 3 prescriptions are ready, but I got to go back and pick up my... Oh, my God. Oh, okay. You'll grab them then. All right. So just one trip. Did all those tabs help? What, my tabs? Yeah. Yeah, they did. Okay. Yeah. Uh-huh. Sure. Uh-huh. Blee, blee, blee. Let's see. All right. So let me see. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Let me blah, blah, blah. God, Fortinet. Everything sounds so scary. Why are you all so scary? Why are you so scary? Ah. Come on over. Oh, come on over, baby. Now, there's also an oversight of the U.S. Census Bureau happening right now. Would you rather watch the assassination clown show or oversight of the U.S. Census Bureau? Do I ever look up a word and realize that you misunderstood the definition for a long time? Oh, fuck yeah, I do. It's really astounding. It's kind of astounding. Let me see. So you guys, you have a choice, okay? What's your choice? Oh, I see the picture of the guy. Is that oh, that's live. I guess that's not really on it. Okay, fuck that. I'm not gonna do that one. But I do see that there is a photo of him. LOL, yeah, I worked on that movie. Wait, which movie? Wait, now I'm so out of it. What did I just say? What did I just say? What did I just say? From 2000 by Jane Feynman. Wait, what did Tom say? Jim, have you looked at the meme of the words written on the shells? Oh, you worked on that movie? It was a movie? Yeah. Hey, Paul J. You're doing it. You're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. Yeah, it's a murder. It's a murder. It's a murder. Anyway, yeah. I'm sure they'll find him. I have no doubt in my mind that they will find him. United Healthcare is the largest insurer in America. They're going to find him. Don't worry. And we'll find out what happened, I'm sure. But let's look over here. Okay, still, you have a choice until this hearing happens 83 minutes from now. Would you like... That's right. Give him hell, Paul. That's right. Go. You go, baby. You go do that. You go take care of yourself. You put yourself first. All right? That's my advice. Put yourself first. Title of book, Delay, Deny, Defend, Why Insurance Companies Deny Claims. Oh. Thank you, Tom. That's the supposed reference from what was inscribed on the bullets, which is different words but similar. That's almost like singing lyrics to a song for decades and then looking it up and finally hearing it properly and they're totally different. Yes, totally guilty, Jane. Me too. All right, still you have a choice. We're either going back to clown car assassinations or we're going to the in progress oversight of the U.S. Census Bureau. You're convinced it's an aggrieved client, Neil? That's what a lot of people are saying. Later we'll have some fucking pie and do some caroling. Yeah. On the casings. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. On the casings. I don't really understand how bullets work. Census Bureau? You want Census Bureau? Well, we could try it, and then if we don't like it, then fuck yeah, we won't.
To intimidate federal employees, and that's wrong.
Okay, hold on. Let me get it. Let me get her. Let me move her. Come on down to the front seat, honey. Come on down to the front seat, honey. I can go back a little bit too, just so we get we get an idea of what we're... Oh my gosh, there's only one guy testifying. That's kind of interesting. Come on over. All right, let's try this for a minute, and if you don't like it, then you just say, I don't like it. You're so welcome, Carla. We love you. We love you so much. Oh yeah, no, you're never... In this room, you're almost never alone. All right, let's see. Let's see what this is about.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Santos, are illegal immigrants counted in the U.S. Census?
Yes.
Why?
They have a usual residence in the United States.
Okay. Is that data collected by the census used to decide how many congressional districts and electoral college votes a state gets?
It is.
And it's true that states with high numbers of illegal immigrants, like California or New York, are typically Democrat states?
Correct, as is Texas.
Yes, sir. By counting illegal immigrants, these states receive more electoral votes and seats in Congress. Doesn't that mean that Democrats benefit from illegal immigration? You're a scientist.
I am a scientist. That's the way the math works out.
Yes, sir. Okay. Do you believe illegal immigrants should be counted in the census?
I believe we should count according to the Constitution, yes.
Do you think generational Americans are negatively impacted by counting illegal immigrants in the census?
I have no comment on it.
Can you explain which
Wouldn't you
states
just say no? I don't.
overcounts
The more
and
that
which
you know,
states
the
had
more we know
undercounts
about the
in
community's
2020,
needs, the better.
decennial census?
Certainly. Would
Why
you
is
like
this so
me to
fucking
read the
weird?
list?
Yes.
Thank you. In terms of, let's see, undercounts, there was Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi, Florida, Illinois, Texas. Overcounts were Ohio, Massachusetts, Utah, New York, Minnesota, Rhode Island, Delaware, and Hawaii, according to the post-enumeration survey.
Why do you believe that was the case?
The post-enumeration survey does not tell us why, it tells us how much.
What is the Census Bureau doing to mitigate errors and reduce the risk of miscounts in the 2030 census?
We are rethinking how we go about going after historically undercounted populations and making sure that everybody gets counted once, only once, and in the right place. And we have both technological and sort of sociological, in terms of contact, and other types of approaches. In the field, we're optimizing field work to make sure that if we knock on doors for folks who haven't participated, they can have a chance to participate.
Exactly,
and so
Tom.
forth. We're also using administrative records from a variety of sources, both at the federal level and state level, to when we can get a hold of those, to find the gaps in case maybe a household didn't completely enumerate everyone. If we have several different sources of administrative records that indicate that there might be a missing person, then we can go back and correct that.
Do you feel like this is the best way to correct those errors, or is there something else that you would rather see done?
What we would rather see done is everybody participate, that the self-response rates are 100%, and we're doing everything that we can to engender and to improve the propensity for somebody to respond.
Okay. Explain, what's your definition of engender?
To get folks to want to do something.
Motivated?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
I feel like that's a very
yield.
common
Mr. Kassar.
story.
Thank you.
Yeah, I do
Chairman.
feel like it's a common story. I
and
remember
to
my
the
dad was that
point
way when I was little.
My distinguished colleague
especially.
from Tennessee
My
just
mom
made,
less so, much less
the most
so.
immigrant states by far in the country with most immigrants, documented and undocumented, are California and
you
Texas.
are-
Virtually no
you
other
are loved and
state
appreciated
comes
here.
close. California being, of course, under unified
Although
Democratic
it's not
control.
as good as having
Texas statewide
a
under unified
healthier
Republican control.
childhood.
The next state that comes somewhat close, but not really, is Florida, of course, also under unified Republican control. The question of whether to count immigrants, including undocumented immigrants, was decided by the United States Congress back right after the Civil War. So this was decided, it was debated in these same halls, and that Congress and the states decided to end the 3/5 compromise, which is when enslaved people were counted as 3/5 of a person when we did counting of people. Now that seems like the worst way to do it. And so they said, let's count every person as one person. And the Congress decided to do that. not just with all due respect, just to my colleague who spoke before me, but to everyone in the Congress, I still don't get why we would rehash and rehab that debate after the Civil War. I think after that amount of bloodshed, that amount of terror and horror, we would look back at the congressional record and say, yeah, it probably makes sense that we say we're going to stop counting half people and 3/5 people and say we're going to count the number of people in the country, whether they vote or don't vote, whether they're citizens or not citizens, whether they're kids or seniors. We're just going to count every person as one person. I couldn't disagree more with this really kind of wild Republican idea of the so-called, quote-unquote, Equal Representation Act, which would only count certain people in this country in complete violation of the 14th Amendment, again, a post-Civil War amendment. I don't know anybody here that wants to go back to sort of pre-Civil War times or a pre-Civil War Constitution.
Don't you worry about it.
My office, just like every
Crank
office here,
away.
when somebody calls, you don't ask, hey, are you a citizen? You ask, are you a constituent? How can I help you? We need every single person counted. And in fact, if there is a citizenship question on the census, we then would be admitting that we want to undercount people, because all the data points to the idea that this undercounts people. And the point of the census is to follow the Constitution and count the number of people. It's not to figure out who's a citizen or a non-citizen. It's to find out by the Constitution how many people live in each state.
Welcome
and
to
Mr. Santos,
the
isn't it correct that the census plays a role in counting the number of people for
We're gonna rock our
electoral
60s,
purposes,
girl.
but then also counts the number of people to determine how many federal dollars go into a state?
That is correct.
And so if a state has a falsely low census count, that could result in those states getting fewer federal resources for things like food for the hungry, hospitals, education.
Correct.
And so a state like Texas, having had an undercount, could result in
That sounds
fewer dollars
terrible
coming
easily.
to my state for people that pay their taxes and might need those dollars.
Correct.
And so if we ask a citizenship question, when the Constitution says that we need to count the number of people, not the number of citizens, then it could result in my state that was already undercounted getting further undercounted and could result in places like Texas getting fewer federal resources.
Correct.
What I don't get is in the federal government's nearly $1 trillion in assistance. So all of the people that work in this country, they send their hard-earned tax dollars here. Then we send back about $1 trillion back to the states. I don't understand why my Republican colleagues would want states like Texas to get less help because of adding an unnecessary question. What I think I hear is some sort of conspiracy theory that Democrats want there to be more immigrants so that we can have better shots in elections, which is just nuts. And frankly, the people who have immigrated to this country and then decide to become citizens and are given a chance to become citizens, they actually listen to their leaders just like any other voter, and they decide how to vote. There are plenty of people in my district that vote for me or vote against me who were born in this country and who weren't born in this country. And I think that at the end of the day, it's so important for the American people to understand and hear that this idea of a citizenship question would undercount people, would result in fewer federal resources coming to places like Texas. So Texans on the Republican side that are for this bill are just basically saying, send your taxpayer dollars elsewhere. And third, it would take us back to a pre-Civil War reality, and that's just a shameful thing for the Republicans. Thank you. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Ms. Green from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Mr. Santos. Thanks for coming to talk with us today. There's been a lot of discussion back and forth today about a reapportionment and how districts of Congress are drawn. There's also a lot of discussion going on about how much federal dollars goes to different states based on the number of people that are counted up in the census and assigned to these states and districts. It's extremely concerning, though, for most Americans that the 2020 census was found to have several miscounts, and you've been asked about this today in this hearing. Even more concerning is the fact that most of the miscalculations either benefited blue states with overcounts or harmed red states with undercounts. As you've already told us, 8 states were overcounted in the 2020 census, 6 of which were blue states. 6 states were undercounted, 5 of which were red states.
Oh no, stupid
Mr.
alert.
Santos, understanding that you were not the director yet in 2020, why do you think these miscounts happened?
The miscounts occurred just as a matter of course of any decennial census. No census has ever been perfect, but they've always been good enough for the purposes that they're intended. So this is simply how things shook out. There was absolutely no consideration of red, blue, purple, or whatever. We simply stuck to our mission to count, to do a complete count. We did our quality checks, and we published the data to the president.
And Mr. Santos, you've described yourself as a scientist today. Isn't it important to be accurate in your science, so to speak, and in counting? Also, there's an actual law, Sentencing Reform Act of 1984, that really is your job to fine people $5,000 for refusing to answer questions on the census. Was this a law that you enforced? Did you enforce this law in states that were overcounted and states that were undercounted after the census?
Yeah, we are a statistical agency, not an enforcement agency, so we've never enforced that.
So no one was fined. So there were overcounts, there were undercounts, and no one was fined according to the law, and the numbers shook out and were accepted. Many of my colleagues have brought up the fact that Article 1 of the Constitution requires a census every 10 years to determine how many congressional seats and electoral votes states receive. This is incredibly important. In Congress, with close party margins, this apportionment can be the difference between being in the majority and being in the minority. In tight presidential
we have to
elections,
investigate Trump for
thankfully, this one wasn't tight at all. President Trump overwhelmingly won. But it can determine the winner.
At 49%.
These apportionments can. In other words, the census is more than a mere survey of the demographics of the citizenry. It directly affects election integrity. Mr. Santos, do you believe it's important that our elections be secure and that only legal voters be counted for apportionment purposes?
No.
I have, that is a policy question of
Is it
who
though?
should vote and
Is
who
it
shouldn't.
though?
We are a
Is it
statistical
though?
agency. We are nonpartisan, and so
Isn't it though?
I will
Isn't
leave
it
it at
is a process question?
Right. Well, hopefully,
Isn't it a best data gathering question? Actually, isn't it a data integrity question?
We have a bill.
I think it's a data integrity
7109,
question.
The Equal Representation Act. This bill would statutorily add a citizenship question to the decennial census for 2030 and beyond, and it will exclude aliens from the apportionment base. The Senate hasn't taken up this bill yet, but hopefully they will.
That is hurting your
session.
constituents, you
and this
stupid
way,
bitch.
There will be a citizenship
So that
question,
your communities
and
do not
non-citizens
get the
will no longer
services
be
that they
included
need.
In the count for
A decennial.
reapportionment when that's done. This certainly would change the makeup of Congress. But let's also talk about some of my
It's
colleagues
hurting
across
the
the aisle have brought
communities
up
to not
that
have an
black and
accurate
brown
count
voters
of
weren't counted in the
residents.
census as well. One of my colleagues from Texas was saying that this led to 2 more white representatives being sent to the House of Representatives. I think it's important to note that black and brown people can vote Republican as well, and they don't have to vote Democrat every
Nobody's
single
saying
time.
that, except for
Mr. Chairman,
you.
I've run out of time. Thank you. I yield back.
Jim's like, I admit that I never even heard of tantric
Chair
sex until Marjorie
recognizes
Trailer Queen.
Ms. Brown.
You didn't hear about Sting? Oh,
Thank
dude.
you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank Director Santos for taking time to be here today. Supporting children and families is one of our most deeply held American values. It is a reflection of our collective commitment to helping one another, particularly in times of need. To uphold this principle, accurate census data plays a critical role in ensuring vital federal resources are allocated where they are most needed. The Census Bureau
It's the same thing about food regulations that are going to be needed to make America healthy
of
again.
programs families rely on every day. Programs like the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, the WIC program, the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, known as TANF, provide critical lifelines ensuring parents can put food on the table and care for their children. Meanwhile, the National School Lunch Program helps eliminate hunger as a barrier to learning, giving children the opportunity to focus on their education instead of their next meal. Without accurate census data,
Okay. All right, Tom,
programs
calm
cannot be
down.
funded or distributed equitably, risking the well-being of millions of families.
No Vince Vaughn in the
This data
chat.
ensures no child or family is
It's a
left
new
behind,
rule.
and our shared resources are directed toward building a stronger, more compassionate nation. Director Santos, can you explain how population data collected by the Census Bureau,
No Adam
including
Sandler?
during the
I don't know who's in that.
decennial census,
Vince Vaughn.
is relied upon by the federal government in carrying out programs like SNAP, WIC, TANF, and the National School Lunch Program?
Certainly, and thank you for the question. The information captured in the decennial census feeds into how we conduct all of our other 130 surveys that are conducted pretty much every day of the year. We're out collecting information.
I forgot Blob
on
was up.
behalf
I'm
of the
so
American
sorry,
public.
everybody. I forgot Blob was up and I didn't look at the
ends
screen.
up being used in
I'm
pretty
sorry.
much most policy development and implementation, whether it's in transportation, whether it's in labor, in education, in natural disaster planning, in a whole variety of ways, not to mention business. The corporate world, the business world our economy cannot survive
All right, keep it
without
clean, folks. Keep
accurate
it clean.
data from the Census Bureau that starts with a decennial census count and then feeds into the other programs.
Thank you. Each month, nearly 1.5 million Ohioans and over 150,000 people in my district receive SNAP benefits. And in 2022, Ohio received over $720 million in TANF funding. It is because of census data, every student who attends Cleveland Public Schools is afforded a free breakfast and lunch without the hassle of paperwork. To get these resources to people in Ohio, the federal government must accurately assess who is in need and where they live. So Director Santos, would you agree having complete, accurate population and demographic data is essential in allowing policymakers to direct funding in a fair and equitable way?
I agree.
And Director Santos, what expertise does the Census Bureau rely on to collect population and demographic data?
We have expert scientists who access both administrative records, births, deaths, as well as other sources of federal data, as well as our massive data collection operation to conduct the surveys and the economic census
You guys
and the census
distracted
of
me,
governments
and I didn't
such.
notice Blob was on the
So we
screen.
have this
I'm gonna blame you
expansive
guys.
ability to capture petabytes of information that that are used to make society better.
Thank you. And given the role the Census Bureau plays in collecting this data, which is the foundation of
apologies to Ms.
programs
Brown.
so many families rely on, it is critical this work is guided by data, statistics, and expert analysis. It should
the
not be
chat.
fueled by politics. We do not and must not prioritize
Tom.
recipients or anything else based on political ideology. Yet, President-elect Trump's playbook for his second term, Project 2025, includes a section specifically on the Census Bureau,
Oh,
which
yeah, what could
calls
go
for
wrong?
it to, quote, execute a conservative agenda, end quote. As we have heard here, this work is too important to be caught up in political games. This Project 2025 proposal is dangerous and threatens to hurt families across Ohio and the country. The Census Bureau must not be turned into an ideological and political arm of any agenda, and I am committing to ensuring that it does not. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Mr.
Bravo.
Fry from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Santos, thank you for being here today. The Census Bureau is charged with a constitutional mandate that impacts every
send her a
single
note.
American, ensuring fair representation in Congress,
Thank you.
and census results that allocate critical resources across our states. Unfortunately, the 2020 census, as has been highlighted before, revealed significant flaws in its execution, with miscounts that unfairly shifted congressional representation and distorted the allocation of electoral college votes. States like Texas and Florida were undercounted, while states like New York and Rhode Island were overcounted. The discrepancy disproportionately harmed Republican-leaning states, as Ms. Green talked about, while benefiting Democrat-leaning ones. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a 2022 Heritage Foundation report that highlights the multiple miscounts of the 2020 census.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
By
According to
your
this
guy.
report, the 2020 census miscounting errors had far-reaching consequences, distorting congressional representation, reallocating
happened?
electoral votes, and misdirecting over $1.5 trillion over 10 years in federal funding. These resources were unequally distributed, with overcounted states benefiting at the expense of the undercounted ones. Director, I want to ask you, in the 2020 post-enumeration survey, identified significant overcounts in states like New York and undercounts in states like Texas. What specific factors contributed to these discrepancies?
If you take a look at some of the data, there tended to be higher concentrations of Latinos and African Americans in some of the states that were undercounted.
Were these errors more pronounced compared to previous censuses, and why?
If you go back enough censuses, they were relatively comparable. There are always some states that are, well, there typically are states that were overcounted or undercounted.
You know, according to the Heritage Foundation report that I talked about earlier, it highlighted that $1.5 trillion in federal funds could be misapplied because of these miscounts. How is the Census Bureau addressing these financial consequences?
Well, what we're actually doing is trying to make sure that folks understand that vehicles like the post-enumeration survey and the demographic analysis, and as well as the actual decennial censuses are basically glimpses at what the perfect truth is. So even the post-enumeration study that we conducted was subject to the same challenges, perhaps even more so than occurred in the 2020 census. The PES, while it estimated, and we stand by the overcount and undercounts, it is a glimpse of what occurred. There are natural error bands around that. So we don't know what the truth is. If you assume the PES is the absolute truth, then yes, those conclusions can be made. But the reality is it could be anywhere within those margins of error.
Well, you would agree with me that the miscounts impacted congressional apportionment across the states?
They can relative to the truth, but no one ever knows what the truth is.
Well, I think this is kind of the role of the Census Bureau, quite frankly. But it
Also
would,
a
and
good
it did
point,
have an
everyone,
impact
about
on
the
what
chuds.
states got however many seats. Is that correct? From the 2020 census?
Yes, the 2020 census determines congressional apportionment.
Okay. And the miscounts had a direct impact on some states not getting a seat and other states retaining a seat that they otherwise would not have?
Yes.
Okay. How does the Census Bureau plan to prevent these errors from 2020 in the census of 2030?
Yes, we basically are taking an approach that we need to identify the populations and communities that contributed most to these challenges of counting everybody once, only once, and in the right place, and are doing specific testing and developing methodologies and leveraging technology and administrative data and such, so that we can go into those communities and get better counts through better participation. That a lot of that involves the recognition of trust issues in local communities, and so we are actively engaging in a continuous contact and engagement with local communities, with elected officials, et cetera, which is why we have been very active since 2022 and even before in terms of doing that type of outreach, talking to communities, getting to understand their concerns, and then working with them towards 2030.
Thank you. Does the Bureau acknowledge that including non-citizens in apportionment unfairly dilutes representation
No.
for U.S. citizens?
No.
We simply provide the numbers, Congressman,
don't.
and That's the best answer I can give to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see that my time has expired, and I yield back.
Yeah.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair recognizes Ms. Talib, and I apologize for skipping. Who was I supposed to?
They have to be. I mean, Santa wouldn't deny that, right?
says
Would he? He
Talib
wouldn't be
here.
he wouldn't be a Starbucks guy, would he, or an
If
Amazon
I pick,
guy?
let me think. Talib.
I'm the motherfucking
Talib.
elf
That's
on
what,
the show.
that's what my list
Yo.
says. Talib.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director, for being here. I don't know if you know, but I grew up in the most beautiful, blackest city in the country, the city of Detroit. And you know, there's been outdated methods right now impacted by our census, and that's probably why our city filed a lawsuit. I think it's important for folks to know, is it true that I think it's like long
love
vacant
those
homes
classes.
are subtracted from our population count?
Thank you for the question. That is an issue that's currently under litigation, so we cannot comment on that.
So, but currently, you can't even talk about the fact that right
Correct.
now,
Correct.
long, like, abandoned home is subtracted from the population.
I am simply following the advice of
Oh, that
General
must be
Counsel.
true then. Okay, so then, how are we
Well,
counting
that's not very
rehabbed,
good, but, I understand.
reoccupied? So we have 6,000 homes that are now reoccupied, been rehabbed beautifully. How do we count those in the census?
Rehabbed homes, we count them.
Whoa,
We send
Val, that's quite a
individuals-
little
we
info
send-
drop
What
you
we
have
Our
there.
protocols-
1,000
Everyone.
homes that were previously vacant are now been rehabbed, that they weren't being counted properly. Are we maybe?
I get my
put it
census in the mail.
Congresswoman, if I may, if you can provide the question in a
am I
more
wrong?
generic national context, I can answer. If you are specifically talking about Detroit,
Okay.
I am not allowed to answer.
Okay. Without updated methods, which we need to update some methods, you know this, that it's not just Detroit. Many communities, because of these policies, it's guaranteed that they will be chronically undercounted.
We use actually some
Okay, I
very
do
good
recall
methods
that.
to
I don't think I answered the
ensure
door.
that any housing unit that is occupied gets counted.
So it's not just new construction.
It's not just, it's hidden housing units, it's units on tribal
Or
lands that
maybe
are
if they
hidden
put it
out
online and
without
secured it.
mailable addresses, things of that
Formerly,
sort.
formerly
maybe not.
vacant.
Okay. I don't
abandoned
know.
homes
I
that
don't
they're
know anymore.
Occupied.
We even go out to the homeless and look for people living out of cars and dilapidated RVs.
Okay. So directing in a different direction, I also have one of the largest concentration of Arab Americans, as you know. And it's not fair not to ask you the same question I asked the previous director of the census. Do I look white to you?
Yeah, I would say no.
Okay. Well, good. That was a better answer than the previous one. But I'm really glad to see that MENA, the Middle East North African category, is going to be included in the next census. Is that correct?
That is correct.
One of the things regarding implementation matters, as you know. How is the Census Bureau making sure that MENA communities at risk of being left out of data collection due to lack of visibility on collection forms,
Kinda
such as
all
the
over the
Armenian
place.
American community as well as the
The
Afro-Arab community
mailing
are properly
stories that are in the
accounted for?
chat, not.
Well, we have a process that actually involves community engagement. As you may know, we have
Neil. See you
been
soon.
not only visiting all communities
least
in the
tomorrow
U.S.
morning.
Specifically, I have made multiple trips to Detroit to speak not only to the African American communities, but to the business communities, to
Amen.
the
Word.
Arab American communities and such. So we're using those processes to help address that.
Okay. Director, one of the things that is important, and I worked at a nonprofit
no good
organization, I felt like I
answers.
needed to answer a lot of the questions that were asked by my colleagues because the census numbers impact even how we look at breast cancer among women. You know, I look at the high rate of breast cancer increasing among, Arab American women and how we're doing research around that. And again, we've been invisible for so long, decades long, been invisible on to our own federal government, being labeled in a way, tucked in and kind of hidden. But one thing that I hope we're doing in the implementation process, Director, is the work underway with the federal agencies to implement these new standards and data collection. How are you prioritizing the collection and reporting of that data beyond the minimum reporting categories?
Yes, we we
Oh,
look
Carla,
to
take care. Be
to
gentle with yourself,
implement
okay?
The
No worries.
the directives of
Have a good
OMB on
one.
how to capture race and ethnicity according to the regulation. Our starting point is to have as
care of
much
yourself.
disaggregation, as much detail in different races,
Right.
ethnicities,
Otherwise, Tom
multi-race,
says, "Get back to work,
multi-ethnicities,
Carla."
and tribes as possible, so that people, the American public, can actually understand who we are as a nation. We feel we're basically doing our due diligence to make sure that we can provide that data.
Thank you so much, Director. I yield.
Gentlelady yields. I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes. And Director, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have consistently said that the Census Bureau should not be partisan. It should be nonpartisan. I agree completely. They say it should not be political. I agree with that. The problem is the mistakes that were made in the last census.
We don't really find you very
huge
convincing.
political consequences.
Homer
By
pile.
looking at the undercount in the red states and the overcount in the blue states, it's very safe to say that between 3 and 4 congressional seats were distorted because of the mistake of the census.
What?
100% confident those 3 or 4 seats
yeah,
would
I
have been
should.
Republican
Hold
based
on.
on
I got
the voting patterns in the last election in those states and the margins
There we go.
of
Oops, he's a
of
little,
victory
his,
for
fat,
Trump
his
and
head's a
defeat
little
for
fatter.
Harris. When you're talking about
Oh
3
my
or 4
God,
seats
it
in
is.
Congress,
I got to adjust
that's
blob.
the margin of this Congress. That's everything. That depends on who's
Fuck.
chairman of the committee
Come on,
and the
come back.
policy and the direction.
There we go.
It's of the utmost
Gotta make it a little
significance
bigger.
to the whole
There we
political
go. Oh, perfect.
system in America. And
I better
I know
get up
you
here
weren't
so that I
director during the last census.
hide
The
him.
last director was Stephen Dillingham. And I was on this committee. This committee, by the way, has legislative jurisdiction over the census. And I was, you know,
A block
very,
of cream, if
I
a block of
publicly
cream cheese
made
could suddenly
statements
talk,
of my
that's
concern
him.
about how the
Yay, you
census
win.
was being conducted because we did have the COVID pandemic. And I guess my question is,
Literally,
I'm
his
still
head
trying to
is too
understand.
big.
During a normal year of census, you have all these census workers. I have friends that used to work part-time for the census. If someone didn't fill out their application, then
They
let's
did
say
it
in
for 'em.
2010
Wait a
or
minute.
the previous 100 years, someone from the census would knock on their door and help them fill out their form. How was that conducted during COVID? I mean, I would assume that there were a significant number of doors that were never knocked on because of COVID. Then there were estimates that were made. Right?
It is Mitch
Can you
McConnell.
kind of briefly explain how that worked? I mean, what do you have any idea? What percentage of homes
think
were
your 5
never
minutes is up.
contacted? What percentage of the homes that did not fill out the census forms or the online form or whatever were never contacted?
To my knowledge, if a home was sent a mailable address,
right,
and
that's always the way it's been done, and there are always a significant number that don't fill them out, and then someone from the census would knock on their door, but they didn't the last time because of COVID restrictions. Is that correct?
That's not correct.
You're saying every house in America got knocked on?
That is not correct. I'm saying that we had a protocol that sent out a mailing, multiple mailings. People either self-respond, or they didn't. If they didn't, that kicked in the next phase called the non-response follow-up.
Kitten fight.
And it's that subset of houses that gets knocked on.
And every person that did not respond was greeted by a census employee.
Every household.
Every
It's
household.
an address.
How
That's
then,
to my knowledge.
How then was there such a mistake in the census? You know, many of us believe that the federal agencies are populated with hyper-partisan.
Sorry, this animation is taking a lot
Left-wing
of effort for me.
extremists.
So hold on. Live time editing.
And you know, it just so many mistakes that are made, big mistakes in this town, always just mysteriously benefit
Start with me. I mean,
Democrats at the
no.
expense of Republicans. So the purpose of this hearing is we're going to be watching the census. And
Hell
we
yeah, we
expect
are.
it to be pretty accurate. You mentioned technology, use technology in
accurate.
helping to count. How many employees full-time right
I
now
think he got
are
a
in the
little
census?
puffier after the break.
Full-time,
Don't you?
I would think, I'm guessing around 10,000. Because not
10,000.
not only do we
I know that doesn't count how many you hired part-time during in the census year, but 10,000.
we have 6
So
regional
with
offices.
you mentioned the adoption
ugly and
of
your mama
technology
dresses you
and
funny.
AI and all of that. Do you still need 10,000 employees?
Well, we can't
Or
'cause we
because
don't
of
ask
technology,
everyone.
Can the census get by with less employees?
Well, keep in mind, Congressman, that we have 3 different censuses. 2 of the 3 we do every 5 years, economic census and
Or are
the census
they
government.
any more accurate than the last one? And let me
Don't
say
answer
this.
that.
According to recent projections, the states that voted for their
Wait.
electors for Kamala Harris are poised to lose as many as 12 seats if the projections continue.
What's the matter?
The way the
you're
blue state,
no, that's
you would assume more people
gerrymandering.
are probably going to move out of New York, and more
Gomer.
people are going to move to South Carolina and Florida, and
Not me.
and some of the
I mean,
some of
maybe,
the
but
growth
not
states. More
me.
people are moving to Arizona, Montana, the Dakotas, out of California. So it's of the utmost importance that we have confidence in the census. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't have confidence in the census the last time, and that wasn't under you, and that was in the Trump
Alert my
administration.
disaster.
We're trying to determine now whether we're going to have confidence in the census moving forward. And I just think it's very important that every one of those 10,000 employees in the
Being very
census
careful.
understand that we're watching the census, and we expect with the technology, with the massive
But by
budget
the way,
you have, with
undocumented
all
shouldn't be
these
able to
federal
vote.
employees,
There you go,
we
Fox News.
expect a better product than what we got in this last census, because this last census was
The
not
math
acceptable.
is taking all my votes, no matter
It
how much I
was
try to
political,
jury-rig the system with my
and,
gerrymandering.
We're very disappointed in the Census
I wish
Bureau.
my name was Jerry Coma.
So with that, Chair now recognizes Mr. Goldman.
Thank you, Mr.
Hell
Chairman.
yeah.
I would warn you not to sleep on New York. But I do want to address one thing that you just said
More kitten fight.
that I found interesting. Mr. Santos, does the census count determine the House districts in each state?
No, it does not.
No, it doesn't. So when the chairman says that 100% of the 3 or 4 seats that were miscounted would be Republican, that's not based on the census numbers, right?
Correct.
No, that's based on Republican gerrymandering. And I raised North Carolina as just one example. If you want to talk about the difference in the majority,
Mark Musk is
in
going
the
to
House,
doge that room, and they're all going to
North
be doing
Carolina
this in a
is pretty
closet
much a
next year.
50-50
I
state.
love you.
And yet, this past cycle, the North Carolina legislature gerrymandered North Carolina to remove 3 Democratic seats and make 3 more Republican safe seats to go from a 7-7 split to a 10-4 split. Now,
You guys are
I think the
fucking
chairman would
hilarious.
agree with me that 3 seats flipped right there make the
Iggy!
difference in the majority in the House.
Wait, we can even
And
stop
it is,
Mr.
in
Goldman
fact,
for a little bit of a song, because I have a new song that you might want to hear. I don't know. Here we go.
Rocking round the lounge, shut the fascists.
Oh wait, you have a different song.
The facts so fast.
But here we go. Carrie. You didn't have to do that. Thank you so much. It's very generous of you. Yeah, Iggy's song is Mortal Kombat. I should remember that. I love you. I know, I got the whole thing. Oh, yeah, I got the whole fucking song, babes. I got a whole thing. All right, here we go. Back to Dreamy Danny.
Just an assumption of the chairman.
I'm breathing
that
hard now.
Republican states where the legislature, Republican-controlled legislatures, would automatically make additional seats Republican, even though, as my colleague from Texas pointed out, the vast majority of new residents in Texas are in urban areas, which traditionally vote Democratic, rather than in areas that traditionally vote Republican. So it is noteworthy that the assumption of that the census was politically motivated is based on nothing, and then the assumption that the results hurt Republicans, of course, is based on the assumption and expectation that Republicans would use gerrymandering to favor themselves. I want to focus briefly on another issue that has been sort of percolating in this hearing, which is the issue of citizenship. And you, I believe you've said you've done some research on the impact of a citizenship question on the census. Have you or your agency estimated the number of people who would not respond because if there were a citizenship question?
We have done research that gives those estimates. I would like to use that as a question for the record. We have the research we're happy to provide.
Well, I've seen numbers of 9 million, which is quite significant. And am I correct that the census, of course, is not just about apportionment, right? It determines a lot of different things. Am I correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, in 2021 alone, there were 353 federal assistance programs that used the census data to distribute $2.8 trillion to communities across the country. And those programs obviously go to services regardless of whether someone is a citizen or not. In fact, some of the census data, am I correct, was essential in deploying recovery funding in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Correct.
Now, putting Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s views to the side, did the COVID virus ask people whether they were citizens or not before it infected them?
No.
No. The bottom line is, we've heard voter fraud, which is effectively not a problem. And we've also heard a lot of misinformation coming from Mr. Trump about the purpose of immigration to increase voting and increase Democrats voting. In fact, Elon Musk has been a big believer in this bogus theory about how Democrats, I think he said, are deliberately doing voter importation to swing states and fast-tracking them to citizenship. Are you aware of how long it takes for someone to get citizenship?
I am not aware of the specific, but I know that it takes many years.
Yeah. On average, it often takes far more than 10 years. And that's, in fact, I was talking to some of my Republican colleagues who were citing examples of 13 and 14 years, and that was someone who was married to a naturalized citizen. So this notion that there's some nefarious purpose to increase Democratic voting, when of course voting requires citizenship, not being counted in the census, is completely bogus, and we ought to debunk it right here. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back at the request of the witness. We'll take a short 5-minute break, bathroom break, and pursuant to the previous order, the committee stands in recess for 5 quick minutes.
Well, it don't matter because we're already behind.
seriously distort the results.
Oh, no, here
leading
we
to
go. We got complaining in progress. We got whining in progress over here. Hello, we're coming back to whining in progress. That's right. Here we
The
go.
committee
All
will
right,
come back
go.
to order.
That's
Chair
right.
now recognizes Mr. Timmons from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Santos, for being here today. The decennial census is absolutely
I
critical
hope they
to the
would
functioning of
actually
our
do
federal
that with
government.
whatever they
It
have.
determines how resources are allocated and how congressional representation is distributed
Makes
across
sense
the
that a
country.
government would do that.
As
I
we
mean,
look
I hate
toward
to
the-
say that
toward the
because
2030
I'm
census,
anti-war,
I'm
but
increasingly concerned about the impact of the policies from this administration on
it's
its
like he's
accuracy
floating
and
in like a
fairness. Over the
universe out
past 4
there. Like
years,
this
we've
little
seen
guy right
policies
here is
that, if left
floating in like a
unchecked, could
universe, like
seriously
he's not
distort
like he's
the results,
copy pasted in
leading to
there.
skewed
Or
congressional
am I just
apportionment.
really high?
Today, I want to focus on how the Biden administration's handling of the southern border could undermine the integrity of the 2030 census. It's essential that we take the necessary steps now to ensure a fair and accurate count in 2030. Director Santos, while the number is
Everybody's,
likely
like, ready
drastically
for
higher,
Christmas.
can we at least agree that 5 million people have entered the
They're
country
all at
illegally in the
Starbucks
last 4 years?
getting a peppermint mocha.
Thank you for the question, but I don't have access to that type of information.
Okay, NPR says 8 million. A lot of other think tanks go far higher, some as high as 15 to 20. So, I mean, that's enough to fill a dozen plus congressional districts. So, do you think it's a problem if we are counting 10, 20 million people in the census that are in this country illegally? Do you think that that's a challenge to achieving your objective of an accurate count for purposes of apportioning federal dollars and reapportioning congressional districts?
It's certainly a challenge from the perspective of getting folks to participate in the decennial census, yes.
What's the purpose of the census?
It's to count everyone once, only once, and in the right place.
To then apportion federal tax dollars and
Correct.
to redistrict congressional districts?
Yes.
Okay. So do you think that we should give people in this country illegally federal tax
But isn't
dollars?
everybody
and should
DHS?
they be given sway over how we reapportion our congressional districts?
That is a policy question that I will leave
Tom,
to the
bye,
policymakers.
Tom. See
We
you later,
simply
dude.
focus
Thanks
on
for
our
hanging.
mission to enumerate the entire population.
Okay, I think most Americans, the overwhelming majority, would think that if you're in this country illegally, you should not be getting federal dollars. And currently, under the rules that we have
It's
in
not
place,
how it works.
that is not happening because they're included in the census whether they are in this country legally or not. They're also receiving representation in Congress, skewing the results of the individuals that are legally allowed to vote, which in turn reduces American citizens' effective representation in Congress because they're getting a reduced benefit for being here legally and following the rules. So is that it seems like a problem.
Oh, are we rule followers now?
That is not for me to determine.
Oh,
We simply
okay.
focus on our mission.
Okay, so if we added additional questions regarding whether the individual was a citizen, whether they're born here, whether their parents are born here, naturalized, it'd probably be helpful to know if they were a lawful permanent resident or a visa holder or whatever. That would give us an additional data point to then achieve the objective of the census, would it not?
The objective of the census is to count all
for purposes of apportioning federal tax dollars and redistricting. So again, it seems kind of silly that we're sitting here talking about whether we should achieve the purpose of the census or some other purpose, because we're not achieving the purpose of the census if we're not getting that additional data point. We've been fighting about this for years, and there's been little cooperation from across the aisle. In 2019, President Trump tried to add the citizenship question
enforcement
to the
of some
census
ICE
to better
stuff.
understand this
That's
issue.
what you
It was
want.
blocked by congressional Democrats. In May of this year,
You
the
have a
House
violent
passed H.R.
fantasy when it
7109,
comes to that,
which
so
would
just
statutorily
stop it.
add a question to the census. And 7 months later, that bill is still sitting in the Senate under Majority Leader Schumer's control awaiting action. This is going to be addressed next Congress, if not in the next few months. But this should not be an issue. I've heard countless arguments and rebuttals from my colleagues across the aisle regarding the citizenship question that we've been advocating for since 2017. It just seems bizarre to me that we're still having this conversation when, if you're in this country
Steve
illegally,
Bannon told
you
me
do
I
not
should.
deserve the benefit of federal taxpayer dollars, and you do not deserve the benefit to reduce the effectiveness of a citizen's vote. I'm running out of time.
He's
Are
not
you planning to
personally
use
doing anything
AI
to you,
in
bitch.
the next census? There's a lot of different data points that you could use to more accurately reflect the true count. Is there any way that you're going to be using new technology
'cause
to
AI
address that?
sounds like a
We're
great
going to be
idea.
using new technology to improve counts, yes.
Are you going to be? Oh, I'm out of time.
Can people be transparent about what they're using to
Chair now
improve their
recognizes
processes?
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez from New York.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. You know, there's a lot of hay being made in this hearing about undercounts, overcounts, but importantly, an attribution of motivation around differences in counts. Director Santos, thank you so much for being with us here today. First and foremost, undercounts and overcounts are standard in every census to any degree, correct?
That is correct.
We have a massive undertaking of trying to count and fulfill our constitutional responsibility of counting. What we now know is over 300 million people in the United States, correct?
That is correct.
So of course, there's going to be some parents that maybe have a kid in college and they count them as part of their household. That kid in college, they want to be counted as their own adult. And so sometimes you'll have some doubling up and very casual situations like that, correct?
Correct.
And then it is the census's responsibility to try to mitigate some of that and sort all of that out, correct?
Correct.
Now, there's so much being made about the fact that there were some overcounts and undercounts in the 2020 census. I have one pretty simple question for you. Who was president in 2020?
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump was president in 2020. And yet there seems to be some suggestion that there was some political motivation to somehow help Democrats in the administration of the census. Now, given that Donald Trump was president, I find that odd, but let's approach this this deeper suggestion that, I'll just say it, what I've seen an allusion to is that there was some deep state conspiracy to try to somehow change or manipulate the U.S. Census counts. But we were here. I was here with the chairman during that time as well. There was a pandemic going on. And I have reporting here on a letter from senior census officials at that time identifying, in fact, the opposite, attempted political interference of crucial aspects, technical aspects of the count, and political pressure to take shortcuts to make the count worse. Now, Director Santos, that aside, you are a nonpartisan member of the government, but I do have a question. Is it accurate to say that the administration
Scotia,
during
California,
President
6.0, is that the one?
did push to
that
try
should
to
be the
cut the
one.
census
6.0,
short,
that's a
shorter
good-
timeline
that's a
than
good shake.
typical before the count was completed?
That's my understanding.
So the count was cut short. President Trump decided to count and decided to shorten that census count. And, you know, when we talk about areas that may have been undercounted, including some, what we see now, Republican-leaning areas, a lot of times those can be rural areas, correct?
Correct.
So we have rural areas, and that oftentimes requires more time to accurately count. And to the chairman's question, having door-to-door canvassers in a rural area, it takes more time to canvass a rural area,
That's
correct?
up there.
Correct.
Because
That's
you
way
have
up
people who
there.
live miles apart, as opposed to an urban area where multiple people live in the same building, correct?
Yes.
So cutting
Now,
a
that's across
census
from
short
you,
when the
babes.
Trump administration pushed to cut the census count short,
Directly across from
he
you.
was hurting areas that were rural and happen, as we know, may vote with him. But that's separate from a political determination on the census, correct?
Correct.
So this brings me to what we often know as Hanlon's razor, which is to not ascribe to malice what can be more easily attributed to stupidity and a lack of proper governance. And when President Trump decided to cut the census short and make a decision that hurt his own political constituency, I don't think that that is something that can be ascribed to the nonpartisan public servants who simply have to carry out his own orders, correct?
I'm not quite sure what the question was.
Okay. Would you say, let me restate this. Would you say that that the Census Bureau was following the President Trump's administration's, his orders and following his guidance on the timeline of the census, and basically had to do their best with the limited resources they were given?
Yeah, we followed the rule of law, and we did the best we could with our resources, yes.
Thank you very much. And to that, I yield back.
It leads to
Gentlelady
better
at the back.
representation,
Doesn't
Jim.
appear there are any
Sorry.
other questioners here.
Just because they're afraid that someone's going to vote Democrat, that's not actually the reason you don't do something.
And look,
Because you can't predict the
we're
future.
waiting for Ms. Presley.
Evidence, November 5th.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the National Urban League, a statement by the Honorable Mark Shepard, Republican Mayor of Clearfield, Utah, and questions from Representative Thomas Swazi.
Without objection, so ordered.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I'd also like to seek to enter into the record articles from the New York Times on New York losing House seats after coming up 89 people short on the census.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Ms. Stansberry from New Mexico.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to Director Santos for your diligence in spending the day with us answering questions about the United States Census. I am proud to represent New Mexico's 1st Congressional District, which includes Albuquerque and 10 counties in central New Mexico. And the United States Census is absolutely essential to my communities, and an accurate count is very essential to my communities because we are tribal communities, we are rural communities, we are low-income communities, and the census is essential for not only capturing, of course, who's there, what their backgrounds are, where they live, but it is absolutely essential for all of the federal services that our communities depend on to survive. Everything from housing programs to food programs to roads, you name it. The United States Census is how we make sure that there is a fair assessment. And as has been noted this morning, the impact during 2020 of having the pandemic happen in the middle was in many ways very catastrophic, not only obviously for the fact that many people got sick, but because it happened at the most critical moment that we were trying to assess what was going on in our communities. You know, I, for one, want to say thank you to all of our census workers out there, not just the enumerators that were hired to go out there and to work with the Fair Count organizations that stepped up to the plate, but to the people who do the hard work behind the scenes. Many people know this about me because I say it almost every time here in the Oversight Committee, but I'm a former OMB employee. And OMB plays a critical role also in managing the census and making sure that the way in which we structure the census makes sense, reflects our most contemporary ideas about the purpose of the census. But I think it's important, and I know a number of folks here today have pointed out that the real purpose of the census, which goes back to our founding as a country, goes back to the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, where it states very clearly
Hey, Paul
that,
J., welcome back. We're on to a
the House of
hearing
Representatives
about the
is
census
based on
and
a
an
count of the
oversight
whole
committee
persons
on the
in each
census.
state. And we conduct censuses to really just understand where are the humans. And, you know, there's been some rhetoric here this morning about should we
now you
count
did it, Jim.
immigrants? Should we count people who are from somewhere else? And, you know, I think it's important to maybe like step back and take a moment, because unless you're indigenous, unless your people have lived on this continent for thousands of years, of which we have many, many people, your families are immigrants. And when your people came to this country, whether they came of their own accord or because they were brought here, they were counted because we had censuses. And they appeared in censuses. And for my colleagues across the aisle that don't realize this, I really encourage you, go on your own genealogical journeys, find your ancestors. For me, many of my ancestors are Irish. And, you know, looking at the census records, it's amazing. You find your immigrant families born in Ireland in X county and came here in 1851. We do that. That is a record of the humans that are in this country and how they got here. So the arguments that we're hearing here this morning that immigrants should not be counted is un-American. It's literally un-American. It is really about sowing a narrative, a political narrative that is being propagated for political reasons. We know that in the wake of this election, Donald Trump has promised that he wants to do a mass deportation scheme. During his last presidency, he tried to force federal workers in the United States Census to add a question about citizenship that was not for the purposes of just good government and making sure that folks would, be counted. It was for the purpose that people could be identified and targeted should they actually carry out some of their more nefarious mass deportation schemes. So I think it's really important that people understand this is not good government arguments. This is based on a political desire, one, to identify immigrants in a time and a place when immigrants are being targeted by the incoming election and the incoming administration, and that they're talking about transforming the federal government. And I just heard some language here a few moments ago from some of my friends across the aisle where they said, we want the federal census employees to know we're watching you. That should be chilling. We are the oversight committee, and our job is to conduct oversight, but it is not to intimidate federal employees.
In partnership,
and that's
yes,
wrong,
not to
and we're gonna
intimidate.
fight
Bullshit.
it. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity, and I yield back.
Maybe we just let them work from home.
Shut the fuck up.
Chair recognizes Ms. Presley from Massachusetts.
A fucking dick.
Director Santos,
I
thank
would
you for
ask
being
to
here
remove
today.
that from the
work of
record.
The Census Bureau is essential to our democracy. I often remind people that if you are not being counted in the eyes of the federal government, you don't count. But of course, this work is far more than simply counting people. By providing comprehensive and accurate data, it gives us the tools necessary to ensure the federal government truly serves all communities. We rely on this data to be responsive to issues experienced by everyone who calls this country home, ranging from policy enactment to resource allocation. For example, the data from the Census Bureau on religious affiliation was critical to ensure our Jewish and Muslim siblings receive support during moments of heightened anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. Director Santos, you are constantly improving the census survey and data analysis. How have the recent updates to race, ethnicity, and sexual orientation impacted our understanding of disparities across policy areas like healthcare and housing?
Well, thank you very much for that question. With regard to the revised race and ethnicity standards, they are still in the process of being implemented. However, having said that, in the 2020 census, we were able to capture additional granularity on multiple races and ethnicities. So if the line said, "Are you African American or Black?" you could check yes, and underneath it would say, "And what else?" And you could record Latino or Asian or whatever. And so we have some very rich data on over 300 races, ethnicities, and mixtures of multi-races, multi-ethnicities, multi-race ethnicities, as well as over 1,200 individual tribes. So we have very granular data that can really paint the portrait of who we are as a nation.
Well, before I move on, speaking of granularity, is that true for the API community as well? Because there's long been an effort to have that in more of a disaggregate.
Yes, it is,
Okay.
and the future coming, the current regulation for race and ethnicity includes disaggregated.
Okay, wonderful. And I mean, again, at a time when diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives are under coordinated and unrelenting attacks, including from some in this room, the importance of the Census Bureau's mission really cannot be overstated enough. But it is under threat. And with what was once called Project 2025 is now simply Trump's agenda. Extremist conservatives are trying to weaken the census. Director Santos, what are the potential harms of not collecting accurate and detailed racial data?
By not accurately collecting that information, we are then at a loss to be able to help
It was
communities
a 6.0, Paul.
in all aspects of policymaking and service, whether it comes to, which routes to have for public transportation, to the types of schooling and what languages would be provided at schools, at health centers. Public health is a huge issue. Public safety would be a huge issue. Infrastructure, all aspects of society.
Thank you. And so bearing that in mind, how is the Bureau safeguarding against actions or policies
these
that
are
could undermine the
questions.
diversity and
These are helpful.
inclusivity of census data?
Well, we basically are hyper-focused on our mission to collect the most accurate statistical data and provide it to the public. And we live our values of scientific integrity and independence and objectivity and transparency. And by living those values, that is a very powerful mechanism by which we can prevent against any meddling as we've seen in the past.
Thank you, Director. Every community deserves to be seen, heard, and invested in, and there should be no erasure. We have a moral responsibility to ensure that the federal government does not forget the people it serves, and that means ensuring everyone can identify themselves fully and authentically. And I'll just take a note of personal privilege to say I continue to be incredibly frustrated and at the injustice that we have incarcerated individuals being counted according to where they're being warehoused instead of being counted according to the communities that they're from, destabilized, and communities that have been divested from and underfunded, which often led them to a pathway to incarceration. So I just wanted to say that. But again, thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. That appears to conclude the questioning for
right.
today. Director,
Well,
we
that's good,
appreciate
because
your
we got something
attendance
coming
here
up
today,
there,
and I
Comer.
know Representative.
All right, we're just going to leave Jimmy old Conehead right there. I'm going to leave him right there. Yeah, I am. Because then in about 15 minutes, hold on, everybody. Calm your tits. This is where we're going in about 14 minutes. Ooh. It's only going to get worse. No, 89 was the earthquake. I was in Orinda at the time. I was working in San Francisco, and I remember coming home early because I had taken the early shift to work the early market because I was a stockbroker kind of thing. I was working in headquarters, but I was redeployed to cover the trading desk early that day. So I got home early, and I was asleep waiting for the baseball game to start because my husband and I were huge fans of the Oakland A's. And the Giants, because we were season ticket holders of the A's at that moment in time. So, do anything for my man. And I was falling asleep, and then all of a sudden I had him waking me up from the couch saying, "Get out, get out. There's an earthquake." And our house was old. We were renting this little house in Orinda when you could afford it. And it was so old, like the fireplace kind of crumbled and stuff like that. We had to move after that. But yeah, I remember that very well. The fire was after that, wasn't it? I remember that was fucking scary. We were in San Francisco by that point, but that was scary because we were driving back and forth to Tahoe because my husband was a skier. You were teaching gymnastics in Walnut Creek. Oh my God, you had kids on the ballon? Oh, fucking hell, Paul. That was a big one. That was like freeways falling down and shit. That and the bridge that I had just driven across coming back from San Francisco where my office was to Orinda in the East Bay. That's where that platform of the Bay Bridge, I drove over the Bay Bridge like an hour before that thing fell. No shit. But yeah, anyway. That was a big one. I won't forget that one. That one was fucked up. That was 1989. It was right during the World Series when it was the San Francisco Giants and the Oakland A's. You got booted out of Belarus one time? Oh my God. Jim, that's so awesome. I mean, kind of, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it's just scary. But yeah, we're going to watch this hearing because it should be interesting at least. I have a temp counselor right now. I wish I could stay with her. Oh, Paul, you liked her? It worked out? Oh. Paul, I'm glad. Well, maybe. Oh, maybe this is a good transition. Let's hope for the best. I'm going to hope for the best. You can do what you need to do because sometimes I need to be pity. I need to be in my place and just pity myself. So I totally understand whatever you need to do, but I'll hope for the best for you, my darling. My God, life can be so hard sometimes. Can we just have a break? God, can we just have a fucking break sometimes? Hey, make sure you share the broadcast. I put out a very violent plea for subscribers the other day because I was just like, whatevs. Of course, I got the fair amount of hate from the stalker bunch, but whatevs. And I lost a couple of subscribers. So if you could share the word, I'd sure like to kind of get some more subscribers. Not because you guys are wonderful. I'm perfectly happy. But I also think the more the merrier, because we're doing some good stuff. This show in particular, I'm very proud of. I'm sorry. I'm very proud of this show. I think this has been great. And it's a collective. It's not me. I'm not like, oh, I'm so great. It's a total collective. And it's not beautiful and it's not clean and it's not complete. And it's not wrapped in a little package with a little tiny bow on top and it's not presented to you on a golden platter. No, indeed it's not. But it's not totally a fucking shit show. All the time. Sometimes it is. Sometimes. Once in a while. That's all right. Everybody has a moment. I mean Gomer, yeah. I am proud. I'm proud of all of us, frankly. It's honest, yeah. It's been amazing. I love Wake and Bake, so much more informed without having to see X comments to get the info. You know, Iggy, I love that you say that because I really feel like we're hitting some good ground with Wake and Bake, good rhythm. I think anything can be improved, obviously. I'm always going to be hard on myself. But I do feel like we're getting into a good groove of like timely stories with a couple of deeper dives, a couple of fun things thrown in, hopefully, not always. And I understand though it's a time commitment. Principally on I am so with you, Oomph. I am principally on X for links to primary sources. Now I do some trolling, but not very much. She did my intake, and I've seen her twice after my regular counselor left. She has other jobs there, I think, with kids. Oh, wow. I hope she's able to help. NATO was trying to steer Belarus towards them when they made a hard right turn. I know someone was talking about that this morning. In fact, that's the interview with Dr. Marci. Oh my God, my brain. But the interview that we showed on Radicalized Pod, Jim Nalgren, if you haven't seen that, go back to that because it's really amazing. And to grumble about journalists who don't provide them. Yes, thank you. And hashtag yes. Yes. I mean, I guess so. I don't know. I don't see all that stuff, but I tend to prefer female counselors. The new guy will be with her next time. Oh, okay. Well, we'll see how he does. I understand that. Women have good energy. I'm sorry. And dudes do too sometimes, but it's fewer and farther between. I don't know how channels work, but is there a political news AG kind of label that you can put on your channel because it's comedy, community, cooking, trivia, and politics all in one? I don't know. I think I need some kind of like capture of that, isn't it? It's like a variety show, hopefully. And improv, right? There's some improv sometimes. Doesn't always land, but sometimes. But yeah, it is. It's like it's kind of like Cher. It's kind of like Cher's show. You know when she broke off on her own. Kind of like that. I just need that. I need to get my finesse with the guest thing. I looked where I live, and the ones on my insurance were all either children's, Christian, or like 35. Oh yeah, no, I know. So hard. So hard. Keywords will help with the algorithm. You know what? I should do more about my. Yes, you know what? Actually, that's a good project. I need to look at my SEO, my search engine optimization. My optimization. I love my optimization. I feel very optimized today. How are you? Let me just see if there's quickly any headlines. Hold on just a moment. Bear with me. We are now processing. I can't do that, Dave. Where's this one? Okay, that's that one. Where's the other one? Okay, hold on just a moment. Let me show you this. Okay, we'll go over some news until we get into, Rachel Bidicoffer, Francesca Tripodi talked about it with Rachel Bidicoffer. Oh, I was telling you about keywords with Paul J. Oh, that's so nice. Did she think it was a good idea to have like a parasocial kind of group? I used to joke that if I had a therapist, I wouldn't tell them about my convoy trolling addiction. I know, I'm right. I don't know. I think that's fine. I mean, whatevs. All right, so here's a photo of the guy. I would have changed my jacket right away. And I hate to think like a criminal because I'm really not a criminal. But wouldn't you think he would have changed up his jacket right away? I mean, because he clearly knew what he was doing. Movement, followers, views. Oh, interesting. She thought it was awesome. Oh, that's so great. Well, I'm happy. We'll tell her we are in full support of your journey. We all grew up watching crime shows. Yes, I'm going to be honest with you. I had family that really liked like crime, procedural shows. I never did. I never could get into that. San Francisco has a tsunami warning? Okay, all right, hold on just a minute. I have an app that does stuff and it hasn't told me that. Oh, tsunami warning issued. Okay. So, because it was right on the coast, it was very far north of San Francisco, but let's see. Let me see what just had. The tsunami warning goes down to, it doesn't really, you know what? Oh, no, that was this. What about the tsunami warning? Yeah, that's the thing we want to see. All right, that's not it. Hold on. Hold-y-on-y. Everybody calm me downy. All right, 7. Oh, it's a 7.0. Well, myshake.com was wrong. It's a 7.0 magnitude earthquake hits Northern California, tsunami warning issues. Hold on. 60 miles north of Ferndale in Humboldt County late Thursday morning, according to the Geological Survey. In the aftermath of the shaking, National Weather Service issued a tsunami warning, urging Californians to get away from coastal waters. The timing for the tsunami impacts are as follows. Oh, Fort Bragg, 11:10 a.m. That's coming right up. Crescent City, 11:20, and San Francisco, 12:10. Hold on. Hold on. Everybody, calm down. It's gonna be all right. Okay, here we go. 7.0 is bad, but it's not catastrophic. I'll just say that. Oh, okay. They're not even talking about it. Are you? Nope. Nobody's even fucking talking about it. So I guess they're not that worried about San Francisco. Wop wop. Oh well. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can get a local thing. Jesus Christ. Give me the news. Give me the news. Which one is this one? It's ours. Let me see if LA is talking. Nope. They are not talking about it. Nope. Okay, that's fine. Well, I'll be honest with you. No one seems to be terribly worried about it right at the moment. At least not online. Local now. 7's pretty good sized. Yeah, it's nothing to tickle with. It's not going to tickle. But even the weather station is like, oh, it's going to be 70 in Barstow. I mean, I'm serious. So I don't really see anything happening, unfortunately, or fortunately. They're not giving us an update on that. Wait, where's my episode here? Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. Oh, Big Bear Landers. Yep. Warren's like, meh. Wow, that was a dumb thing to say. Of course, they felt the earthquake, so they know to check for tsunami. Well, I don't know. No, it's not. It's not a dumb thing to say because, frankly, they should be covering and just doing at least a local thing and saying, hey, go here for information. I mean, San Francisco, that's a pretty big place to move out of in an hour. Okay, that's a pretty decent sized place to try and think about getting the fuck out of town for, and how far do you have to go? Because frankly, you're right on the coast. And when you go south, you're on the coast. When you go north, you're on the coast. When you go east, you're on the coast because there's a big bay. So there. Oh boy. So we were just looking at what the updates are, but let me see. Actually, let me see if CNN did anything. Hold on. Release. Redo. Oh, it did. Okay. So they're really just reporting on that. This is all shooter, John Roberts. La la la. Putin. Oh boy. Oh man. Oh dear. More top stories. Here we go. 7.0 magnitude earthquake rattles Northern California. There it is. Earthquake struck about 40 miles offshore Petrolia, California, Thursday morning. 7.0 struck after the tsunami warning in effect for parts of the California and Oregon coastline. I worry about Santa Cruz too, but I don't know if it's going to go that far down. There's a lot of towns that are suspect or like very vulnerable to this. So just worry about them. Santa Cruz seems to like flood, or not flood, but just like the water seemed to rise like with any freaking storm. Oh my God, I don't care. All right, so nice sweater. Okay, here we go. Oh boy, add. Oh no, there's no more. That's it. All right, that's fine. Here we go. We're going back to the car. We're just waiting for them to start. I can't remember the river outlet. I can't see what it is. Wait, hold on. That's not the Klamath, right? Like that's not in California, the Klamath River. I don't know what river that is. There's a live cams in Crescent City. There's a live cam in Crescent City. Whoa, looks like business as usual. Let me show you. That's weird. That's weird. Isn't that weird? Seems weird. Oh, it is the Klamath? It's a lucky guess. It was a real lucky guess. That's what's happened. That's the live cam from the Crescent City harbor. Everybody's going out fishing. They don't look like they're too scared about a tsunami. Look at all those fishing boats. Look at all that fishing. Look at all that boat traffic. Look at all that fucking boat traffic. Look at the line of boats going out. What the fuck is happening right now? Look at the line of boats going out. I don't know. I guess actually it could be that you want to moor. Maybe they're going to their mooring. Yeah, you're probably right. Less damage, less chance of damage if you go out to a mooring. Yeah, that makes sense. Ooh, they're rushing. No, I guess you're right. You must be right. You take the boat out. I don't know. I rode out a hurricane in a boat at a marina once. But yeah, if you want the boat away from the docks, it must be serious. That's a really good point. Holy shitballs. Hey, Tiburon. Hey, Jim. You just sent your brother the warning. Fortunately, he lives on top of the hill. Oh, okay. I was going to say, don't you know someone in a houseboat, though? I mean, I only did it because I didn't know what else to do. My boyfriend had left me and my baby on the boat in Fort Lauderdale, and then he had gone out of town. And so I was there, and I wrote it out. And there was a bunch of people. Actually, the Broward County Sheriff were sitting in the parking lot waiting to evacuate us, which is extraordinarily kind of them and kind of stupid. But I don't know. I wasn't thinking straight, I don't think. I'm sure I was probably drunk, but, whatever. I was probably drunk. So probably couldn't drive. Anyway. I have been more lucky than I should have been. That's for sure. I've been a lot more lucky than I should have been, which is why my life has been so boring for the last 20 years. 27 hours of collected. Oh, no. Oomph, no. And then a feature film made of some of it. Oh, my goodness. You have to go out to sea when there's a storm warning. I remember that when I lived in Hong Kong. Then they would start sounding the alarms and everybody started running towards the boats, I imagine. Well, they just cleared that marina right the hell out. Okay, I'm going to keep that actually on the screen. Hold on just a minute. They haven't started the hearing yet, so we'll come back to that. I'll just put that up here, and maybe I'll do something with it to make it a little easier to see. Oops, that's not it. But we're just waiting for the Helsinki hearing to start. What a weird day, huh? What a strange, weird day. All right, and then on the other one. But I'm glad you're here with me for it. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Okay, this one I'm going to make bigger. And this one I want to make bigger, but I can't. Can't really. Unless I switch them. And if I recall correctly, a Hollywood motion picture depicting an American family all surviving. Yay! I didn't watch it. The bus from Requa to Crescent City was a van, and an old guy who drove it played Billie Holiday every day, all day. Oh my God, Oren. That's such a wonderful thing. Oh, that's so amazing. Get rid of that. Hold on. Wow. That's amazing. Well, I hope everyone up north is good, and I'm concerned. I'm concerned for the coast. I'm concerned for the little towns along the coast and people who can't or don't have access to the information. I think I'm going to switch these. Okay, hold on just a minute. All right, let me. Don't. Luigi. Okay, hold on, because let me see here where I'm going. Where am I going and where have I been? Okay, so we'll have that wide view if that's okay. And then I can put this one a little lower. Right. There we go. So we can see them. They'll peek over the weed. I lived in Wan Chai, right between the British Naval Base and the Red Light District. The sirens would go off and the sailors had to run to their ships or else they'd leave them. Oh my gosh. Oomph, I think that I did that after the big tsunami. Yep, lots of footage. Oh, I just couldn't watch it. I could, and I understand that there's something, like that you should be able to bear witness. I just couldn't. That was so devastating. So incredibly devastating. Wow, those boats really beat it the fuck out of there. Jim, they probably couldn't have left without those guys. What? Oh, yeah. Right, they probably couldn't. That's a good point. Mm-mm. Oh, I kind of wish I had a banana. Oh, you know what I have? Oh, shit. Fuck yeah. I'm going to fuck up a banana nut muffin. Yep. We went to Trader Joe's, bitches. And I got myself one of those banana nut muffins, and I cannot wait to put my teeth into it. I'll do it off camera, though, because it's gross. Nobody needs to see that. I'll wait until the thing starts. Why is it taking so long? What? Am I not live? Okay, good. All right. Yeah, where is everybody? Oh, veto will be late? What's the matter? Who's late? I mean, what veto? Is something being vetoed? Sorry. Jim, they probably could. Oh, yeah, they couldn't have left us. We said that already. Sorry. Sorry. I just don't know where to begin. Oh, you know what we can talk about while we're waiting? Duh. First of all, I want to thank Max Flower for sharing a documentary, climate change. Oh, being the change, a new kind of climate change documentary, and it was such a good. It was really about a climate activist who really talked throughout the film about his own experience as becoming more deeply committed to his impact on the earth and those he had around him, his family, etc. And so he talked about that journey and introduced us to people along the way that helped influence that journey, who were wonderful. And then also talked about his and showed people his own ways of reducing his footprint on Earth and how he achieved those goals. And, whether they're aspirational for us or whatever, I really appreciated, I'm not so much into the spirituality part of it, but I totally understand and can appreciate it, especially growing up in Northern California. I can appreciate that. I grew up around a lot of people in that world. So I personally don't have as much of a taste for it now as I was when I was growing up. But that's a me thing. However, the sincerity and the beauty and kind of just like the just demonstrating and modeling, right? Modeling the ways that you can perhaps rethink the way you are on Earth, and I thought that I was really inspired, and I want to watch it again. It's on YouTube. I want to watch it again, and just like, it's an amazing documentary. I really thank you for that. And I'm sorry it took me so long to show it. But I'm glad we had a good crowd to watch. And then after that, we watched War Game, which was recommended by Gal. And War Game was disturbing, but fascinating to me. I don't know. I'm kind of a nerd when it comes to like government process. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's Being the Change, a new kind of climate change documentary. Let me get the link to it. Hold on. I'll do that. Let me do that. And oh yeah, and Hegseth promised not to drink. Well, isn't that nice? Oh, hi. Where do you think they are? Okay. And he needs to. Okay. All right. All right. Hold on. I'll come and help. Holy shit. Okay. That's bad. All right. Hold on just a minute. I need to help with something. But yeah, I just thought it was made. Let me find that documentary and then put the link in. Oh, a new kind of climate documentary. Forgive me. Let me find the YouTube. You found him? Okay. All right. This one is how I watched it. Let me copy the link and put it in the chat. Where is the chat? Oh, I don't have the chat up anymore. Dang it. All right. All right. Hold on just a minute. All right. So here's the, damn it. Somebody drank my coffee and smoked my joint. What? Damn it. Me too. Link to Climate Doc. Really good. Entirely worth sharing, watching. Highly recommend. Highly recommend. And the other film we watched was War Game, and it was a 2024 film done obviously before the election. But it filmed an actual war game that was held by Vote Vets. And why? If you have to say that, it's not happening. That's true. No, his mom didn't his mom like denounce him or something like that? I thought that there was some drama about that. Am I wrong? I thought there was drama. I don't get it. But the War Game was a movie that had like people like Wes Clark and the governor of whatever, some state, and then all this. Oh, the Patrick Byrne doc. I want to watch that too. Wait, I want to watch that too. Can we do that? Because it's kind of a comedy, isn't it? Isn't it a comedy? Oh, she took it back on Fox. Oh, okay. So somebody said, Mom, I'm going to release your tape. All right, bitch. Mom, AKA Mom. If you don't denounce what you just said, I'm going to share the tape I made of you. That's me. That's my rendition of what might happen. I'll laugh. Yeah, I'm just wondering if it can be the entertaining movie on Friday. I don't know. I feel bad, showing people like Patrick Byrne propaganda, but at the same time, I'm so fucking curious. I can hardly contain myself. I don't know what's happening with this hearing, y'all. Everybody pooping? What's going on? Veto will be late. What's that mean? I don't even want to tell you what that said. Anyway, I just don't know what to think. I don't know what to think. What's going on, Belarus? Come on, Helsinki. I swear to God, if they join it late, I'm going to freaking lose my cool. Oh my God, stop showing me the chat. Who cares? Yeah, Patrick Byrne's documentary. Wow. That might be I might have to stop and make commentary just to make sure that people don't think I'm actually endorsing that crap. Which wouldn't be hard. I mean, that might actually, we could MST3K it. Okay, wait a minute. Wait a frickin' cotton pickin' minute. What if we got, maybe Gal would do it. I don't know. She might not. But what if, I don't know about you, Iggy, I get it if you don't want to. But I'm wondering if I can figure out my fucking collab cam, if I can get Gal, I don't know if Jim wants to, he may not feel it, but Gal would be hilarious, and you would comment. Oh, we've got to do that. We should ask Gal if she's up for that, because I would do it at any time that you guys want to do it. I don't care. It does not have to be Friday night. I don't care. But I would love to do that. Oh, that would be so great. Oh, yes. Okay, we'll talk about it on our encrypted app. Yes. Yes. Stockholm Commission says Belarus are great guys. Next. Nothing to see here. That's actually the report. Nothing to see here. Thank you so much for coming. Take a Diet Coke on your way out. And a cookie, because it's the afternoon and everybody needs a little bit of a sugar boost. I swear to God, they are so fucking late. They're 18 minutes late. Did they get caught in the earthquake? Somebody phoning in from, well, Crescent City is still operational. Well, they're buffering. But other than that, no, it says Crescent City. You know it. You can see what it says. Oh my God, I'm so down for that. Oh my God, it's like a dream come true. I feel like if we get this to be easy, it'll be amazing. 4 martini lunch. There we go. Oh wait, what happened? Why'd you stop? Why'd you stop? Everybody? Hello? 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 Camera status active. All right. Do it to it. Do it to it. What? Whoop, whoop. Oh, wait, what happened? What happened? Did something happen? No, I was just like, what happened to the camera? The camera stopped and I couldn't make it go again until I went to the website and refreshed it. And even then, is it moving? Oh, yeah, the water's moving. Never mind. Never mind. Also looking at, oh my God, didn't we just rewrite? Oh, I have to rewrite Stuck in the Midst of a Coup. And I was thinking, since the 2 collaborators on that song are here, Iggy on guitar and Oomph as producer / co-writer. Really Pretty Women in Belarus? Oh, I bet. I bet they're gorgeous. Now you got me distracted. No, I'm just kidding. Hello. 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 Ooh, ooh. This little guy, he's like, I'm gonna get out there just a minute. Wait for me. Was away. What? Oh yeah, Oomph. Oomph and Iggy, collaborators on the song Stuck in the Midst of a Coup. Yeah, I know, you forgot it existed. Mission accomplished. No. But I came back to it the other day and I was thinking to myself, wait a minute, we can't really sing about stuck in the midst of a coup anymore. It has to be reworked to be like, damn it. No, wait. Damn, they got away with the coup. Something like that. Damn, they got away with the coup. Still one of the 50 tabs? Excellent. My dad's dad came from a shtetl in Belarus during the Russian Empire to the USA. Whoa! That's very cool, Oren. That's I bet there's some very interesting family stories from that. Wow. That's really interesting. Oh, we got some buffering cameras. I wonder if it's a tsunami. Come on, guys. Come on. What's the matter? Come on. Come on. One of my grandmothers originated from present-day Belarus, from Litovsk, Brest-Litovsk. How can they be late? Don't they know we've been waiting all morning? You understand how I had to time this? Like a fine Swiss clock. My cousin Steve went to the village in the USSR. Oh, really? Oh, my God. He went back? Oh, I bet that was amazing. Oh, my goodness. That's really cool. Hey, this camera keeps stopping. Brest-Litovsk is known for a treaty being named for it. Oh, I feel like I had heard it, but I don't know where because I'm not really that good. You sent me the Wikipedia. Fuck yeah. Thank you. Take a look at that. I've got too many screens open right now. I'll take a look at it. I'm too many screens, too many apps, too many screens, too many apps. We could play a little music while we're waiting. I have other things. Wait, what else do I have? What else do I have? No. Oh, here we go.
Dicks on the dance floor. Too many dicks on the dance floor. Too many dicks. Too many dicks on the dance floor. Too many dicks. Too many dicks on the dance floor. Too many dicks.
That's a little Flight of the Conchords for you. Too many dicks on the dance floor. Katuts bereza. Lots of spelling of biaroza. Biaro. Where would you put the emphasis? Beroza, bereza, biaroza. Biaroza, biaroza. Biarozo, biaroza, biaroza. I'm not sure. Why are the GOP hiding this hearing? I thought Russia was our friend. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Oh, really? Really? Bayer Otza. He's been teaching about genealogy since he retired from tech. Wow, that's fucking cool. I had an uncle like that who was a genealogy professor way back when. He's long gone, but he did all the genealogy of our family. I think I still have a copy of it somewhere because my dad was like so fascinated about our family history. So he used our family history to become a Russian. He used our family history to become an Irish citizen. The treaty, I can't really even read. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk was signed there, marking the withdrawal of Russia from World War I by the newly formed Bolshevik government. Biarotsa. Okay. Biarotsa. That's cool. That's really cool. I don't really remember if I don't think my family did much of anything. I mean, I think there were some like Civil War Northerners, but that's about it. Oh, that's so cool. Max, we're probably related. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, getting back to the song too. Yes. So I was thinking, my God, they got away with a coup. Here I am. They got away with a coup. No.
Very hopeful. And good afternoon to all who have joined us. And before we begin, I want to recognize the other members who are here.
I'm going to go get a banana nut
Congressman
muffin.
Mark Vesey of Texas and Congressman Mike Quigley of Illinois. And then I'm very grateful that we have Daphne Rand, the Assistant Secretary for Human Rights of the State Department. And then we're particularly fortunate to have all the way from Kentucky, Congressman Andy Harris. So, Congressman, thank you for being here. And today we're here to discuss the
12:10
country in the
San
middle
Francisco.
of Europe,
I don't really know.
often overlooked in the context of war criminal Putin's war in Ukraine. Neighboring Belarus, still controlled by the dictator Alexander Lukashenko. After 30 years and many false elections, his relationship with war criminal Vladimir Putin is closer than ever. It was Putin who helped him maintain power in the face of the popular mass protest of 2020. Lukashenko is returning the favor by allowing Belarus to be used as a staging ground for attacks on Ukraine and a space to commit other crimes, such as the invading of and the kidnapping of Ukrainian children who've been kidnapped from their homes, which is inconceivable in the 21st century that something like that could occur. Belarus is now, but it was actually in the tradition of what Hitler did with the children of Poland, and so the similarities, sadly, are very clear. Belarus is now effectively controlled by Putin. Lukashenko traded its sovereignty to protect his own interest. It's essential that we take action and precautions accordingly. This means treating Belarus and Russia the same for sanctions purposes and making sure Russia can't use Belarus as a loophole to avoid sanctions. Finally, Belarusians have suffered greatly under Lukashenko, and I want to acknowledge the bravery and dedication of those fighting for a free and democratic Belarus and sovereignty, and for the release of political prisoners. The actual elected president, Svetlana Alexievna, is courageous in her efforts to promote freedom and democracy, and it's particularly significant. The country of Lithuania is in the forefront of working to promote freedom and democracy for their next-door neighbor. These patriots are at a forefront of these calls for accountability for Lukashenko, at great risk to themselves, whether still in Belarus or abroad. I appreciate the ranking member of the Commission, Steve Cohen, for recommending the Helsinki Commission hold this hearing and for being a constant bipartisan partner this Congress. And he'll be here in a few minutes. He's got another schedule issue. But the Helsinki Commission functions best when it's bipartisan. and U.S. foreign policy issues should be, as much as we can, bipartisan. Steve and I don't agree on much domestically, but when it comes to foreign policy, we are in agreement that dictators must be deterred and the United States should support freedom around the world. Thank you, Steve, when he comes. With that, I want to introduce our witnesses for the day who know very well the dangers of the Russia-Belarus alliance. First, we hear from Matvey Kupraychik, who is a public representative for the Belarusian organization Belpan. And I'm so grateful to have the acting foreign minister of the great country, of liberated great country of Lithuania. I mean, who, after decades, back on track. God bless you. And that is Gabrielis Landsbergis. And then we're grateful to have Katerina Rashevska, a legal expert from the Ukrainian organization Regional Center for Human Rights. And with three extraordinary individuals, if there are any members of the panel who would like to make an opening statement, if not, we will proceed right away. And I can't wait for Congressman Cohen to get here. And so, but as we proceed, I'd like to, again, thank each of you for coming, and we will begin with the Honorable Kupraychik.
Dear Mr. Chairman, members of audience, thank you for the opportunity to participate in the hearing on Belarus at the U.S. Helsinki Commission. The Belpol organization is engaged in documenting the crimes of Lukashenko's regime, including political repression, facts of corruption, complicity in the Russian aggression in Ukraine, and others. We closely cooperate with the Office of Foreign Assets Control of the U.S. Department of the Treasury. Thanks to the documents handed over by the Belpol organization, the USA, European Union countries, and other democratic states imposed sanctions on 26 enterprises in Belarus and Russia. I would like to emphasize that dictator Lukashenko is not a legitimate president of Belarus. In 2020, he lost the election to Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, but he falsified the results of the voting and illegal retained power by armed means with the help of large-scale repressions. Our organization has received documents confirming that the Lukashenko regime has already launched a mechanism of falsification of the so-called presidential election in Belarus in 2025. Belpol has prepared a report for the world community on the system of legal retention of power by Lukashenko regime, falsification of previous election campaigns, and the upcoming so-called presidential election in 2025. I'm submitting this report to my testimony. Here is our report, and if you, when you read that report, if you need the attachments of that, you can write the message to our email, and we send the attachments to you. Thank you. When world politicians talk about Russia, main allies in the war against Ukraine, they name Iran, North Korea, China, but for some reason they forget about the dictator Lukashenko. Lukashenko's regime is not included in the global axis of evil. Also, in fact, it plays a significant role in it. Without the involvement of dictator Lukashenko, Putin would not have been able to carry out a large-scale invasion of Ukraine. The fighting would have been more localized. Now Lukashenko is trying to play the role of a peacemaker and negotiator, but in reality, he continues to assist in Russian aggression. The Belpol organization has received many documents confirming that Lukashenko's regime is increasing military supplies to Russia. Thus, only the enterprises subordinated to the State Military Industrial Committee of Belarus shipped military goods worth $422 million to Russia in 2023. In the first 8 months of 2024, the same enterprises shipped military goods worth $459 million to Russia. That is more than in the whole of the 2023 year. And this is only a part of military supplies from Belarus as exports of military goods to Russia, also made by enterprises that are not part of the State Military Industrial Committee, including private firms. Here are some more figures. In 2023-2024, Lukashenko's regime supplied Russia with 4.5 million sets of parts for 122 millimeters caliber rockets for Grad MLRS, worth $260 million. In 2023, about 800 sets of electronical optical units for sights and control system for tanks and armored vehicles were shipped from Belarus to Russia. In 2024, more than 1,500 such systems have already been shipped. Contracts for the shipment of military goods to the Russian Federation are concluded for 2025 and 2026. For this reason, we should impose more sanctions against individuals and enterprises that support Russian aggression against Ukraine. And one more important piece of information. On 6 December, tomorrow, in Minsk, Lukashenko should sign a treaty between Russia and Belarus on security guarantees within the framework of the Union State. Russia concluded a similar treaty with North Korea this year. The organization Belpol received the text of this treaty. This agreement will allow Russia to place new military bases and military contingents on the territory of Belarus. In addition, Belarusian citizens can be sent to the war with Ukraine only to protect the territorial integrity of Russia. For that reason, we need to know that we need to do more sanctions, and we need to do faster that sanctions. Therefore, we cannot trust dictator Lukashenko. We should increase the sanctions pressure on him. According to the information recited by the organization Belpol, international economic sanctions at present particularly do not affect the standard of living of ordinary Belarusians. But sanctions have a negative impact on the military supplies. Sanctions are breaking up supply chains. Sanctions increase the production time of military products. Sanctions reduce the profitability of its production. Sanctions reduce the output of military goods for Russia. Sanctions make it impossible to purchase and pay for individual components. However, the Lukashenko regime takes measures to circumvent the sanctions. For example, information in customs documents is forged. So-called spacer firms are created right now.
Max, please
For example, the organization Belpol found out that the Chinese space firm Shenzhen 5G High-Tech Innovation buys companies for tanks sized for Chinese manufacturers and supplies them to the Belarusian factory Peleng. The firm Shenzhen 5G High-Tech Innovation is created and managed by citizens of Belarus who previously worked at Belarusian military plants. That is, Chinese manufacturers formally do not export these military goods to Belarus, but actually do it so through the firm Shenzhen 5G High-Tech Innovation. Many people think that the Belarusian people have come to terms with the rule of Lukashenko's regime, as there are no protests in Belarus now. But it's not so. Now protests are impossible because of large-scale repression. In Belarus, people are imprisoned, even for verbal criticism of the regime. But Belarusians haven't given up. They act underground. They send information about the regime's crimes to Belarusian democratic organizations. Thanks to the help of ordinary Belarusians, our organization Belpol receives information and documents which I mentioned above. We call for increased sanctions pressure on Lukashenko's criminal regime. Belpol and other Belarusian democratic organizations will provide the necessary assistance. But at the same time, we need your help in bringing dictator Lukashenko to justice. Thank you for your attention. I am ready to answer the questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kuprichek. And we're so grateful to have the acting foreign minister of the extraordinary nation of Lithuania. And we're so grateful to have Mr. Landsbergis.
Thank you so much, distinguished chair, distinguished members of Congress, dear colleagues. I have a chance to present an overview, a tiny overview of the activities that we observe that are taking place in Belarus, the way that they affect the regional security in view of the war against Ukraine, of Russia's war against Ukraine. But I'd like to stress that Belarusian aggressive activity did not start
That's San Francisco, KRON.
I would mark that after the stolen election in 2020, when a big part of Belarusian opposition was forced to flee Belarus and to find refuge either in Lithuania or in Poland, this is where the change really began. And I would mark that the first event
we
that
saw
really,
Paulina.
Points out to the changed behavior of the regime was in 2021 when the civilian air flight traveling from Athens to Vilnius was hijacked in the airspace of Belarus in order to take two Belarusian opposition members prisoner. There was
And
a
the
false
Polish
report of a
journalist.
bomb if a plane were to land in Vilnius, so the plane was forced to land in Minsk. It landed, people were apprehended, and then the rest of them were let go. So we had a clear act of state terrorism employed against
That's going
Belarusian
way in
people,
there.
against Lithuanian people. There were U.S. citizens. There
Whole
were,
bay.
half of Europe was represented in that.
Oh,
in that plane.
Pacifica. That's bad.
Afterwards, Lukashenko, and illegitimate, as it was said, a legitimate dictator, promised that he will, in order to continue to change the policy of Europe, he will employ different hybrid measures. He said that publicly. And out of those measures, he said that now, up until now, Belarus was able to stop the flows of migrants to European borders. But he said that he won't be able to do that any longer. And not so long time after he made that statement public, we started seeing hundreds of people from Iraq and Northern Africa, Middle East, arriving at the border of Lithuania, and at the gunpoint, most of them at the gunpoint, being pushed through the border of my country. They were told false stories that the country that they are finding on there.
I don't know what's
is
wrong with his
actually
microphone.
Germany, it could be Sweden. They were not given maps, they were not given instructions, anything else. They were just forced through the border. At one point, there were more than 20,000 people in Belarus that were flown in from Kurdistan in Iraq into Belarus, selling them tickets and promise of European passage into Europe, and then pushed to the border of Europe. That was an operation organized with the help of Belarusian intelligence agencies, police, in order to bring those people from Middle East to European border. We called it a hybrid attack. We called it a weaponized migration. And therefore, we were forced to defend not just my country, but also the European border. Afterwards, most of the events were presented. We know how it went. Belarus facilitated the Russian attack against Ukraine, and as colleague just mentioned, definitely the attack could have been quite different if Belarus has not participated in that manner that it did. Later on, after the initial attack and when it was repelled and was mostly focused in eastern part of Ukraine, eastern and southern part of Ukraine, the activities did not cease. Belarus provides a space for Russian troops training. It accepted Russian nuclear weapons, and as far as we know, they're stationed in Belarus, actually changing the security situation of the whole region. What was mentioned, Belarus is #1 country helping Russia avoid sanctions. Therefore, it's imperative that we align the sanctions, the ones that are imposed on Russia, with the ones that are imposed on Belarus. So we cannot allow Belarus to be just one station before everything that is sanctioned being sent further down. What I'd like to stress, a couple of additional things, and Mr. Chair, you've mentioned the kidnapping of children. We have very specific information that children from the occupied areas in Ukraine have been sent to Belarusian hospitals, health centers for retraining. We gathered the information and we passed that to international justice system so that, because the ones that have been targeted by the ICC in Russia, apart from Putin, are the ones who were dealing with kidnapping of children. And since Belarus is complicit in this crime, we believe that they should be joined in, not just in a political condemnation, but in actual criminal investigation as to their action. And lastly, I wanted to tell one short story. When there was Wagner activity, and Chair, you definitely remember when Wagner troops decided to march onto Moscow, and they were stopped. Later on, they were sent to Belarus. And part of them were training and stationed just by the border of my country. Actually, the closest camp where Wagner troops were stationed were just 5-7 kilometers away from my border. You know what's the saddest thing here? Is because on the other side on our side of the border, we have healthcare centers which were treating Ukrainian soldiers. And during the night or during the day, they would hear Wagner troops training on the other side of the border because that's so close. They would hear the same people that they had to fight in Ukraine being brought to Lithuania while they were treated there. So my point is, distinguished Congressman, is that Lithuania is directly affected by the war in Ukraine and by Belarusian activities that happened before the war, during the war, and currently still do take place. And very, very last, Lukashenko, what he does, and that's not the first time. Next year, he will have what he will call the election, actually reappointment of himself. Usually he uses this opportunity as to reestablish the relationship with whoever he can. I'm sure that he will reach out. He will reach out to European countries. He will reach out maybe even to US, wherever, via back channels. We cannot allow him to be legitimized in that manner. We have to tell them that we will withstand him. Democracies will withstand an authoritarian. We will continue with sanctions. We will continue with pressure. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Foreign Minister Landsbergis. And you're very clear in your statements and so helpful. And we're so fortunate to have, indeed, Katerina Rashevska, and we appreciate you being an expert from the Regional Center for Human Rights.
Chairman Wilson, distinguished members of the Helsinki Commission, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Many who support Ukraine understand that Russia has taken more than 19,000 Ukrainian children. But there is less public awareness of the role of Belarus in this displacement, indoctrination, and militarization of Ukrainian children too. The Lukashenko regime is teaching Ukrainian children to aspire to die for the country that is committing atrocities against them. This is part and parcel of the global Russian state policy of eradicating Ukrainian national identity through the war of aggression. Unfortunately, the role of the Belarusian regime in aiding and abetting this policy has not received an adequate attention. My testimony draws on a year of research and advocacy work of the Regional Center for Human Rights, Freedom House, and Human Rights Center Zmina in partnership with independent Belarusian organizations. We identified 2,219 Ukrainian children between the ages of 5 and 17 who were taken and then re-educated in 18 institutions in Belarus. Most of these children are orphans, children deprived of parental care, children with disabilities, and those living in difficult conditions. We know that some parents were coerced into giving the so-called consent to get these children to Belarus because they were threatened to be deprived of parental care rights or their property. Other parents who just survived all these atrocities and ongoing war believed that this transfer to Belarus is the only way to save their child's life. None of the parents gave their consent to what occurred inside the re-education camps. The curriculum in these institutions just has a strong ideological component featuring Russian and post-Soviet propaganda narratives. Ukrainian children are forbidden to express their national identity, also to speak Ukrainian language. Their Ukrainian citizenship is just not recognized. Perhaps the most horrific things these children experienced in Belarus was militarization. Ukrainian children were trained by Belarusian officers who were involved in violent crackdowns on protesters in August 2020. The children also participated in hand-to-hand combat trainings with representatives of the Belarusian special forces. We now see that some Ukrainian children aspire to enter Russian military schools and to defend their new motherland, Russia. In 2021, Alexander Lukashenko personally laid the foundation for this scheme as a part of a coordinated policy with the Russian Federation through the Union State. The Union State is a supranational agreement between two countries that actually serves like major sanction loopholes to avoid all pressure, all restrictions, especially on the issue of Ukraine's children. In 2022 and 2023, the Union States allocated over $300 for the displacement of Ukrainian children in Belarus, which resulted in more than 20 re-education campaigns. This scheme of displacing Ukrainian children goes all the way to the top to include Vladimir Putin, Alexander Lukashenko, as well as Dmitry Mezintsev, the state secretary for the Union State, and Mikhail Mishustin, Russia's prime minister. It also includes directors of educational institutions and also these camps, as well as representatives of Russian and Belarusian Gongos and local administrations. Political indoctrination and militarized re-education of Ukrainian children in Russia and in Belarus are systematic and widespread, bearing the elements of a separate crime against humanity under the Rome Statute, discriminatory persecution. This conclusion highlights the gravity of the crimes and underscores the need for a decisive reaction from the United States and from the international community. We need more individual and harmonized sectoral sanctions. In this context, we welcome recent restrictions against 5 new persons involved in the deportation of Ukrainian children. We need also the issuance of new arrest warrants against perpetrators from Belarus who were involved in the process to organize all these re-education campaigns in the territory of Belarus. We also need that the number of children who may be eligible for the reparation under any future compensation mechanism was expanded. We look to the United States as the members of the International Coalition for the Return of Ukrainian Children to assist our country, Ukraine, to establish a unified legal mechanism for repatriation of Ukrainian children, because unfortunately, approximately 90% of all deported children remain under Russian control. We also need to elaborate on the basis of previous experience of other countries, the national system of rehabilitation and reintegration, because these children are really very traumatized. We will fight to return Ukrainian children back to their homes because it is not only their right, but a passport to a better future for these children and for Ukraine. Distinguished members, also Ranking Member Cohen, I am persuaded that if we are to achieve true peace in Ukraine, we must begin with our children. Having a country that is truly fit for children doesn't simply imply the absence of war. It means having a safe country where every child can grow to adulthood in peace, dignity, and safety without constant threat from neighboring states. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rashevska. And we're now going to begin with 5 minutes by each person who's here on the commission. And we've been joined by the Most High Honorable Vice Commissioner, Steve Cohen from Tennessee. I'm very grateful. In fact, after my 5 minutes, I'm going to turn it over to him. I have Steve has arranged that I have a meeting with Elon Musk. And so I... and loan him some money. So, hey, But hey, no. But again, thank you, Ms. Reshevska. It's just horrifying to think of, and my 5 minutes begins now. And so, but truly, it was impressive. I was there in Kyiv and met where persons had rescued some children who had been kidnapped. And who would imagine here in the 21st century, as I mentioned, that you would have kidnapping of children for Russification or whatever they want to call it, in the exact tradition of Adolf Hitler of kidnapping children in Poland to Germanize, Nazify. And so to have this reliving is just, to me, in the 21st century shouldn't be. And that's why it's so encouraging to have you here today. And Foreign Minister Landsbergis, I am so happy that you're here. And indeed, something so important that you mentioned, and that is that Lukashenko has announced that he has several dozen Russian nuclear weapons in Belarus. How does that change the dynamics?
He is on Capitol Hill today.
What should we do?
So that part's true.
Thanks so much. I mean, probably we have to, at this stage, we have to understand that Belarus is an extension of Russia's military arm.
Mm-hmm.
So when we're thinking about the need to defend NATO's eastern flank from Russia, we have to understand that Russia is way closer than we've imagined.
Yes.
Because it actually operates freely in the whole territory of Belarus. With its arms, when it comes to Ukraine, we've seen very fast troop movement. When we've seen Wagner was back from almost a couple of hundred kilometers from Moscow. They were on Lithuanian border in 8 hours. That's how fast you can move within Russia and Belarus. So the request from us is take into account that Belarus is a major security issue for the region. And when you talk about the needs of our region, it needs to be reinforced. It needs to be reinforced with more NATO troops, with more equipment, because we are in a dangerous region.
He's banging the table.
And indeed, Foreign Minister, as you indicate, the Russian military in Belarus, that it's really an extension so far. But hey, it also fits into something else. Mr. Putin claims that Ukraine doesn't exist. As he's trying to recreate the Soviet Union, I wonder if the people in Belarus understand that means one day they won't exist too, as we've already seen with the Russian occupations continuous of Transnistria in Moldova and the South Ossetian Abkhazia and the Republic of Georgia, maintaining troops in Armenia. The people of Belarus should understand that if one former republic doesn't exist, all ultimately would be the goal not to exist. With that in mind, again, I
don't think the Belarusians are the drama
of the children is so horrific.
I just don't
and
think.
So any further comments you'd like to make, Ms. Reshka?
So maybe I would like to demonstrate some photos just in order to support what I will tell. So this is the militarization of Ukrainian children made by the Russian Federation with assistance of Belarusian agents. Wow. So Ukrainian kids are just turned into the enemies of their proper nations. In order to fulfill this aim, the Russian Federation, together with Belarus, built the whole system just under
It's the
our
Helsinki
noses
Committee,
to raise children as
or
soldiers.
Commission. I think they do
it
different
through
meetings.
formal
I might
and
have that
informal
wrong. It might be the
education.
committee. Forgive me. Let me check.
That is why for us it's really important to recognize this indoctrination and militarization of education as a separate crime against humanity, and of course to
it is the
punish all
Helsinki
guilty
Commission
persons.
hearing on the
Because,
role of
this is not
Belarus. They're
only the
bipartisan.
threat
It's a bipartisan
to Ukraine,
commission.
but to global peace and security, because this is a clear sign that Russia, as well as Belarus, they are not planning to stop this war. They are preparing a new war of aggression.
Thank you so much. And indeed, it is the ultimate crime against humanity to kidnap children and deny them their heritage. Mr. Kuprechek, indeed, the foreign minister has mentioned about the Russian military presence in Belarus.
I can't even wrap my head around what that might feel like. I
What is
can't.
the
I
extent
can't
of
even
the
go there in
presence
my
there?
head. about having your
So
child
I just
taken.
wanted to add some information about nuclear weapon in Belarus. Belpol organization just a few weeks ago published our investigation about tactical nuclear weapon in Belarus. Right now, we can say that Lukashenko do not have any nuclear weapon in Belarus, but tomorrow Putin and Lukashenko sign a new document about Union State, and we have information that in the second part of 2025 and beginning of 2026, Putin transfer tactical nuclear weapon in Belarus. And in a few days, we will publish information about that military base, and Putin prepare Belarus to take a nuclear weapon. That's the first. The second, that document, which Lukashenko and Putin will sign tomorrow, gives Putin opportunity to transfer military bases from Russia to Belarus territory. And in the same time, that document gives Putin opportunity to send Belarusian troops to the Ukraine. Right now, in the same time, we have information that in Belarus right now, Wagner troops, we have just only near 300 of Wagner troops, and that troops are trained Belarusian militaries, and that's all. So,
Thank you so much, and indeed, it's prescient on
That's
the part
more
of
than enough.
Congressman Cohen. He's the person who wanted to have this hearing, and who would
A Democrat wanted
he's
the
ahead of
hearing.
the curve. That this is the day before, just absurd agreements are reached, or actually, however you want to call it, enforced. And so I want to, again, thank Congressman Cohen for his leadership. I want to thank all three of you for being here, and I regret I have to run. But boy, are we in good hands with Congressman Steve Cohen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Why
And
don't you
like a
kiss him
politician,
goodbye?
we're running.
God.
We
I
do
thought that was a
that.
Peanuts tie, but it has flags on it.
I thank you all for being here. I've visited Belarus on a couple of occasions and met with Lukashenko. And he's a man who likes power, and he's not going to give it up. He has no regard for the law. He has regard for his own power.
I feel like they already are in
own,
the sights of those other guys.
Really an empire which he wants to have. But he knows he's weak, and he knew he was to be the vassal of Putin. He had no choice but to give in to Putin, because Putin would have taken over Belarus. So he made his deal with the devil. It's disturbing that he's taken these children. Ms. Rashevska has the children in Belarus, they were kidnapped by the Russians and then transferred to Belarus, is that correct?
So these children, they were displaced. Unfortunately, we are not able to prove that all children were just kidnapped, but we have at least 3 groups of children orphans and children deprived of parental care. This is approximately 150 kids who were really kidnapped, who were really abducted, because Ukraine, as a state who is responsible for these children, who is parents patria, has not given its consent to this transfer. In other cases, it was really difficult to confirm or deny the not coerced nature of this consent, because unfortunately, mostly these kids and their parents, they still be in occupied territories, and that is why to contact these people and to ask them whether these children were returned or they were not returned, this is just to pose these people under the risk to be persecuted by the Russian Federation. But we are really persuaded that the Belarusian regime is guilty just because these children were re-educated, just because these children were indoctrinated. And several days ago, the new group of children orphans from the occupied Donetsk region, this is 38 orphans and children deprived of parental care, they were sent to Belarus, but the logistics of this transfer was totally new and unique. Firstly, these children were sent to Moscow, then these children were sent to Minsk, then to Vitebsk, and that is why we are not sure that all children children would be returned, especially because of their status. These children are orphans, no one is looking for them, and unfortunately, Belarus as well as Russia, they don't allow access of any independent monitoring mission to the process of this transfer. So it is really difficult to just give a short answer to your question, but this is a challenge for Ukraine just to identify the logistics of this transfer and also the children who were allegedly kidnapped.
But they would have come from eastern Ukraine, is that not correct?
Yes.
And Moscow and Minsk, and then are they being trained to be military, to be in soldiers, or just being in the military to be taught to take orders and adapt to being Belarusian?
So this is a difference between Russia and Belarus because while the Russian Federation is trying to make from these children loyal Russian patriots and future soldiers, Belarus is only assisting the Russian Federation to achieve this goal. That is why we didn't document cases where, for example, these children were subjected to have Belarusian passports or Belarusian documents, or these children were transferred to Belarusian families for adoption, like it was with Ukrainian children deported to Russia. And that is why we should qualify as a crime to Belarusian representatives because they are not involved in the crime of deportation, but they're involved in the crime against humanity. So their role is a little bit different than the role of Russians, but it still be an international crime.
To the best of your knowledge, have any of these Ukrainian children been sent into the battlefield on behalf of Russia?
We documented at least 27 children who were firstly sent to Belarus, then they were returned, then they were sent to Russia, and the fate of these children is unknown. So we are not sure that Belarus is not used as some point in order just to organize the process of the final deportation of these children to Russia. For example, to use this time in order to prepare these children to find for them Russian foster families and so on and so forth. So this is also the unique role of the stay in Belarus for these children.
Thank you very much. I'm going to yield to Mr. Quigley from Illinois.
Thank you, Chair. Could you go just a little deeper dive, sir, into, you talked about Belarus helping Russia evade sanctions. Can you give some examples and details on that?
Sure. Oh, okay, it's working. I can give you an example. For at least a couple of years, there was a huge disparity between the sanctions that were imposed on Russia and Belarus. That means that there were goods that you could not export to Russia, but you still could export to Belarus. And Lithuania has been actively advocating so that these sanctions would be aligned. And one of the reasons why we've advocated, because most of the goods that would go to Belarus go through Lithuania because of our logistical location. You know, the best roads, the best railroads, the best connections go through my country. That's the, you know, the thing that we got from the Soviet Union. So that we could monitor the goods that cross the border into Belarus, and in certain goods we could monitor that they appear further down. So I will leave a report of dual-use goods, of the goods that we would find
so we
later
keep better track of goods than we do of kids.
In
okay,
Russia-produced military equipment that is found in the field in Ukraine. But one anecdote is that for a very long time, there was an ability to export luxury cars to Belarus, but not to Russia. And most of the modern luxury cars, they do have a GPS installed. So that means that whenever the car is turned on for the first time, it sends a location where it's turned on. So you would have luxury cars that are being exported to Belarus, to Minsk, but then for the first time they are turned on, not in Minsk, but in Moscow.
So, I can just give some examples how Belarus helps Russia to evade the sanctions. Our organization are specialized on that question, and right now we know that Lukashenko's regime helps Russia to fight against Ukraine totally. More than 84% of export of the Ministry of Industrial of the Republic of Belarus goes to the Russia. Right now, 84%. It's like a big number. And in the same time, we know that, an example, Belarusian state industrial complex helps to produce Russia some military goods, like sights for tanks, for mortars, for artillery, and so on. And Lukashenko's regime buys some equipment through the China, and after that they collect that sites and so on, and after that they send it to the Russia, and Russia use it in the battlefield and so on. In the same time, we know that European Union 14th sanction package works really well, and that package gives that package. Because of that package, Lukashenko lost more than $1 billion just on the half of the 2024 year, and it's like a really good success of the work, and we can show how sanctions works. Thanks.
This is a great panel. This panel is so fucking
thank
smart.
you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to talk with you about Wagner because we haven't heard that much about them in the news lately. Not since the, I'm not going to call it the untimely death, but the death of their leader. How would you characterize the activities of Russia's Wagner group in Belarus today? And do you think that they currently pose any sorts of threats, particularly with everything that's happening in Ukraine right now? Either, yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so our organization just collect the data that right now in Belarus we just have not more than 300 troops of Wagner, and that troops are training Belarusian military forces because they have a lot of experience by the Ukrainian by the participating in the Ukrainian war. So,
if I may, so after the unsuccessful coup of Wagner. Most of the private mercenary, whatever armies, they were incorporated into the general army structure of Russia. Because I believe that there was a fear that, that this could be repeated.
So what replaced them?
The actions of Wagner could be repeated. Certain activity of Wagner, again, under different names, but the same leadership has retained some activity in Central African states. This is where we monitor them still actively operating. The same people, but when it comes to Ukraine, or Belarus, the picture has changed dramatically. Probably the main lesson out of the whole situation, of the turmoil, let's call it that way, I think, at least for us and for the security of the region, was the speed of the development of events. Because most of the people in the European theater were caught off guard as to how fast the events were developing. So when we talk about the security, and when we say that we have eyes in Russia, when we say that we have eyes in Belarus, and we do, we see movement. Unfortunately, this does not count for stray units. This does not count for immediate action when the decision is being made on point, and then the troop movement begins. So it should serve as a lesson
they were all
as to
together.
how
Well,
fast
I feel like
we
they would get the
can
fuck out of
come
Russia
from a situation which
after
is
that thing.
manageable and not pose a security to NATO, and suddenly
They're not
does
stupid.
in 8 hours later. So this
Really?
is the concept, and when we're talking about the increased need of security for eastern flank, this is the exact reason why, because the countries are unstable basically, and they do not necessarily manage the threats to us the way that we think that they might.
How significant do you think it is? I know that one of the Belarus officials announced just in the last few days here that there were going to be some training exercises with Russians in Belarus. How significant Have you heard that
That's right,
training
Jane.
exercise? Is it more posturing, or is it something that that we think
Just
could
like the
turn
good old
into
days.
something
That's right.
where
We're
these
back,
troops could
baby.
actually get involved in
9-hour lounges.
Look, I probably could tell you that the war against Ukraine, it started as a training. With 200,000 troops, gathered by, northern and eastern part of Ukraine, and it was posed as a training. That is a yearly training. So we had our share of these trainings. They called, Zapad, West.
I know, especially as we get into
Western
these
training
marathons,
exercises.
like Jane said.
I'm not
I'll
sure
get
actually how
something.
much
I can-
Russia
I
now
can
could
modify.
devote troops for training exercises because of its military activity, around Ukraine and in Ukraine. Therefore, I would not expect them to be significant. But on the other hand, we have to take these things seriously, because it's a very easy cover-up. Additionally, what I would like to mention is that there is a new actor in Belarus, which cannot go overseen, is China. And actually, Lukashenko has been actively inviting Chinese
And what about the North Korean
companies,
troops?
political activity,
Although I
even
guess that's not
military
really part of this. But did they have anything to do with Belarus?
a couple of months back in Belarus. So there is a chance that we are seeing not
No
just an
butterflies,
extension of what
President
we talked of
Musk.
Russian military area into Belarus, but of Chinese, economic and political, and even possibly military in the future interest into European continent via Belarus.
Yeah. Let me ask you this in my last.
I'm going to
few
try and
seconds.
clear out my space
What
more
can
too, so
break
that I can put something to stand in.
Lukashenko
And
away
stuff.
from Russia? Is there anything that can sever that relationship?
Well, sir, I can tell you that there is definitely one thing that can break Lukashenko. That's Ukraine's victory in the war.
Dollar bills. Oh,
Thank you.
Actually, that's a better answer. That's a much better answer. Yes, I
Recognize
love
our
that
State
answer.
Department Representative, Ms. Rand.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all three of you for your really moving testimonies. Mr. Foreign Minister, nice to see you again. I have two quick questions. Both of you mentioned more sanctions, and we talked a little bit about sanctions invasion, but on the individual sanctions, like the global Magnitsky sanctions, to get at the individuals who are either involved in the human rights abuses or involved in some of the military activities, can you, all three of you, assess, we've talked a little bit about the delegitimization policies, right, to move these folks outside and to shun them. Is that working, the sort of individually named sanctions, either for human rights abuses or other activities? How are those working? Is it
Fair
more
question.
sanctions we need, or just better strategy around the sanctions? That's the first question.
So I will start with providing you with one good example how sanctions can work. Of
I
course,
think those
when
are
we are
great,
talking
Jane.
about Putin, Lukashenko, Lvova, Belova, and others, so top officials, sanctions are not so efficient because these people just can't stop the deportation and re-education of children because this is the state policy. But when we are talking about medium representatives, for example, mayors of some cities in Belarus who are also involved in the process of organizing this military patriotic re-education of Ukrainian children in Belarus. So it works. In 2023, Regional Center for Human Rights prepared a sanction proposal for the mayor of Novopolotsk. This is the city in Belarus. In this city, there were several groups of Ukrainian children who were not just subjected to some rehabilitation in hospitals, but they were in Belarusian schools. Some of them were sent temporarily to Belarusian families. Also, the mayor of Novopolotsk organized for representatives of foreign countries, also inviting
walking pad.
representatives
I
of
want
the
one of
European
those
Union
little
to visit
treadmills you can
Novopolotsk
walk on
in
when
order
you're
to
standing at your
legitimize
desk.
this policy of re-education. So we proposed him. The European Union included him into its sanction list, and in 2024 we didn't document Ukrainian children in Novopolotsk. So it works. Also, it works when these sanctions are only the so-called yellow card for these people, and other institutions started preparing something against them. For example, we firstly submitted Svetlana Mayboroda. This is a representative from Mariupol who was involved in the deportation of Ukrainian children. She was included to many sanctions lists, not only in the European Union, but also in the United Kingdom, in Canada. And then the procedure started, criminal procedure started against her. And now this woman is also not working in the field of sending Ukrainian children, especially orphans and children deprived of parental care, to Russia or to Belarus. So it is efficient. But what we need, of course, we need more sanctions, not only against individuals, but also against organizations, not like business organizations, but also, for example, military patriotic movements, UNARMIA, it is already sanctioned in the United States, but we have also other organizations like Center Warrior, established thanks for Putin and his money. Also, we have another organization, People Friendship Academy Ahmad, established thanks for Ramzan Kadyrov.
I'm so angry because we know about these organizations. Why haven't we done anything about it?
And we need to harmonize sanctions between different states, because it is just not normal when some people are already included into the sanction list of the European Union, then they have some time in order just to transfer their money to some other jurisdictions to hide them, and then this jurisdiction started the process, another process just to include these people with the same evidence to their sanction list. So we should harmonize. Maybe we need some unified database in order to do it, maybe some additional agreements, but when these processes are not harmonized, they are not so efficient, and unfortunately people who are really involved in the deportation and other crimes against Ukrainian children, for them these sanctions are just nothing.
So, I just can give some examples of how sanctions really works. And sanctions stopped production of sites for T-90 tanks for more than 3 months in summer of 2024. I think we can save a lot of lives of Ukrainian troops for that stopping period. Since November 2023, the estimated profitability of some companies produced by state military industrial complex of Belarus fallen to 5%. When we push just some more, we can do like 0 or minus 5%, and it's not the reason to produce more of that production. The price of Belarus machinery delivery to any part of the world has increased 3 times in 4 years. At the same time, Belarus holding is the main source for the dictator Lukashenko, from where he stole more than $5 billion for 70 years. And right now, we sanctioned it, Belarus holding, and we need to sanction Trade House Belarus, which are based in Moscow, and after that we can find stolen money and we can help Belarusian democratic forces to win that game. So, according to the Belarusian Foreign Ministry, the amount of losses from the 14
it's like a hot dog face.
European Union sanctions amounted to about $2.5 billion of US dollars. So I think it's a really good number. And for that reason, we need more sanctions, because Lukashenko's regime is like, it's not like in a democratic state when we need to do a lot of procedures, when we need to do a lot of things to change the scheme or something like that. In the Belarus right now is an authoritarian state, and Lukashenko can just say 2 words and all the machine works to change the structure, change the scheme of the sanction evasion, and so on. For that reason, we need to provide more sanctions and more faster. Thank you.
I'm out of time. I just wanted to thank the government of Lithuania for hosting the Belarusian opposition. We haven't talked about that, but that's an incredible service you're doing to democracy in Belarus, and if there's anything we can do to help.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize the gentleman who represents the second best barbecue city in America, Kansas City, Mr. Cleaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, this is a complex issue, probably not as complex to people, and one of them would like to see Lukashenko
That's
out
what
of the
it
way.
feels
but
like sometimes.
I'm having, you know.
Sorry.
I mean, you know, Belarus, most of the people in Belarus speak Russian, is that?
I'm going to stop.
Yes?
There is a process of de-Belarusian, you can call it that, forced Russian language teaching that basically forces people to abandon their mother tongue.
Which means they would not be able to join.
It's been a long day.
Well, there's probably a number of reasons that they can't join NATO. But has there been a spirit of, even if it was underground, to connect with and become a member of NATO?
If I may, look, there is like any questions of Belarusian joining transatlantic alliance or European Union are in the future. Today, we can acknowledge a difference in spirit. There are very few countries with a captured people, and it's a captured people country, where you would see 600,000 people walking out in the street because the election was stolen and asking for dignity and democracy being restored. That very rarely happens. You would see a protest of, tens of thousands, maybe 100,000 is enormous. Belarusians went en masse, 600,000 people, and that has to be acknowledged. The way that I addressed my parliament, usually when they would ask, how can we, build up pressure on Lukashenko and other things, I said we have to keep the spirit of freedom alive because it's there. It's repressed. It's horribly, horribly, horribly repressed. There are 1,500, 1,900 political prisoners currently in prisons. So that's, that sends a message as how free are you to go out now? But those 600,000 people are still there. And they still believe in democracy. They still believe in their dignity that has been stolen. And we have to support that today for any other questions to be answered in the future.
Thank you. I'm also very concerned. I mean, in the old Soviet Union, I'm assuming that it was just simply a part of Russia, territory. And so now, if Russian, well, I guess it was Belarusian land that Russia used, I guess, prior to the attack into the Ukraine. But is there any suggestion, even mildly, that Russian troops are being, or let's say, Belarusian troops integrated into Russian units? I mean, Russia's lost. I mean, nobody knows the number of troops they've lost, and so they're in trying to get a land army. I guess now we're looking at North Korean troops. So I'm just wondering if there are Belarusians who would have any desire to fight with the Russians.
So right now we have a military unit in Ukraine, Belarusian Democratic Military Unit in Ukraine, Polk Krynovska. And right now we know we just collect data from the military services of Lukashenko's regime. And we know that after war starts in 2022, a lot of Lukashenko's troops changed their mind. They don't want to participate in that crime war. They don't want to die in Ukraine, and they want to do something like connected with the war in the Ukraine. But we have a few military units in Belarus which just want to participate in that war. It's like Gubopik, it's like the most terrify unit in Belarus, which are tortured a lot of Belarusians. Belarusian OMON, it's like a special militia unit in Belarus, and so on. And we know that the mostly Belarusian officers of the army, of the police, like militia in Belarus, do not want to participate in war in Ukraine. They don't want to go to the Ukraine.
Nor would they want to be a part of the,
I wanted burritos and Reese's peanut butter cups.
collective security
when I was
treaty
pregnant.
organization that have been set up with, that's
They are.
close.
They are part of a treaty. They are part of a treaty, but as far as we know, and as far as we are being briefed by our services, is that they are resisting until now successfully any pressures by Russians to join in active military activity in Ukraine. There have been worries that at this stage that Belarusian troops might join in the activities, especially
Yes,
if Russia
and they called
feels,
off that tsunami
pressures.
warning, Val.
But I understand that Ukrainian
Looked pretty calm when we checked
Ukrainian
last.
military also serves as some sort of a deterrent. That currently Belarus is not being attacked by Ukraine. There are no targets that are being, hit in Belarus. But that message has been sent to Belarusian authorities that if you would decide to join in together with Russians actively fighting in Ukraine with your troops, your military targets would become targets for Ukrainian weapons. And this is probably what works as some sort of deterrent until now. We are not sure whether that will remain so. And therefore Ukrainians and others in the region, we have to keep being vigilant with whether that happens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
May I just briefly
Everything
add
seems
to
to be
this,
fine
because
physically. I'm
unfortunately
sure
the
they're a
part
little
of this
shaken, though.
resistance not to participate actively on the field in Ukraine with armed forces, the part of this resistance is the policy of indoctrination of Ukrainian children by Belarusian regime. This is, the some point where Lukashenko may play, talking to Putin, that, I am participating in these activities, Ukrainian children are welcomed in Belarus in order to be militarized and re-educated. We are supporting this policy, but we are not ready to support you actively by our military troops.
I don't mind fake hot dogs.
Unfortunately, in this case, Ukrainian children are just instrumentalized by Lukashenko
Hell
regime
yeah.
for another time.
Thanks, Val.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Landsbergis, you said that if Ukraine wins over Russia, that would be a problem for Lukashenko. Why do you say that?
Well, sir, we in Lithuania see war in Ukraine as a zero-sum game. If Ukraine is stronger, if it's able to push Russia out, that means that Russia gets weaker. If it gets weaker, its grasp, a geopolitical grasp, political grasp on so many countries in the region, on the captive nations, becomes weaker.
Well, I understand that. It becomes weaker. I don't know that it becomes weaker, that
Absolutely,
Lukashenko
James.
gets stronger, because he's pretty weak when he capitulates to Putin, which is what he did. I mean, he capitulated without a war, but he saw what would happen, and Putin would have taken over Belarus.
Well, sir,
Or was he
claims
complicit?
on his partnership with Putin.
Right.
Putin serves him as a geopolitical bodyguard.
Yeah.
And if Putin is no longer there, too busy solving his own problems, this is where Belarus has a chance. Belarusian people have a chance. And obviously it's up to them how to realize that chance. I wouldn't name the ways, but I'm thinking that they're pretty clear what they can do. But now we're seeing Russia, its military so close, supporting the regime in Belarus. This is what chokes the freedom out of people.
Well, it's a difficult situation. Resolution is going to be. I mean, Lukashenko wants to be Lukashenko, and he wants to stay in power. Putin wants to be Peter the Great, and that's a whole bigger picture.
Yes.
With ego and
Yes.
life after death.
That.
And immortality. I don't think Lukashenko thinks
That's
of
my
mortality.
deal.
Lukashenko
Hell
thinks
yeah,
about
Mr.
today
Cohen.
and his grasp on power and wants
Fuck
to keep
yeah.
it.
Wants to
there's
be Peter
different
the Great,
perspectives,
Fuel
I
3.
guess. And Ms. Revshevska, we know that the children, how do you know that they're orphaned? Did they come from an orphanage, or you just assumed they did?
So, you know, the most maybe horrific thing that Russians as well as Belarusians, they are not even trying to hide all details about these children. Sometimes we even found in open sources names and surnames of these children. Then we verified their data with Ukrainian database Children of War, and we found that these children were not only orphans or children deprived of parental care, but they were looked for as children deported by Russia. So they are just publishing everything because they would like to maybe to legitimize their actions by this way. And also, of course, they are
Getting the
even
slapped wiener
identifying the
gif.
number of boarding school from which these children were taken. Sometimes like Ambrosiivka boarding school number 5. So we know all the details,
Guys are
and we
way
are persuaded
behind.
that these children are orphans. And of course, this is information from open sources, but we also had as a closed source of information with all relevant data in order to verify our assumptions.
Orphaned because of their parents died before the war and they were in an orphanage, or the parents died when the Russians invaded?
There are both types.
Both.
So, like children who were before the
I wondered
large-scale
that too.
invasion in these boarding institutions, but also there are some children, in particular from Mariupol, who lost their parents, and this is the most difficult situation because these children were not previously in the unified database of Ukraine. So unfortunately, we don't know any personal information about these children, about their blood relatives, and so on and so forth. That is why it is really difficult to identify these children and also to return them back to Ukraine. And one child, one boy from Mariupol, he was firstly taken to Belarus to this re-education camp, and then unfortunately he was not returned to occupied territory. We just don't know his fate. Maybe he was taken to Russia to forcible adoption.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what the story is, whether the Belarusian authorities want these young people to be Belarusian and be there and have a home in Belarus, or if they want them to be part of the military. And if they've become part of the military, they very likely could die.
I feel like if I was Russian, I'd want to adopt them all and just hold them safe until the war was over, and then return them back to their families.
And what they've done for them, or if they're more powerful being a part of the military. I don't know which their priority is. Do you have any idea what their priority would be, to send them to battle, or would they want to keep them in Belarus to keep them alive?
So, as I have already mentioned, these children, they are not detained in Belarus. That is why they are not imposed by Belarusian citizenship. They are not becoming Belarusian citizens, and so on and so forth. Of course, we have documented cases where Belarusian representatives they expressed their will that these children in future will enter Belarusian universities and then will live in Belarus. And unfortunately, some children publicly to Belarusian media testified that, oh, maybe in future we would like to live in Belarus, because they were just indoctrinated, they were just brainwashed. But the main goal here is just to assist Russia in achieving this goal to militarize Ukrainian children and to turn them into Russian soldiers, not Belarusians.
Not right away.
Because, as I have already mentioned and highlighted, that Belarus is not
exactly,
really actively
Max,
participating
to
in this
indoctrinate
war
them
with
into
their troops.
Russia.
That is why they are just preparing from Ukrainian children Russian soldiers in
The
order
Russian
that Russia
Mir.
in future
Which also means
will
peace
use
and
these children
world.
as
Weird,
cannon
huh?
fodder against the proper nation.
Yeah, that's what I've read, that it's possibly what they would occur, and they're indoctrinating them, and they would be fodder, cannon fodder, and they would go and fight Ukrainians, and that they need bodies.
Yeah, maybe, but
And
she's saying they're doing
also
all
to
of
highlight
it.
that unfortunately we had already cases where children from occupied Crimea and Donetsk and Luhansk regions, so-called DPR and LPR, it was before the full-scale invasion, so these children were also militarized with this UNARMIA movement, and
I can imagine it's all of the
participated
above.
in special military operation. Some children died because they were killed, And other children, they finished, so they were demobilized. And now these children, ex-children, Russian soldiers already, they are training Ukrainian children from newly occupied territories. And this is really dangerous tendency, because the Russian Federation is trying to use already brainwashed children from Ukraine against children who are from newly occupied territories who have this Ukrainian identity. And they are just trying to demonstrate them, oh, please join these all military patriotic movements and military camps, be like us, because if no, you will be bullied, you will be like your brothers, other Ukrainian ex-children, they will do something against you. So this is this use of Ukrainian children each against each other. This is very dangerous, unfortunately.
Thank you. Mr. Cleaver, do you have anything else? If not, did any of the three of y'all want something else to offer to us? Final closing statement.
No, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Today we have a really difficult situation because we have a full-scale invasion in the center of Europe. And my state, because of Lukashenko, took participate in that criminal war. Right now, Belarus people can't to protest on the streets. Belarus people can't to write anything in the social media because in few days the policemen comes to that people. And right now we need to fight against Lukashenko, and we are asking on the whole democratic world to help Belarusian democratic forces to fight against Lukashenko regime. We asking for help and we asking for the support. Thanks a lot for your attention. Long live Belarus.
Let me ask you this question. I know there's some American military forces in eastern Lithuania, kind of north of Vilnius, I think, and right near the Russian border. And there's some Russian forts just across the way. Are those manned by Belarusians or by Russians these days?
So right now we don't have any information that Lukashenko's regime placed Belarusian army or Russian troops on the border with Lithuania. But in the same time, we know that Putin don't want to stop in the Ukraine. Putin prepare the big battle in 2025, 2026, 2028. And we know that right now Putin sponsorized a lot of building or a lot of new plants, manufacturers in Belarus to produce the artillery shells, rockets for the MLRS Grad and so on. And right now we just collect information about a new plant in Belarus that Chinese engineers helps to build.
There's one. That's being the Change documentary.
More than 10,000 rockets, 122 millimeters in a month. It's like a big number of the shells, and we know that Putin don't want to stop in the Ukraine, and for that reason we need to fight against Lukashenko. For that reason we need to fight against Putin.
Yeah, I got you. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Just following up, is there tension, visible tension? I guess maybe you can't see tension, you have to feel it, but tension between Poland and Belarus?
Well, sir, there is a tension throughout the region. When you have neighbors like Russia or Belarus, there's always tension.
Yeah, that's a bad neighborhood, but
but getting into specifics, I probably could mention that there has been a long-standing row between Belarus and Poland when it comes to a imprisoned head of Polish minority in Belarus. And Poland was actively seeking his release out of prison and possibly out of country, and it was denied. So, but it's just one of the examples. I mean, when you have nuclear arms placed, closer to your border, where there's, supposed to be none, it provides tension.
Let me ask you one other question. You're the foreign minister. You know about Russian television, which Putin controls, putting the nude pictures of the president-to-be's wife on television. Where's the psychology of that? Is that just to say, hey, we've got other pictures and be
Fantastic hearing.
careful, and we'll
Thank
use
you,
them, or is that
butterflies.
just? I mean, it's just bizarre. What kind of thinking was behind that, do you think?
I think
There's
the
too-
intention,
there's a lot
but
of
that's,
children.
you know, one
None
has
are
to
too
try
many to care about.
to look
There's
into
all of the
the
children.
mind of a person, right? Because there is a person who's playing some sort of a game. So I would assume that it's a game of humiliation.
Just humiliate,
Humiliate,
not blackmail, more humiliation.
No, I don't think that this would be the case. I think that it's humiliation. This has been done in the past with with quite a lot of other people, let's say, who Putin wants to either intimidate or humiliate. So it could be what was previously the Russian opposition. That was a usual Friday evening for them to find themselves on national TV, kind of to make a joke or something like that.
Yeah, it was pretty weird.
Yeah.
Think he'll ever go to Mar-a-Lago?
Sorry?
Putin. Think he has plans to go to Mar-a-Lago?
If I may, sir, my point is, and coming back to your previous question, I think when we talked about Lukashenko and what can weaken him, I think we're given a historic chance, with what is happening in Ukraine, and I really do hope that we won't miss it, because we're on a crossroad. It's either we make Ukraine stronger for whatever comes, for battlefield, for negotiations, but just stronger, way, way stronger than it is now. And that solves so many things in the region. That solves, NATO's eastern flank, that solves Belarus, that solves Moldova, that solves Romania's election, where Russia is now actively trying to influence them. It solves South Caucasus, Georgia, Armenia. I mean, it basically, there is a point which connects to so many other points. And if we don't solve it, if we don't make Ukraine stronger, then we'll have to return to this chamber and talk about way bigger problems in Belarus, in Georgia, in Moldova, in Lithuania. Who knows where it will stop. And I really do hope that those with power will be able to use it.
Thank you, sir. I can assure you, you have my support. Ukraine does. And I understand your position, and it's exactly right. And it would be a terrible mistake to go back to just acquiescing to Putin, letting him think he won, and basically letting him win. And then he won't stop there. It'll be Estonia, and then Lithuania, and Latvia, and he's got his eyes on the
exactly.
Balkan countries as well. And there's no stopping him. And bad situation. Thank you all for your testimony and your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, sir.
And with that, this is adjourned. Pop.
Boom, boom. Out go the lights. There you go. Wow, what a day. Jesus. Thank you. That's amazing. Hold on, let me get rid of all this. Let me get rid of it all. I'll get rid of it all. There's this. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. There's what I feel like right now. Okay. Sorry. Oh my God. It's only 6.5 hours. What's wrong with you people? Come on now. People have heightened feelings because Holy Land at Valzanavan. One never hears about the displaced people in the Sudan. Right. In the Congo. That's right. That's right. There's so many overlooked situations in the world. And radical transparency and honesty with ourselves as what is the role of the United States in creating those stories. And now what can we do to be a healer in the world when we have an autocratic administration? Yeah. Thank you, Max. It's like 7 million people displaced in the Sudan and Congo. And I had a dear, dear, dear friend who was from the Congo, and he spoke eloquently about that situation and being also entwined in Rwanda's intelligence apparatus, and not involved in it as in he was part of it, involved in it as he was always as someone who worked in an NGO to eliminate slavery in the Congo. That's what he did. They would surveil him, and this was Rwanda, because he lived in Rwanda and then would drive to his work in the Congo. Even though he was originally Congolese, his wife and family, he had them live in Rwanda. So he was under constant surveillance, not by the Congo, although he was, and threatened and the rest of it. But he was also surveilled by the Rwandans and harassed. So no good deed goes unpunished. I love him so much. I have to reach out. So yeah, 7 million in the Congo, 8 million in the Sudan. Heart makes my heart heavy for the world. All right. Well, this is one of the best shows I think we've done. And I just want to thank everyone for helping curate it and being such an amazing chat. I am incredibly moved, and I really am proud of the work that we do here. I'm sorry. I am. I think we do a great job. And yay us. So pat yourselves on the back. But thank you to Gal for all the amazing links that got us here. Thank you to everyone who shared links. Thank you to Max for sharing the movie about climate change that we've left in the chat, so you should check that out. Also, for $5.99, you can rent War Game, although I'm sure it's going to be free soon. But yeah, thank you too. Thanks for keeping me in the background today. And absolutely, Paul, I'm really glad. I'm so glad you were here and you came back. Thank you. Thank you to everyone who came back from their various doctor visits. It's one of those, it's a medical morning. All right, I'm going to go eat something really yummy that I make, probably a bean burrito. I'm going to make a bean burrito. And thank you, Oren. Thank you for everything. Thanks for all the links. Have a great Thursday, my loves. Don't forget to watch Radicalized Pod, because they'll debrief the episode about Dr. Marci Shore that we just watched. Thank you, RadPod, for letting me steal your content again. Don't forget to sub and share the broadcast. And again, thank you for coming. I'll see you tomorrow morning, or in the chat at RadPod. But if not, I'll see you tomorrow morning at the same time. Love you, mean it. All right. Bye, everybody. Have a great day. I do mean